Chapter 763, The Arrival of Battle with the Flood Dragon's Soul absorbed by the spirit hide. Hanli flipped his hand, summoning a sparkling blue talisman brush into his palm. It was 7 inches long and was exquisitely created. With his other hand, he beckoned to a blue jade box and summoned a ball of golden liquid from the case. Hanli quickly dipped the brush in the floating liquid and his expression froze as he concentrated on the spirit hide. He then began to sweep his brush through the air with great familiarity. Series of cryptic golden talisman characters began to flow from the tip of the brush and directly bore into the spirit hide. Soon after, various talisman characters began to emerge above the spirit hide in orderly lines, each glistening with golden light. Just as these talisman characters began to appear, the spirit hide began to fiercely shake, emitting dragon roars from within. Protrusions then began to appear on the surface of it. Soon after, the crimson flood dragon emerged from the spirit hide and attempted to escape with all its might. But in that instant, the golden talisman characters on top of it brightly shined and contorted, tightly constricting the flood dragon's soul and dragging it back. Although the flood dragon's soul has lost its intelligence, it was still the soul of a worldly spirit beast. Its instincts detected danger and continuously attempted to break free of the golden talisman characters. At that moment, Hanli began to draw talisman characters with increased speed, and more golden talisman characters directly enveloped the flood dragon, quickly overpowering it and pushing it back into the spirit hide. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hanli took out a bottle of purple liquid and dipped his brush in it. He then calmly began to write an odd symbol. Following that, Hanli exchanged the cinnabar he used to write with his brush as he continued to write talisman characters. Not long after, the spirit hide talisman paper flashed with dense bursts of various colored light as it soared with spiritual chi. Hanli's expression grew increasingly solemn and his brush strokes started to slow, his eyes shining with blue light as he utilized the bright sight spirit eyes to their greatest extent. Just after a single crimson talisman character was drawn onto the spirit hide, a wave of increasingly frantic spiritual chi fluctuations suddenly emerged from the half-finished spirit talisman. Hanli's expression greatly changed as he began to inwardly curse. Without a further thought, he swept his sleeve, sending out a cloud of azure chi, instantly recalling all of the materials. At that same moment, he swept his other hand towards himself, summoning a small blue shield. It expanded in the blink of an eye and blocked his front. As Hanli finished all of this, the crimson spirit hide exploded, releasing deafening dragon roars. Rainbow light dazzlingly shined as a huge wave of astonishing spiritual chi struck the blue shield. Glowing with light, the large shield unwaveringly blocked the attack, somewhat to Hanli's surprise. He reckoned that due to the spirit talisman's immense power, the explosion that resulted from its failure would contain equivalently destructive force. It had been beyond his expectations for the attack to be so easily blocked. During Hanli's bewilderment, a streak of crimson light shot towards the ceiling of the sealed room in an attempt to escape. But just as the red streak touched the ceiling, a layer of white light blocked its way, causing it to rebound. Hanli was overjoyed at the sight of the flood dragon's soul and raised his hand without any further thought. He grabbed at the air, summoning a hand of azure light to emerge above the flood dragon's soul and grab it. He then pointed to the shield and had it quickly shrink with blue ripples of light before returning into his sleeve. Afterwards, Hanli again examined the recaptured flood dragon's soul with the bright sight spirit eyes. Hanli yelped with astonishment. Although it still appeared to have the original soul, its strength was far weaker. The crimson flood dragon's soul also appeared listless. Hanli glanced at the flood dragon's soul and stroked his chin with a pensive expression. The failure to refine the spirit subjugation talisman hadn't resulted in the immediate destruction of the soul, it merely caused it to suffer a slight loss in strength. But in this case, he could make several attempts to create the talisman despite how difficult it may be to refine it. Of course, after each attempt, the soul would grow weaker and the power of the spirit talisman was sure to decrease as well. After pondering this, Hanli sighed with relief. Even if the soul decreased in power, it may prove easier to refine if the flood dragon's soul was weakened. There was some fortune to be had from his failed talisman refinement. Hanli wryly smiled and began to take out another set of supplementary materials, and exchange the spirit beast hide for a new one. He then set his mind of refining a new spirit beast hide. As Hanli painstakingly attempted to refine the spirit subjugation talisman over the span of 3 days, the entirety of Skyfirst City began to mobilize. All sects and cultivators knew that there was about to be a great and decisive battle coming in a few days. After a period of disorder, the cultivators in the city began to leave their sect encampments and solemnly brought themselves to the assigned divisions of the cultivator army. They all knew that if they didn't win this battle and push back the Milan, they would invade the heavenly south. It would bring about the end of countless sects and legacies. As a result, their morale was at their peak without any need to rally them. As for the 10 wagered battles, news of that had also quickly spread around. Out of fear that Milan spies would leak the identity of the cultivators who would fight in the wagered battles, the names of those fighting were kept confidential. Apart from the eccentrics that participated in the meeting, no one would know of the 10 that would fight. Of course, the identity of these 10 nascent soul stage cultivators were of greatly discussed amongst many cultivators as well as their potential chances of winning. After all, the survival of about 1,000 cultivators depended on them. Those who had fellow sect members among the cultivators were particularly concerned over the matter. As for the Drifting Cloud sect disciples, they left Skyfirst City along with the divisions they were assigned to, with the exception of Cultivator Song, who was ordered to stay behind and wait for Hanli. As for Lu Luo, he followed after the rest of the Drifting Cloud sect with lack of a better choice. Not long after, Skyfirst City was empty apart for a sparse few cultivators standing guard. As a few more days passed by, Cultivator Song couldn't help but grow nervous. Hanli had yet to emerge and she could faintly hear dragon cries and explosions coming from his heavily protected residence, much to her worry. On the 5th day, Cultivator Song decided that if her martial uncle Han didn't emerge from seclusion, she would have to summon the courage to force her way inside. If she waited another day, it was possible that they wouldn't make it to the battle. At that moment, Cultivator Song was sitting in the main hall of the sect encampment as worried weighed on her mind. She occasionally looked outside the hall, and faintly saw the glow of the setting sun. Her expression wavered as the sky gradually grew darker. She then stood up and bit her lips with a frown. But before she could leave the hall, she heard a series of clear bell rings from outside. She soon wore an expression of delight. A short moment later, Hanli suddenly appeared in a flash of azure light. "I pay my respects to Martial Uncle Han." Cultivator Song quickly stepped forward and curtsied. "How many days has it been?" "Nearly all the cultivators in the city are gone." When Hanli emerged from the sealed room, he swept his spiritual sense past the city and discovered that there were only a few cultivators left. While he was in the room, he could only feel a loose passage of time. Although he felt that the scheduled date had yet to arrive, he felt it best to make certain. Feeling much more at ease, Cultivator Song respectfully replied, reporting to Senior, "Today is the 5th day." Hanli decisively said, "The 5th day. We have more than enough time, but it is better to be early. Let's go." "As you command." Hanli waved his hand and a streak of white light flew out from his sleeve into the courtyard outside. The light faded away to reveal a winged white carriage, the wind-riding chariot. Hanli's figure blurred and he reappeared inside. He turned to the woman and said, "Come in. It will be faster to travel in this than flying with light." Cultivator Song shot an appraising glance at the carriage and silently entered it with slight surprise on her face. Afterwards, Hanli lightly tapped his foot, causing the wind-riding chariot to glow and envelope itself in a layer of white light. Then with a tremble, it shot through the skies. The wind-riding chariot was worthy of being a treasure specialized in flight. Not only did it consume a small amount of magic power, it flew far more quickly than an ordinary cultivator could. In the blink of an eye, they had already left Skyfirst City. Cultivator Song was very relieved at the sight of this. She also couldn't help but wonder if this treasure was the reason why her martial uncle Han appeared so relaxed. Did this unfathomable martial uncle of hers manage to cultivate some formidable secret in the last few days? Just what were those explosions and dragon roars coming from the room? Just as this woman pondered in silence and allowed her imagination to run wild, Han Li asked her a question, much to her surprise. Is fellow Taoist Violet Spirit still where they previously were? After a pause, Cultivator Song obediently replied, Violet Spirit and Mei Ning had decided to leave Skyfirst City for the time being and decide what to do once the war is over. Hee hee. That girl Violet Spirit is rather clever. This was a truly wise decision. If I were in her shoes, I'd be doing the exact same. Soon after, he poured more spiritual power into his foot and propelled the wind-riding chariot at even greater speeds. Cultivator Song revealed shock as they soon tore through the skies and disappeared past the horizon. Chapter 764, Marshal Nishao. Several days ago, on the border of the states of Yu and Bailiang, the armies of cultivators and spell warriors commanded a flurry of magic tools and treasures carved into the earth, forming an extension of their original fortresses into massive war camps several tens of kilometers away from each other. In a single night, the area underwent a sweeping change. This deserted area was suddenly surging with men and murderous desire. There were even small groups of cultivators and spell warriors that patrolled around the war camps, wary of any surprise attacks the other side may bring. Afterwards, even more cultivators and spell warriors began to gather here with each passing day, and various spell formations were placed along each side of the border, adding even more tension in the air. But at the center of the border, there would occasionally be spell warrior and cultivator patrols that encountered each other. Although they coldly glared at each other, they were able to restrain themselves from fighting. After all, fighting now wouldn't accomplish anything. As such, they begrudgingly stifled their bloodthirst and waited for the decisive day. On the sixth day, the Heavenly South and the Milan had finished placing down their grand formations, and they started to send their troops to probe the enemy, greatly decreasing the number of idle troops in camp. However, high-grade cultivators have also begun to accompany the patrols. Meanwhile, the higher echelons of both the Milan and the Heavenly South began to nervously draft their plans for war. As Skyfirst City was to the north of the cultivator war camp, it was natural that there were fewer restrictions placed there, but there were sentries and patrols placed there to a greater degree to compensate for it. As such, there was a group of over 10 cultivators that was calmly patrolling an area over 10 kilometers north from the war camp. The cultivator in charge was a beautiful woman that appeared to be in her 20s. She was an early core formation cultivator and her subordinates were all foundation establishment cultivators. With the battle soon to come, none of them dared to be careless. Although this was only a routine patrol, the party was well alert. Only their leader appeared calm, but with her powerful spiritual sense, she was able to detect her surroundings clearly. Suddenly, the woman's expression stirred and she suddenly came to a stop. She glanced in the distant sky with an astonished expression, her subordinates soon following suit. Despite having not seen anything, they still maintained a lookout. Senior Shao, what? Before the blue-robed cultivator could finish his question, a streak of white light suddenly flickered from across the sky, quickly traveling before them. Such speed! One of the cultivators cried out in shock. In nearly the blink of an eye, the light streak grew far brighter and something could be made out from within it. It should be that senior who stayed behind. But according to our rules, we must question him. You can wait here for now. The young woman spoke without the slightest fear. She then flew forward in the flash of yellow light. The subordinate cultivators blankly glanced at each other during this time and remained silent. They didn't belong to the same sect as the woman, and they didn't dare to raise any objections due to their inferior cultivation. The woman stopped after flying for a short while and waited for the streak of white light to arrive. When the white light stopped, she could see a strange carriage within it due to the short distance between them. Junior is Yellow Maple Valley's Xiao Chuier. Greetings, Senior. Junior is under orders to ask for your name. I hope for your understanding. Xiao Chuier. A voice spoke with astonishment from within the white light. Does Senior recognize this Junior? Xiao Chuier blinked and wore an expression of astonishment. His voice wasn't among the nascent soul cultivators that she knew, but it seemed awfully familiar. As the woman gazed at the white light in shock, it faded away to reveal its true appearance. It was a strange white carriage with a young man and woman standing within it. The man was wearing long azure robes and had a common appearance. The woman was gorgeous and wore white. Martial Uncle Han. When she saw the azure-robed man, Xiao Chuier covered her mouth and shouted in surprise. Her eyes were in complete disbelief. Little girl, you've grown. You're quite different from when I last saw you. Han Li examined the woman and wore a faint smile. Martial Uncle Han, it really is you. Although Senior Martial Sister Nia and Senior Martial Brother Lei had mentioned that Martial Uncle Han had formed a nascent soul, I had found it somewhat difficult to believe. Xiao Chuier spoke with delight, her expression reminiscent of when she was still young. It was the only chance that I had encountered them at the time, Han Li said with a smile. In the past, he had recommended this woman to enter Yellow Maple Valley. Although he hadn't spoken with her much, he felt somewhat close to her, unlike with Niaing and Lei Wanhe, as she was the succeeding disciple of his senior martial brother Ma. When Cultivator Song saw this, her mind began to stir. She recalled hearing that her martial uncle Han was once a disciple of Yellow Maple Valley. It seemed he had encountered an old acquaintance. What relationship did they have? Without heed of Cultivator Song, Han Li and Xiao Chuier had a warm chat of the past. She had mentioned how she had escaped pursuit from the Devil Dao with his senior martial brother Ma and how they returned to Yellow Maple Valley, as well as how senior martial brother Ma had passed away in meditation and how she managed to form a golden core. The conversation reminded how much the world had changed around Han Li. But a short moment later, Xiao Chuier hesitated for a moment before asking, Martial Uncle, have you truly become a Drifting Cloud sect elder? Can you not return? She appeared to be faintly hopeful when she said this. Yellow Maple Valley had found themselves in an awkward position. Although they still had Ancestor Linghu watching over the sect, there were no other nascent soul cultivators to succeed him. When he reached the end of his lifespan, Yellow Maple Valley's position among the 6 sects of you will surely fall. This is much to the worry of the Yellow Maple Valley core formation cultivators, Xiao Chuier not excluded. Knowing that she had the best relationship with Han Li, the sect decided for Xiao Chuier to raise the matter the next time she saw him, hoping that their old relationship would stir him. She couldn't help but raise the matter again despite Han Li's previous refusal with Lei Wanhe. Han Li's smile disappeared and he shook his head. I cannot return. The Drifting Clouds sect has treated me quite well. It's better to not mention this matter any further. Xiao Chuier's expression dimmed. But our Yellow Maple Valley will. Han Li sighed. You don't need to worry too much. I've already made an agreement with Ancestor Linghu. If Yellow Maple Valley encounters any danger, I will be able to help you if it's within my abilities. Xiao Chuier's spirits quickly returned after hearing him. So it was like that. Many thanks, Martial Uncle. After some thought, Han Li took out an emerald ring and a bottle of medicine pills. You're thanking me too early. Since you were Senior Marshal Brother Ma's sole disciple and I haven't seen you for so long, I can't just leave you be. Take this. It's a magic treasure that I acquired after killing a core formation cultivator. Although you cannot use it as your bonded magic treasure, it will be effective in battle after you refine it. And here are some medicine pills for your cultivation. It is effective in breaking through bottlenecks. Many thanks for Senior Marshal Uncle's gift. Xiao Chui'er deeply bowed to him before happily receiving the 2 items. Alright, I will be heading to the war camp now. It's best that I don't keep those old eccentrics waiting. If chance will have it, I'll see you again. Once he gave her the items, he bid his leave and streaked through the skies before Xiao Chui'er had another opportunity to speak. Farewell Marshal Uncle Han. With the carriage having already left, Xiao Chui'er could only curtsy in a hurry. Afterwards, she remained in the air as she watched the streak of light drift off into the horizon. At that moment, her subordinates finally approached her. Senior Xiao, who was that senior? Was he a nascent soul cultivator? However, he appeared to be quite young. The cultivators gathered around and began to curiously talk among themselves. Xiao Chui'er recalled her spiritual sense and her expression grew sullen. She icily swept her gaze past her subordinates and said, "Don't speak further of it. He is a nascent soul senior and he had treated me with great kindness in the past. He isn't someone to be gossiped about. Let's continue our patrol." Her subordinates immediately ceased speaking. With the wind riding chariots great speed, they arrived near the war camp border after a short moment. Disliking how eye-catching the chariot was, Hanli put it away and decided to enter the war camp using personal flight. During this time, Cultivator Song tactfully kept silent about the previous event, to Han Li's approval. The two soon arrived before a huge light barrier. It was dense and brightly shined with various colored light. It covered the entire war camp. Before he released Cultivator Song from his flight light, a cultivator standing guard hastily welcomed him. Once Han Li's identity was confirmed, he promptly opened a passage for them. Han Li parted ways with Cultivator Song once they entered. She went to report to Lu Luo before later joining the division of cultivators she was assigned to. As for Han Li, he went to the heart of the war camp where Master Sun Reach and the others were waiting for him. They were pleased to see that Han Li had arrived. After a few polite greetings, they informed him of a few of the arrangements in the coming battle. But since he wasn't particularly interested, he soon took his leave. He then headed to a temporarily stone room and sat cross-legged, honing his spirit and strength. Chapter 765, Enemies. Han Li calmly sat down in the room. As time obviously passed by, the spiritual power he consumed on his way here had slowly recovered. When he opened his eyes once more, he wore a faint smile. Ever since his Azure Essence sword arts had been cultivated to the 10th layer, he could clearly feel his spiritual power returning far faster than normal. It had come as a pleasant surprise. With that thought, Han Li muttered to himself for a moment and he took out a wooden box that shined with black light. The box had several restriction talismans sealing it as they sparkled with azure light. With a sweep of his hand, the talismans flew off the box and into his sleeve. He then tapped the box and had it open to reveal what was inside. It was a palm-sized talisman that was covered in characters. There was also a small crimson flood dragon that could be faintly seen, roaming across its surface. Han Li extended his hand and beckoned to the talisman, having it fly into his hand. In the last few days, he had failed 3 times before finally refining the talisman. Although he didn't know how powerful it was certainly weaker than what was described of the past spirit subjugation talismans. After all, the flood dragon's soul was greatly weakened from his 3 failed attempts, but in the end, he would only be able to test its true strength in battle. Han Li gently stroked the various characters written on the talisman's surface and sank deep into thought, his expressions changing with his thoughts. As Hanli sat pondering in the room, there were several mysterious figures discussing something in a room underground, several tens of kilometers away in the Milan encampment. There were 5 men and 2 women. Among them, there was 1 man and 1 woman who concealed themselves with black robes. 2 of the unconcealed spell warriors were recognizable to Hanli, the woman surnamed Lu, the wielder of the ancient lantern who he had fought at the Yellow Dragon Mountains, and the middle-aged scholarly man who pursued him for several days without end, the divine sage. As for the other 3, one was a shriveled old man with dark skin, a short man that wasn't even 4 meters tall, and a large embroidered-robed man with a majestic appearance. Sage Lu, how are the spirit oil preparations? You should know that the holy bird can only appear in this world as long as the sacred lantern burns. There can't be any mistakes. Despite the wrinkles on the old man's face, his eyes were bright and clear. The green-robed woman surnamed Lu respectfully replied, "Divine Sage Shu, please don't worry. My clan is treating this battle as a matter of life or death. We've brought out all the spirit oil that my clan has produced for over 1,000 years. It should be enough to employ the holy bird for the battle." The old man then turned his questions to the middle-aged scholarly man. "Brother Zhong, were there any problems with organizing the grand spirit technique formations? As our magic tools are inferior in number to the cultivators of the heavenly south, we must rely on the spirit technique formations to suppress them." The scholarly man calmly replied, "There is no problem. The hundreds of years I've spent researching spell technique formations weren't in vain. I've already organized several new grand formations for the assault. If the heavenly south cultivators are expecting the spirit technique formations of the past, they will certainly suffer. This will do. Brother Bai, once the melee starts, have the high-grade spell warriors summon the void spirit beasts to charge. Have them absorb the cultivators' attacks and waste as much of their magic power as possible." The old man gave a quick word to the short man before turning towards the black-robed man and politely saying, "Sect Master Fong, we will need your huge beasts' cooperation. Before the battle starts, I will give these huge beasts to you. However, I hope you will not back out of what we agreed on." The black-robed man's final words were laced with a deeper meaning. The shriveled old man's expression stirred and he callously said, "Back out? Brother Fong must be joking. How could we be so foolish as to offend your esteemed sect before the battle with the cultivators? In any case, your Sifting Yin sect is one of the 10 great devilish sects of the Jin Empire. When our Milan tribes seize the heavenly south, we will pay back the debt as greatly as we can, as it isn't such a big matter to allow you to manage a few mortal countries. As for the mortals of the Yen clan, we don't care about their lives in the slightest." The black-robed man nodded and emotionlessly said, "That is good. Were it not for those righteous Dao fellows destroying our sect-protecting treasure, we wouldn't need a large number of living souls to restore it. As such, we wouldn't have felt the need to participate in your war with the heavenly south cultivators. Collecting a vast quantity of living souls in the Jin Empire will certainly attract trouble from the righteous Dao. Although we have no fear of them, it would delay the treasure's restoration." The black-robed woman added on, "Additionally, all the cultivators' souls who die in this battle will belong to my sect. Surely Divine Sage Shu won't have any objections to this." She spoke with a hoarse and raspy voice much in contrast to her petite figure, much to the shock of those who heard her. When the old man heard him, his expression slightly stirred. "Of course, we have little concerns with what will happen to the souls of cultivators, but will you be able to identify them differently from our spell warriors? While we have turned a blind eye to your unrestrained collection of souls lost in previous battles, we wish for this one to turn out differently. We'll compensate you in other ways instead." "This is impossible. The souls of cultivators and spell warriors don't have any differences between them. Even if there was a method, there will be tens of thousands of lives lost tomorrow, yet you want us to differentiate each one. Do you 3 divine sages plan on breaking our agreement?" The black-robed man narrowed his eyes and his eyes instantly glowed with green light. A sinister and cold chi rose from his body. When the scholarly man surnamed Zhong and the short man surnamed Bach saw this, they were inwardly furious. Although they didn't take any action, their bodies faintly shined with silver and red light respectively as they stared at the black-robed man. As for the large embroidered-robed man and the woman surnamed Lu, they both stared daggers at the black-robed man as they wore displeased expressions on their faces. They have long been resentful of the fact that having the soul of spell warriors being collected. It was perhaps inevitable that there would be a falling out with these devil Dao cultivators from the Jin Empire. The old man sighed and his face grew solemn. Cease. What are you doing? Sect Master Fang is a guest that I had personally invited. Could it be that you do not hold me in any regard? The black-robed woman to the side sent a voice transmission to the black-robed man. When he heard this, the green light in his eyes withdrew and his strange aura faded away. The others sighed upon seeing this and released the spiritual power in their bodies. They clearly understood that while these devilish cultivators were displeasing to the eye, they were a necessity, not to mention that it wasn't a good time for any internal strife. With some further deliberation, he gritted his teeth and said, "How about this? You can gather together the souls, but you must do so stealthily after the battle. You cannot allow this to be seen, no matter what. Otherwise, we can't guarantee what will happen afterwards." The black-robed man's eyes flickered and he nodded. "All right, so be it. Our sect agrees." The Milan spell warriors were still displeased by this arrangement, but they had no choice. At that moment, the large embroidered-robed man asked, "Are your sect's battle preparations truly feasible? Are you not overreaching yourselves? The Heavenly South also have their own devilish cultivators. Won't they see through you?" The black-robed man sneered with disdain. Devilish cultivators. Can they be considered as such? They merely cultivate some superficial techniques. Even if they hold confidence in their devilish techniques, they are merely the same on the surface. How would they know of the viciousness of true devil Dao techniques from antiquity? The short man surnamed Bach smirked and said, "Is that so? But an elder of your esteemed sect was killed in an instant by a Heavenly South cultivator of the same grade. Are you not underestimating them?" The black-robed man's eyes coldly glinted and he said nothing further apart from a snort. But at that moment, the black-robed woman took the opportunity to say, "I was just thinking of this matter. This cultivator with golden lightning is somewhat useful to our sifting Yin sect. I hope that you three divine sages would be able to hand him over to us. How about it?" The shriveled old man wore a puzzled expression. "Hand him over to you? What? Are you three unwilling to agree to a minor request?" As if dissatisfied, the woman's voice only grew more hoarse. The shriveled old man stared at the black-robed woman with an odd smile on his face. If it was only an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator, it would be no problem to hand him over to you. But if involves the magic treasure with the golden lightning bamboo, it is a different story. The black-robed woman's mood grew sullen. Fellow Daoist Zhu has already guessed it. The old man replied, "Although our Milan plains have been somewhat destitute, I do know a bit about the three divine woods in the cultivation world. While there aren't many people that know of the divine devil bane lightning, they do not include us." Seeing through his intentions, the black-robed man icily said, "Since you know of the divine devil bane lightning, you must know that our devilish sects cannot allow this treasure to fall into the hands of others. Speak your conditions." The old man's wrinkly face trembled to form a mysterious smile. "It is quite simple. I heard that in addition to these huge beasts, your sect also refined many copper-armored corpses. I hope that in the crux of the battle tomorrow Brother Fang will command them to offer us some help. After all, we don't know how the cultivators will respond despite all our preparations. We will naturally wish to be more careful. After some deliberation, the black-robed man replied, I didn't expect for fellow Daoist Zhu to know so much about our sect's secret techniques. The copper-armored corpses may be easily refined, but it will be troublesome for our sect if we lost too many at once. With these conditions, we will need you to bring back this cultivator alive. Chapter 766, Hidden Plans. When the shriveled old man heard the sect leader, he gloomily said, Capture him alive? Is Brother Fan joking? You should know that fellow Daoist Zhong has already fought him once. Not only is he capable of lightning movement, but also a blood movement technique that hasn't been seen before. We are incapable of blocking him. With such vast abilities, even we are unable to restrain him. Fellow Daoists, do you believe this is possible? If the request is to kill this person and seize his golden lightning bamboo magic treasure, it will be much more possible. Since it is so difficult to capture him, then it is acceptable to kill him. To the old man's surprise, the black-robed man had quickly amended his condition. The shriveled old man exchanged a glance with the other spell warriors and had a quick exchange with them through voice transmission before agreeing to the matter. Afterwards, they began to discuss the specific details of the incoming battle. Master Sunreach, Wei Wuya, and a few others were having a discussion about the war in a large hall. In addition to the three great cultivators and Long Han, there were also a beautiful red-clothed woman and a bald eagle-eyed old man. The old man's eyes were narrowed, and he wore a glistening jade ring that was engraved with faint talisman characters. It appeared quite rare. Fellow Daoist Heavenvenge, this war will depend on all of us. We will draw the main forces of the spell warrior army here. In the meantime, you and your men will steal into Soaring Heaven City and take everything from the city's resource depot. Even if the Milan were able to make some use of it before the battle, if we draw this battle out, they will collapse without support from spirit stones or any other of their materials. Master Sunreach smiled at the old man before him, the renowned eccentric Heavenvenge, as if nothing unpleasant had occurred between the two of them in the past. So long as you are able to drag the Milan divine sages to the border, it will naturally be no problem to infiltrate Soaring Heaven City. And with the transportation formation that fellow Daoist Wei has given me, directly entering the city will prove even easier. However, my sole worry is why the Milan would leave their resource behind in the city. Is this not a trap that was set behind for us? The eagle-eyed old man spoke with a voice reminiscent of clacking stones. It was rather uncomfortable to hear. Devil Concord calmly said, Fellow Daoist Heavenvenge, please relax. According to our spies amongst the Milan, although the Milan tribes have occupied the states of Feng Yuan and Yi, they have no other supply of resources. Before we evacuated from those countries, we destroyed all the spirit stone mines and other material sources. In spite of the great efforts of the Milan mortals to repair them, they weren't able to accomplish much in such a short amount of time. As of current, they are consuming a joint reserve of spirit stones that were pooled together from each of their tribes. These spirit stones are all distributed from a secret storehouse that is guarded by a formidable grand restriction. Additionally, there are several sages guarding it for safe measure. With these measures in place, there will be enough time to transport those materials out of the storehouse before it is breached by a potential attack. It is reasonable to say that these resources are as safe as can be. Wei Wuya coldly smiled and said, however, they hadn't expected that after the many years we spent at war, we were able to place spies in their ranks as they did with ours. One of the sages guarding the safe house is precisely one of our own. When the time comes, he will deactivate the Grand Formation. Fellow Daoist Heavenvenge, so long as you and your people act with discretion, we will catch them entirely unprepared. You fellow Daoists seem so certain, but I can't help but ask what I will receive afterwards. Long Han answered with a smile, once this war is done, our four superpowers will agree to give a section of land in the state of Su over to you. You may establish your own sect there and we will not interfere in the slightest. From then on, you will be known as a sect founder. Good. Since you seem so confident, my good friends and I will make an attempt. Since it is already late, I will return first to make preparations. We'll then set off the next day and infiltrate the state of Su. Eccentric Heavenvenge appeared satisfied with these conditions, but he had little intention of speaking further with them. He took his leave and soon disappeared from sight. Devil Concord frowned and slowly said that Eccentric has good odds of succeeding. He will be bringing those vagrant eccentrics with him as well, each of them possessing profound abilities. If the Mulan aren't expecting it, there shouldn't be much reason for them to fail. Long Han's expression stirred and said, fellow Daoist Eve speaks truly. So long as we tie down the Mulan divine sages, fellow Daoist Heavenvenge will most likely succeed. However, I didn't expect that this old eccentric would want to found a sect at his age, not to mention gathering together so many vagrant cultivators to form their own faction. It comes as quite a surprise. Master Sunreach leisurely said, would say otherwise. Eccentric Heavenvenge has entered mid-nascent soul stage for at least 300 years. After being unable to break through to late nascent soul stage during this time, I reckon that he has admitted failure. In this case, it is no surprise that he has become committed to something else. Being able to become the founder of a sect will gain much glory for him. However, he has made many enemies out of various large sects and is taking this opportunity to discuss terms with us. His arrival has come as unexpected reinforcements. Enough. Although we have Eccentric Heavenvenge handling some subterfuge, we cannot be careless at the start of this battle. We must prevail. If we are defeated, we will not be able to stop them, regardless of whatever resources they may possess. Master Sunreach paused before continuing, Brother Wei, will your 9 Nations Union have any problems blocking their Grand Spirit Technique formations? This should be the Spell Warrior's most common tactic for a melee. Wei Wuya calmly said, in the many years we've fought them, we've gained an understanding towards spirit technique formations no less than that of their own masters. Were it not for the problem of techniques, our 9 Nations Union would have been able to employ spirit technique formations of our own. There is no need for fellow Daoist Sunreach to worry over the issue. Master Sunreach was satisfied by his answer and then he looked at the large black-robed man. When Devil Concord saw this, he began speaking, our 6 Devil Dao sects have already made preparations. Not only do we have the Controlling Spirit sect's 3 sect protecting beasts, our Harmonious Bond sect has also made preparations to release the dual yin-yang devils from their restrictions. The Ghost Spirit sect's Myriad Souls formation is also ready for us. As for the other sects, they each have made various preparations of their own as well. Fellow Daoist Sunreach, have your Righteous Dao Alliance prepared killing maneuvers as well? Our Righteous Dao Alliance had already started. Each sect has opened the halls of their founding ancestors, acquiring many ancient treasures of great power. They definitely won't leave fellow Daoist disappointed. Master Sunreach spoke curtly, but Devil Concord nodded with a less tense expression as if already knowing of the existence of these ancient treasures. Long Han revealed a trace of regret. Our Heavenly Dao Union is rather lax in this regard. Our various sects have begun preparation, but there isn't much that I specifically know about. As for our Phoenix Cry sect, they have taken several ancient jade talismans out of storage. Their might will be quite eye-opening for the Mulan. But given all the time that has passed, their power has waned. After the battle, they will be completely exhausted. Ancient jade talismans. I didn't think that the Phoenix Cry sect possessed such treasures. I believe the other Heavenly Dao Alliance sects won't be disappointing us either. With that address, our sole worries are the black-robed men and the wagered battle. Master Sunreach pondered for a moment before hesitantly asking, Brother E, those black-robed men used Devil Dao techniques. Are you able to recognize what they were? Devil Concord unhappily snorted. Their techniques may be Devil Dao, but this is the first time I've heard techniques of this type. I cannot make an accurate judgment. But there is no doubt that their Devil Dao techniques are far more pure and ingenious than the 6 Devil Dao sects of the Heavenly South. Additionally, they appear to resemble the Ghost Spirit sect's techniques. The Ghost Spirit sect. Master Sunreach pondered for a moment before continuing with a solemn expression. We don't know how many those black-robed men there are, but during the siege of Soaring Heaven City, 8 of them appeared, all at nascent soul stage. There are clearly cultivators of the same sect. As for where this devilish sect has come from, could it be the Grand Empire of Jin? When the others heard Master Sunreach, they didn't appear surprised. It seemed they had assumed the same. At that moment, the red-clothed woman finally spoke, her voice cold and clear. Humph. So what if they're Jin Empire cultivators? From how secretive they've been acting, as if afraid of being seen, it is certain that they are only a single devilish sect, or perhaps only a single branch of one. What is there to be afraid of? We merely have to treat them as spell warriors and feign ignorance otherwise. Master Sunreach agreed. Lady Feng's words are reasonable. Even if a branch of the Jin Empire's Devil Dao is fully supporting the Milan, we won't be handing over the Heavenly South to them either, despite how powerful they may be. That is right. But we must take into account that not only will the Jin Empire Devil cultivators have superior magic treasures, but that they will meddle in the wagered battles tomorrow through some hidden scheme. It will be troublesome. The Jin Empire possesses countless secret techniques, many of which are impossible to defend against. It doesn't matter. I've already considered this. Master Sunreach explained, if it were that restriction-breaking bead, it definitely wouldn't have an effect on a high-grade restriction. Brother Long may not know this, but the restriction-breaking beads that have spread are only half-finished goods. True restriction-breaking beads not only require many precious materials, but they are also difficult to refine. As a result, they possess great efficacy at breaking high-grade restrictions. Of course, since my sect hadn't used them often, we hadn't refined many of them. But for those fellow Taoists that will be fighting in the wagered battles, my sect has managed to gather together 10 restriction-breaking beads. So long as they have this on hand, they will be able to break the barrier and escape, given that they aren't immediately dealt with. As such, there is no need to worry about the future. Devil Concord glanced at Master Sunreach and added on, I did wonder why Master Sunreach was so calm about the wagered battles tomorrow. So it turned out he had a trick up his sleeve. With these restriction-breaking beads, we will have no need to fear the enemy's tricks. But to be safe, our Devil Dao's Heaven Fiend sect has refined a medicine pill for the occasion, the Death Return Pill. The pill will stimulate one's true essence, having most of their magic power to instantly replenish and increasing their cultivation slightly as well. However, once the effects ended, their vitality will be diminished. I will be able to give these fellow Taoists a pill each. If they reach a critical moment of danger, they will be able to take the pill and use it to great effect. That is great. With these 2 fallbacks, I feel much more relieved about the wagered battles. Long Han smiled and then he changed the subject. These people cultivate Devil Dao techniques. Why not have some fellow Taoists from the righteous Dao deal with them? After all, the Great Truths sect, as well as several other sects, have many techniques that specialize in restraining devilish arts. They should be quite suitable in dealing with these black-robed men. Long Han glanced at Master Sunreach and waited for his reply. Master Sunreach openly replied, of course. These Devil Dao cultivators will be handled by our Righteous Dao Alliance. However, you all will be putting most of the effort into handling the Milan sages. This is only natural. The spell warriors will be dealt with the other 3 superpowers. Specifically by. The others had been quite happy to see that Master Sunreach has agreed to deal with the devil cultivators of the Jin Empire. They began discussing the matter thoroughly until sunset before feeling at ease. With negotiations coming to an end, each party began to make their own preparations. At early dawn the next day, the patrolling cultivators caught sight with shining light and heard earth-shaking trembles from the Milan war camp. Squads among squads of spell warriors calmly flew out from the war camp on their magic tools that they flew towards the center of the sky. At that moment, the patrolling cultivators hastily sent back word through voice transmission talismans. A short moment later, the heavenly south war camp began to sound with drawn-out bell rings, sending countless streaks of light to fill the sky from the opposite direction. For a time, various colored light filled the skies as clear rings and long whistles continuously sounded out. And with the overbearing advance of the spell warrior army from the other side, it appeared as if two huge waves were about to clash against each other in the sky. But when they reached about 5 kilometers apart, when they were able to catch sight of one another, both sides came to a sudden stop and began to observe one another from the distance. Neither army retreated, resolved to fight until the other was wiped out. On one side were natives who lived on this land their entire lives. Their morale was soaring, unwilling to allow the enemies to invade their homelands. However, neither side moved despite the pervasive killing intent filling the air. At that moment, Hanley was above a division of over 1,000 cultivators. He was watching the spell warrior army from the distance. There were bright lights reaching out as far as the eye could see. Each light was a concentration of several hundreds of spell warriors, a continuous glow spanning over 5 kilometers. It was clear that both sides have brought out their main forces. Although one couldn't precisely count their numbers, there were at least 70,000 cultivators present. Additionally, rarely seen high-grade cultivators were now a common sight. Although their numbers were vast, the differences between each army were clear to see. While the Milan spell warriors were all differently dressed, their low-grade cultivators all possessed simple magic tools. They either used bowls and fist-sized beads, or even various colored flags. Blade-type magic tools were extremely sparse in number. As for the Heavenly South cultivators, their low-grade cultivators possessed a myriad of magic tools, with blade magic tools being in a majority. However, these magic tools were each sparkling with light, possessing astonishing spiritual chi. It was obvious their magic tools were superior to those of the Milan. Although the Heavenly South cultivators were better equipped, the spell warriors were better disciplined. As they flew in the air, they continued to maintain a mysterious formation. They were all silent as they watched their enemies with hostility. The cultivators, on the other hand, could barely maintain formation and were in complete disarray. It was clear they didn't have enough training. Not only were they whispering incessantly to one another, but they would occasionally separate from their ranks to do other things. The high-grade cultivators in charge had no choice to rebuke their troops, much to the commander's frustrations. When Hanley saw this, he frowned. This came as no surprise. In only a few months' time, how was it possible to properly train so many unruly cultivators? In comparison, the Milan tribes were often at war with the soaring tribes. As a result, it was a common occurrence for them to be arranged in army formations. They were constantly trained. This matter was obvious to the higher echelon of cultivators, but there was little they could do. Fortunately for them, this wasn't as crucial a factor for victory, unlike in mortal armies. As such, they turned a blind eye to these problems. As Hanley thought about this, he examined the Milan army. What was most eye-catching about them weren't the spell warriors, but the dozen of enormous huge beasts that laid amongst their ranks. They appeared almost like small mountains amongst them. Many Nine Nations Union cultivators had personally witnessed the ferocity of these huge beasts, and looked at them with a trace of fear as a result. Hanley raised his head upwards to see clear skies completely clear of black clouds. He then looked down at the chaotically organized cultivators and shook his head with a sigh. He soon flipped his head and glanced at the two items in his palm, a thumb-sized black bead and an almond-sized medicine pill with a pungent and colorful scent. These 2 items were sent to him by Master Sunreach on the day before. Hanli was given an explanation of them, and it was said that every cultivator participating in the wagered battles were given them. He accepted them with surprise. It seemed in order to win this war, the 3 great cultivators were sparing no expense, taking out the treasures that they were keeping hidden. However, the 3 great cultivators weren't the only ones taking out their reserves. Hanli couldn't help but glance at an adjacent division of cultivators below. They numbered about 1,000 and had 16 cultivators that wore red and green clothes. They were carrying 2 huge coffins together, one black and one white, side by side. Several tens of various colored talismans were covering it. Hanli easily recognized these cultivators. They were disciples of the Harmonious Bond sect, the top Devil Dao sect. This had aroused much of Hanli's interest in these coffins. It was only a pity that the formidable restrictions on the coffin blocked his spiritual sense to looking deeper inside. Apart from the 2 coffins, there were also a few other eye-catching objects amongst the rank of cultivators. There was a righteous Dao sect that was carrying a 20-meter-tall copper platform with a huge 3-meter-wide gong on top. The surface of the gong shined with sparkling golden light and would occasionally reveal white talisman characters floating above it. There was a large bare-chested man that was sitting cross-legged at its side with his eyes closed. Amongst a division of cultivators farther away, there were many black sculptures that were nearly 10 meters tall and were being pulled by a few flying carriages. They appeared to be modeled vicious beasts from antiquity and were carved with vivid, lifelike details. It was unknown what they were used for. Every division of cultivators seemed to have a strange item within it. When Hanli saw this, he felt more at ease. The various sects knew that this battle was extremely important and they brought out their own sect-protecting treasures. As a result, the odds of victory were far greater. And in addition to these treasures, there were also countless other formidable items hidden inside storage pouches. As for the spell warrior armies, they didn't have anything obvious to see apart from the huge beasts. However, Hanli still felt uneasy. The spell warriors were certain to have hidden schemes, certain to be deadly as they lay hidden. It was truly difficult to say who would win the battle. At that moment, an unending stream of cultivators and spell warrior armies had finally all gathered together. Then apart from a select few, both armies dropped to the ground, and silence filled the air. An uproar was raised amongst the spell warrior armies as 3 people flew out from its ranks, the 3 divine sages, a shriveled old man, a very short man, and a scholarly man. 3 streaks of light also emerged from the cultivator's side, revealing Master Sunreach, Wei Wuya, and Devil Concord. They were each stopped tens of kilometers apart. The scholarly man surnamed Zhong glanced at the cultivators and coldly said, "There is still time for you to come to an agreement. So long as the Heavenly South hands over half of their land over to our Mulan tribes, we will cease hostilities and become friends. Otherwise, your Heavenly South cultivation world will be certain to suffer a great loss of strength, regardless of the outcome." Wei Wuya raised his chin and said, "What a joke. We may suffer a great loss in strength, but if you lose this war, you will face extermination. I should be cautioning you spell warriors instead." Chapter 768, Battle at the Border, 2. The shriveled old man spoke bluntly, "It seems there is no point in speaking any further. There is no room for discussion. Now, there can only be a battle of life and death. But before that, let us conduct the wagered battles. Let us send out our people and set up the restrictions. Regardless of the outcome of these wagered battles, we will immediately start the war once they are concluded." At this stage, he realized that having the 3 great cultivators admitting defeat was merely wishful thinking. Devil Concord stared at the old man and coldly smiled. "Of course we will agree to the wagered battles. However, where are the captives you've promised?" "I don't see anyone." "Hee hee. Once the old man heard this, he blankly stared and threw before sending a voice transmission to someone behind him. Suddenly, a spell warrior division began to shuffle, revealing over 1,000 unarmed cultivators among their ranks. The cultivators were then placed in front of the army, each wearing a variety of expressions. There were even those that were flushed with anger and were glaring at the spell warriors. This had aroused an uproar in some of the cultivator ranks. Some cultivators recognized a few fellow sect members amongst the captives. When Master Sunreach and the others saw this, they exchanged a glance and nodded. The short man of the Milan divine sages grew impatient. What now? You've seen them, so you should feel at ease. Quickly start the wagered battles. Wei Wuya suddenly asked, why is your esteemed self so anxious? Could it be that you're planning something with these wagered battles? The short man's face stirred and he menacingly said, if you don't dare to fight the wagered battle, we will string these cultivators up on banners and then start the battle. Would you like that? A cold glint flickered from Wei Wuya's eyes. He sternly asked, you're threatening us. At that moment, the shriveled old man sinisterly said, it isn't a threat at all. If you aren't willing to conduct the wagered battles, we no longer have use for these captives, apart from hanging them and stirring up morale. When Master Sunreach heard this, he frowned and said, but if we agree to the wagered battle, you will have to release the captives first. The short man bluntly rebuked, release them. You believe that we would do something so foolish. But we are also distrustful of you. What can we do if you don't keep your promise? Wei Wuya calmly asked. Even with this, Before the short man could finish, an ominous glint flickered from the shriveled old man's eyes, and he interrupted him, enough with these useless words. We will first release half of the captives before the wagered battle takes place. We will hand over the remaining captives once they are over. You must have no objections about this, right? If that won't do, then we will simply start the battle. Master Sunreach spoke to the other two at his side through voice transmission and said with a decisive tone, fine, that will do. Release half of the men and we will begin to set up the restrictions on our end. These conditions were the most that the enemy could concede. If the negotiations truly collapsed, he would have no way of rescuing those remaining cultivators. With the matter decided, the six returned to their respective war camps and made their arrangements. Han Li already left his original hiding spot from inside a division of cultivators. He hadn't wished to be noticed by the enemy high-grade cultivators before the battle started. As for conversation between the late nascent soul cultivators, Han Li was able to eavesdrop on them with his powerful spiritual sense. With a faint smile on his face, he saw the spell warriors release half of the restrictions on the captive cultivators. They all flew back towards the heavenly south cultivators with delight. Of course, Master Sunreach was already prepared for this. Before the cultivators flew back to the heavenly south armies, a party of several hundred cultivators flew to meet them halfway. After inspecting the cultivators that were released and confirming that there were no spies among them nor any tricks placed on their bodies, they were released to join the cultivator ranks. The short man surnamed Bai watched this from a distance and resentfully snorted. Those heavenly south fellows are quite careful. Fortunately, we hadn't used those heart drain pills on those cultivators beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with. The scholarly man surnamed Zhong said, without a doubt. The three great cultivators of the heavenly south aren't easily dealt with. These small tricks won't work. To kill a serpent, we must strike at its heart. If we try to be clever dealing with these cultivators, we will only end up overreaching ourselves. When the old man heard this, he didn't reveal the slightest chance in expression. He merely curled his sparsely haired beard and watched the vast army of cultivators across from him. When Han Li watched from a distance, a group of cultivators and spell warriors flew out from their respective factions towards the center point between each army. They divided into groups of 10 and began to lay out spell formations. These men were all spell warriors and cultivators that were spell formation masters. Although they needed to place some powerful restrictions, there weren't any tricks that could be placed. As these people possessed vast obtainments in the Tao of spell formations, nothing could be hidden from one another. Ordinarily, placing down restrictions of this rank would consume a large amount of time. But with so many spell formation masters simultaneously working together, making liberal use of precious materials and prepared formation flags and plates, it took only a quarter hour of time to complete 10 small spell formations that shined with white light. As soon as the formations were activated, they created 10 barriers of white light that each spanned over 250 meters. After these spell formation masters re-examined the restrictions, they saw no problems and each departed. They were then exchanged for 10 core formation stage spell warrior and cultivators. They flew over to the barriers, each one guarded by both a single cultivator and spell warrior to prevent any tampering. One of the Heavenly South cultivators happened to be Cultivator Song from the Drifting Clouds sect. She appeared to be assigned to watch over the second spell formation barrier. Hanli didn't appear surprised by her appearance in the least. Since Hanli was going to participate in the wagered battles, it was only suitable that a disciple from his own sect was to guard him. If he were being guarded by the disciple of a hostile sect, they may hesitate to act or even choose to remain still as danger approached. As a result, Hanli took the initiative to raise this matter with Cultivator Song. She was most familiar Drifting Clouds sect cultivator to him. With the spell formations finished, it was time for the fighters to appear. At that moment, 10 black-robed cultivators flew out from the Mulan warriors, each of them brimming with a pervasive devilish aura. Devil cultivators. Hanli's pupils shrank back and he shot into the air towards the spell formations at the center along with 9 other nascent soul eccentrics, Daoist Shattered Soul, Devil Cloudpart, and the woman surnamed Bai were amongst them, but there were 3 among them that he didn't recognize. When they arrived in front of the spell formations, they came to a stop. When Hanli arrived above the spell formations, he nodded to Cultivator Song down below and calmly faced the black-robed man across from him. How strange. Why is the devilish chi from their bodies so frantic? Could it be that they've taken an overbearing pill like the death return pill? Hanli retained an indifferent appearance as he pondered. The black-robed man appeared ordinary, but his eyes flickered with cold green light as he stared at Hanli. Although Hanli couldn't make out his face, it was undoubtedly a cultivator at the peak of early nascent soul stage, just a step away from entering mid-nascent soul stage. Hanli then turned his attention to the other black-robed devil cultivators. They appeared to be nearly the same as his own opponent and had very few differences between them. Hanli's heart stirred with vigilance. There was definitely something wrong with the wagered battle. There wasn't a single mid-nascent soul cultivator among their opponents. But this would prove no matter to him. So long as his opponent used Devil Dao techniques, he will be able to use the divine Devil Bane lightning to instantly exterminate them. None of their tricks would be of any use against him. In the blink of an eye, Hanli resolved himself, and killing intent surged through his heart. At that moment, the black-robed cultivator took out a storage pouch from his waist and emotionlessly glanced at Hanli. Hanli smiled and took out a storage pouch filled with materials, the wager for the match. The materials in the storage pouch were something that the 4 powers of the Heavenly South had gathered together. They were extremely valuable and caused even Hanli to feel covetous. With a wave of his arm, the black-robed man tossed the storage pouch over to him. Hanli narrowed his eyes and did the same, exchanging their storage pouches. The black-robed man's storage pouch didn't possess a large variety of materials, but its value was easily greater than his own. From what he learned from ancient records, none of the materials appeared amiss. Hanli nodded and simply placed the storage pouch at his waist. The black-robed man mirrored him. When Cultivator Song and the Spell Warrior saw this, they both began to mutter an incantation and form hand seals. Various spell seals struck the formation and began to activate it. Hanli and the black-robed cultivator both acted quickly and their bodies blurred, simultaneously appearing in front of the spell formation below. This caused the both of them to glance at each other with slight surprise. At that moment, a milky white barrier appeared around them and isolated them from the outside. The other cultivators and the black-robed men had also entered in the light barriers. For a time, there was complete silence amongst both armies. They held their breaths with anxiousness as they stared at the 20 vague silhouettes through the barrier of light. Having entered the barrier, Hanli didn't pay further attention to any of the others. He simply watched the black-robed cultivator across from him and remained still. However, blue light began to swirl around him, and flying swords began to tremble as if they were about to launch themselves. Of course, the most vicious weapon he had against devil cultivators was the fist-sized mass of golden light that was condensed in his dantian. Hanli saluted his opponent with a chuckle before launching an earth-shattering strike. In a burst of golden light, the crimson mist scattered, but it soon restored itself to its original form, as if it hadn't suffered any damage in the first place. In his shock, he ceased his plan of releasing his bamboo cloud's warm swords and wore a grave expression. At that same moment, the other 9 wagered battles had experienced the same scene. With self-detonation, the barriers turned crimson with blood. The 10 heavenly south cultivators in the wagered battles were all trapped by the light barriers, seized by a technique they couldn't defend against. The 10 heavenly south core formation cultivators that were controlling the spell formation from the outside knew things were far from good. They vigilantly glanced at the spell warriors across from them as they hurriedly formed the hand incantations to halt the spell formation. To their surprise, the spell warriors immediately flew back to their armies without a word once they saw the barriers turn crimson. The 10 core formation cultivators weren't relieved in the slightest. Rather, they all knew that matters were grim. It seemed the change in the light barrier was certainly the Milan's doing. They managed to dissolve the spell formation barrier as they expected, but strangely enough, a crimson mist had appeared in its place. The mist began to spin and condensed into a thick crimson layer, forming a complete barrier around it. It appeared as if were made of the blood of several hundred people. When Master Sunreach and the others saw the blood barrier appear and that the 10 cultivators down below were unable to stop it, they managed to keep calm as they suddenly flew down in streaks of dazzling light. Once Master Sunreach arrived down below, he examined the barrier with astonishment and gloomily said, "Go back. This isn't something that you're capable of dealing with." When the cultivators heard this, they were greatly relieved and hastily withdrew. Before Cultivator Song left, she glanced at Hanli's blood barrier with a trace of worry. On the other side, the shriveled old man and the other spell warriors grew excited upon seeing the heavenly south nascent soul cultivators trapped. They also appeared calm as they watched the 3 late nascent soul cultivators fly down to the spell formations as if they weren't afraid of the barrier being broken. The shriveled old man turned around and smiled at the black-robed man standing behind him. "Sect Master Fong, it is a success. I hope this blood-catching barrier is as formidable as you say and is capable of trapping these 10 cultivators for half a day. With 10 fewer nascent soul cultivators, their strength will be greatly decreased. We'll be able to strike a decisive blow against the heavenly south during this time." The black-robed man glanced at the shriveled old man and coldly smiled. "Don't worry. This blood-catching barrier is one of my sect's 6 grand techniques. Not only was each blood corpse nurtured for 100 years, but we particularly had the blood corpses consume a devil spirit pill. I also personally controlled the blood corpses with a thread of my spiritual sense in order to conceal their true identity. With such care taken, I was completely confident of its success. Even if those late nascent soul cultivators wished to eliminate the barrier, they wouldn't be able to accomplish it in a short amount of time without consuming a large amount of magic power. Will you be giving them the opportunity to do so?" As if proving the black-robed man's words, Master Sunreach had arrived before the blood barrier and swiped at it with a blinding cut of sword chi. With a series of fierce echoes, the blood barrier merely shook for a second before turning to normal. Master Sunreach wore a gloomy expression upon seeing this. When Wei Wuya and Devil Concord saw this, they didn't bother to attack the barrier. With their experience, they were able to immediately see just how powerful the blood barrier was. This blood barrier was extremely durable and there were other peculiarities about it. But from that single strike, the three were able to tell that this barrier solely meant to trap and isolate rather than to harm enemies. The three glanced at each other and wryly smiled. They originally believed that the wagered battles were an opportunity to heavily injure the strength of the Milan. They hadn't expected that the enemy planned to trap 10 of their most powerful from the very beginning. This miscalculation had caught the three eccentrics off guard, causing most of their preparations to be in vain. Wei Wuya sighed and slowly asked, "Brother Yi, what kind of Devil Dao technique is this? Does your 6 Devil Dao sects have techniques of this nature?" Those people self-detonated to employ them. It's unfathomable. Devil Concord replied with a frown, "We have no such techniques. This is the first time I've seen such a strange secret technique. It seems the cultivators of the Jin Empire cannot be underestimated." In their annoyance, they didn't have the mind to question their enemies. Drumbeats were already pounding from the spell warrior armies and divisions of spell warriors began to take to the air. As for the spell warriors that remained on the ground, they began to chant a series of incantations and assumed a position to attack. The three great cultivators were unshaken by the sight of this. The formations of their own army began to move in response, varied color lights began to shine from it. Master Sunreach thoughtfully said, "We've suffered quite the loss, but it is fortunate that they are only temporarily trapped rather than dead. So long as they can stall, they will have the opportunity to emerge. We originally had more high-grade cultivators to start with. Even if we have 10 fewer, we won't be that much weaker." Devil Concord and Wei Wuya knew that these were only self-comforting words. With matters having come to this point, there was nothing they could do despite the fury in their hearts. We aren't needed to direct the battle as it unfolds. We only need to deal with the 3 Milan divine sages. An ominous glint flickered from Devil Concord's eyes as he spoke. He then paid no further notice to the two at his side and raised his head to shout at the spell warrior army, "I've long heard of the 3 Milan divine sages possessing unfathomably profound spirit techniques. Might I ask to experience them and invite you to battle?" With the use of a secret technique, Devil Concord's yell caused the air within several kilometers to tremble and leave echoes in its wake. For a time, the incantation being uttered from both armies were interrupted. Even a few of the spell warriors in the air swayed, those with weaker cultivation had also momentarily fallen from the sky. However, the demon beasts were completely fearless in the face of the vast cultivator army and continued their overbearing charge. The cultivator's layer of rainbow light was clearly specialized in blocking spirit techniques. Under such heavy attacks, the light barrier wasn't shaken in the slightest. Long Han rejoiced at the sight. The 1,000 of cultivators that had activated the formation were elite disciples from the 9 Nations Union. From how skillfully they placed down their spell formation, it appears that Wei Wuya's description of them wasn't exaggerated. Seeing that the attack had no effect, the shriveled old man's expression grew unsightly, but he immediately ordered another wave of attacks regardless. The next series of incantations from the spell warrior army didn't form simple fireballs and icicles. Rather, fire crows and translucent ice pythons began to take form in the sky. Of course, due to its increased complexity, the attack took longer to channel. At that moment, a series of disturbances occurred in the cultivator army, and a division of green-robed cultivators flew out from barrier. They raised Spirit Beast Pouch from their waist and released several tens of different demon beasts in a burst of rainbow light. The three in the lead appeared particularly uncommon. There was a rarely seen dragon horse, with a horn on its head and scales that twinkled with white light on its body, a two-headed demon lion, with a fishy scent and green fur, and the most fearsome of them all, a 15-meter-long venomous scorpion, with a crimson shell and a pitch-black stinger. These demon beasts were the most vicious and meticulously nurtured spirit beasts of the controlling spirit sect. Immediately after they were released, they led an overbearing charge against the huge beasts and transformed spirit beasts. For a time, the beasts fought together in a chaotic battle. Although only the three main spirit beasts could stand against one of the huge beasts alone, they had numbers on their side. They were well trained. Together, they were able to block the huge beast's advance and even gain the upper hand in battle. At the same time that the demon beasts were released, several thousands cultivators took to the skies. As they flew, these 5 cultivators' divisions each wielded their various magic tools and rained down attacks upon the spell warrior army. The current wave of spirit techniques that the spell warriors were casting were far more vicious than the others. As such, the cultivators wouldn't calmly wait for the spell warriors to finish, and they continuously sent waves of magic tool attacks and raging waves, wearing down the Milan defensive spell formation. The shriveled old man's expression sank and he coldly snorted before giving the order for a large number of spell warriors to fly to the skies and engage the cultivators in battle. A fierce exchange of spirit techniques, magic tools and treasures erupted through the sky. In the confrontation, several hundreds of defensive magic tools ruptured upon receiving enemy attacks and their owns fell from the skies, making for a desperate sight. But in that moment of delay, the spell warrior army had already finished preparations for their next spell technique barrage. Several tens of fire crows and ice pythons charged towards the cultivator armies as if they were alive. Likewise, in the time the Milan were casting their spell techniques, the cultivators had also prepared defenses. Before the attacks could land, countless magic treasures and tools flew into the air and struck down a majority of the flame crows and ice pythons. As for those who made it through, they were completely blocked by the rainbow light barrier, causing no lasting damage, only a few sways. Long Han frowned when he saw this. It seemed the Nine Nations Union's defensive spell formation was incapable of completely blocking more powerful spell techniques. After breathing out a long sigh, he gave the order for the cultivator army to slowly advance towards the spell warriors under the protection of the rainbow barrier. Hanli waved at the huge mountain and it shrunk back to several inches in size in a flash of light before flying back into his sleeve. And in a display of tenacity, the blood barrier shortly returned to its original shape. He turned around and extended his finger. With a crackle, a walnut-sized ball of faint blue flames appeared on his fingertip. Hanli then shouted, "Go," sending the fireball to strike the distant wall. With a light bang, the blue flames ruptured and formed a blue icy layer that covered the inner layer of the barrier, turning its interior into a world of a severe winter. It had turned so cold that one's breath would turn to frost as soon as they breathed out. Sparkling blue covering the inner layer of the blood barrier, Hanli pressed his hand against it in a blur, striking at the dense layer of ice with azure sword chi. As a result, the ice around his hand shattered into translucent fragments of ice drifting through the air. Han Li's expression grew sullen. The area where he struck at the ice was unscathed and still as crimson as blood. The barrier wasn't truly frozen though, its surface was merely covered in a layer of frost. Blood chi still roiled at the center of it. Han Li pondered for a moment before sweeping his hand, covering it in purple devil flames. He pressed it directly against the blood barrier. The difference in strength between the celestial ice flames and the purple apex flames were clear to see. As soon as the purple flames touched the wall, the blood mist protruding from the barrier instantly solidified and began to glow with a brilliant purple light. With a smile on his face, he carefully controlled the purple apex flames and concentrated their power on a small portion of the barrier. He then opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of golden lightning, thunder ringing from his mouth. Golden light flashed as the lightning struck the barrier, leaving behind fine cracks. But soon, the barrier violently shook and instantly mended itself. Hanli was dumbstruck. The blood barrier greatly resembled Ghost Dao techniques. It was even capable of restoring itself. It was no wonder why the Mulan was so confident in this restriction. Even the purple apex flames was incapable of damaging it. Truly, the restriction was more than capable of trapping nascent soul cultivators. Although he felt somewhat alarmed, Hanli quickly slapped his storage pouch and took out an azure thumb-sized pearl into his hand. This was one of his newly refined lightning beads. Ever since he had refined it, he hadn't had a chance to test it yet. Having no other way of sensing how the battle was faring on the outside apart from the rolls of thunder, Hanli believed that there should be many obstructions waiting for him as the battle was still in its beginning phase. Additionally, if he were too slow in escaping the barrier, the cultivator army would have already been defeated, leaving him surrounded by the Mulan forces. No matter how exceptional he may be, he wouldn't be able to escape from that. With that in mind, the lightning bead began to glow as he willed the lightning bead to spin in his hand before shooting towards the blood barrier. With a muffled roar of thunder, a head-sized ball of gold azure light struck the ceiling of the barrier, violently shaking the entire dome as a result. A trace of astonishment appeared from Hanli's expression. The might of these lightning beads were far beyond what he had expected. Just as the thought surfaced in his mind, his expression made a sudden change and azure light brightly shined from his body as he shot through the air. The strike from the lightning bead was able of easily ripping open a small hole in the blood barrier, causing Hanli to fly towards it without another thought. The hole rapidly shrunk, but Hanli was able to escape just in time. He was overjoyed. The lightning bead created from purple flames and azure lantern flames could easily break through such a durable barrier, much to his surprise. Had the lightning bead not worked, his only other options was to use the gold-devouring beetles or the blood devil sword. Although there was nothing the gold-devouring beetles couldn't consume, devouring the barrier would have taken time. As for the blood devil sword, the consequences of its use wasn't something that Hanli could accept lightly. The nameless lightning bead's ability to deal with the blood barrier came as a pleasant surprise. It seemed the purple apex flames was incapable of breaking the restriction because it was inherently an ice attribute flame, unlike the lantern flames which were a true fire attribute flame. But when Hanli flew out of the barrier, he heard many astonished cries of alarm before he could clearly see what was going on. Followed by that, there were various explosions, rumbles, and furious roars from all around him. Hanli hastily looked at the scene in astonishment. At that moment, he was surrounded by 10 spell warriors. Fortunately, he was able to quickly see that their cultivations wasn't very high. There were 2 core formation spell warriors with the rest of them being at foundation establishment stage. They were all holding onto formation flags and were about to prepare a spirit technique attack. But when Hanli emerged from the blood barrier, he appeared right in front of them. Hanli ignored them and examined the surroundings instead. He felt his breath turn cold. The area surrounding him, be it sky or ground, were all densely filled with spiritual light and treasure aura, not to mention a rapid succession of explosions far and near. The cultivators and spell warriors from both sides were engaged in a melee, with groups of varying numbers engaging one another. At that moment, Hanli wasn't able to see which side was winning, and he turned his gaze to coldly examine the nearby spell warriors. When these spell warriors saw Hanli emerge from the blood barrier, they were dumbstruck. Not good. He's a nascent soul cultivator. Call for the great sages. One of the core formation cultivators was the first to recover. After he shouted, he slapped the back of his head and spat a green saber towards Hanli before flying away in a streak of green light. When the other spell warriors heard him, they also recovered from their shock. The other core formation cultivator released a fire-red trident and raised his hand, sending a voice transmission talisman through the sky. As for the Foundation Establishment Stage spell warriors, they all raised the formation flags in their hands and began to utter an incantation. Over 10 streaks of light shot out from the tips of the flags and formed a sea of flames burning around Hanli. Hanli felt greatly surprised that the spell warriors actually took the initiative to tie him down rather than flee. However, a trace of killing intent appeared on his face and azure light twinkled to release several tens of azure bamboo clouds' warm sword from his sleeve. With an expressionless face, Hanli raised his hand, releasing a blue light from his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to become a huge shield and received the strike from the huge brick. Bang! Yellow and blue light intertwined as the brick and the shield remained at a standstill. When Hanli saw the shield fall back towards him, he calmly pointed at it, and in a flash of blue light, it came to a sudden stop. Then, the huge brick circled around the shield and smashed towards Hanli. Hanli coldly smiled and disappeared once more in a flash of silver light. The yellow-robed old man was alarmed by this and raised his hand without another thought, summoning a small purple flag into his hand. It quickly transformed into a purple cloud that surrounded his body. In that same moment, the old man heard thunder coming from his left. As soon as Hanli appeared, he opened his mouth and spat a small sword towards the purple cloud. An instant later, a layer of deep blue flame emerged from within it. When the old man saw the blue flames on top of the sword, he lost his composure and wore a face full of terror. His body instantly blurred 3 meters away in an attempt to dodge the sword. But against his complete expectations, a woman suddenly appeared behind him as if she had already anticipated where he would dodge. She raised her hand and released an azure ball that struck at the spell warrior like a bolt of lightning. The woman appeared without a trace, like a ghost. It was as if Hanli coordinated with this woman to perform a precise and incisive strike. Even with such skilled execution, the old man was able to see this coming through his spiritual sense. But at such a short distance, he was unable to dodge. His only choice was to surge the entirety of his magic power into the purple cloud covering his body. He was somewhat confident in the treasure that formed from the transformed purple cloud. A huge explosion sounded out as golden and azure light brilliant flashed. The purple cloud had crumpled in the exchange and the old man within was in a pathetic shape. Half of his body was gone, and the remaining half was engulfed in azure flames. Overwhelmed with disbelief and furious alarm, resentment appeared on the old man's face as he gritted his teeth. With a boom, body combusted and a blinding streak of yellow light flew through the skies, revealing an inch-large nascent soul with the exact same face as the old man. Seeing the circumstances were far from good, he decisively anticipated to abandon his body and flew out as a nascent soul in a vain attempt to flee. However, Hanli had already anticipated this. Just as the old man's nascent soul attempted to escape, he disappeared in a flash of silver light and blocked the nascent soul's escape path. He waved his hand, summoning a golden net from his hand in a clang of thunder. In that same moment, a small sword covered in blue flames shot out from his sleeve as well. The nascent soul wore a face of terror upon the sight of Hanli, and spat out an inch-large bowl in its panic. The sparkling silver bowl charged forward to meet the oncoming golden net, and before they made contact, the old man's nascent soul caused it to rupture with a spell seal. In a burst of silver light, countless fragments shot at the lightning net, faintly shaking it upon impact. In that short moment of delay, the nascent soul employed an instantaneous movement technique. In a flash of yellow light, the nascent soul disappeared without a trace, only to appear 100 meters away. It then disappeared from sight in a brilliant streak of yellow light. The golden net was a step too late and allowed the prey to escape. Hanli frowned and glanced in the direction the nascent soul had escaped, possessing no intention of chasing it. Such a wise and decisive character is rarely seen. In order to save his life, he actually destroyed his own personal magic treasure. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Hanli found that the large embroidered-robed man actually possessed a late nascent soul cultivation. He was a Milan divine sage. Wasn't it said that the Milan only had 3 divine sages? Before Hanli could recover from his shock, the large embroidered-robed man had grabbed the air in the direction of the incoming lightning bead. In Hanli's alarm, he hastily pointed to the lightning bead and had it change direction, but it was too late. A large azure hand suddenly appeared and grabbed onto it with indomitable might, holding it firm in place. Hanli raised his brow and instantly formed an incantation gesture with his hands, detonating the lightning bead's restrictions. Gold and azure light ruptured from within the large hand, scattering both itself and the hand without a trace. The large embroidered-robed man coldly snorted, but with a flicker of azure light, his expression returned to normal. Hanli remained in place, staring at him in silence. The large embroidered-robed man watched him and asked, "Are you Hanli, the cultivator that wields the golden lightning bamboo?" Rather than answer, Hanli asked, "The Milan should only have 3 divine sages. Who are you?" The large embroidered-robed man said in an indifferent tone, "Good. Since you know that I am a divine sage and you are able to remain calm, it seems you are the one that divine sage Zhong spoke of. My name is Tian Zhong, the 4th Milan divine sage." The 4th Milan sage. This is the first time I've ever heard of this. Regardless, that manifested hand of yours seems incapable of restraining that lightning of bead. It seems you haven't entered late nascent soul stage for long, and have yet to consolidate your cultivation. Hanli spoke without restraint as he stared at Tian Zhong. In that same moment, he casually pointed to the various sword lights in front of his body, gathering them together to form a sheet of azure light guarding him. It's true that I've only entered late nascent soul stage for a few years, but do you think you can be a match for me? Your arrogance is quite great. Tian Zhong sneered. If he were alone, that'd be the case. But I am also here. A woman suddenly spoke, and Hanli soon rejoiced. Who are you? In the spell warrior's surprise, a stern glint appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect that after I hadn't seen you for 100 years, fellow Daoist Tian would actually enter late nascent soul stage. You've greatly surprised me. Let's see whether or not your abilities have grown. Soon after this was said, white light flashed to reveal a red-robed beauty floating in the air. She was coldly staring at Tian Zhong. When he saw her, his expression stirred. So it was Lady Feng, but you came here by yourself. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to Long Han? You and your husband have always fought together. No worries, my husband is being protected by over 1,000 cultivators. Even if you divine sages were to personally attack him, you wouldn't be able to touch him. That's why I came over to test the abilities of the 4th divine sage. Fellow Daoist Han, go ahead and rescue the others. Once this was said, she raised her arm and extended her fingers, summoning a bottle of crystalline flames into her palm. Before she even began to cast her techniques, the bottle was already shining with red light as a raging flame flourished within it. The Fire Spirit Bottle. Tian Zhong wore a grave expression. As for Hanli, he flew away in a streak of azure light after hearing her. Tian Zhong's expression grew solemn and he tossed a spirit beast pouch into the air. In a flash of rainbow light, the pouch released 2 identical winged beasts. They had an azure eagle's body and tiger heads. Heavenly tigers. Hanli was alarmed by the beast's appearance and couldn't help but shout out their name. It was an extremely rare flying beast located in the Milan Plains. Hanli clutched a hand incantation and disappeared into the beetle swarm. Then with a loud buzz, azure light flashes several times from within, splitting the golden swarm into 3 divisions, each of them rushing towards a different enemy. Gold-devouring beetles. If they were fully mature, I might have had something to fear. The azure light doppelganger coldly snorted and spoke with a voice similar to Tianzhong's. As for the two heavenly tigers, they spread their wings upon seeing the gold-devouring beetles and retreated 70 meters away, revealing an expression of fear. At that moment the azure doppelganger opened his mouth, releasing 3 bull-thick beams of light towards each mass of gold-devouring beetles. With each beam, the azure light doppelganger turned a fraction darker. It even appeared a few inches shorter as a result. The 3 beams of light extremely quick and accurately struck each of the beetle swarms. With each flash of azure light, a 3-meter-wide sphere of azure light appeared, trapping each of the 3 clouds of beetles. In his alarm, Hanli pointed to the 3 swarms, having them each line the walls of the barrier in an attempt to devour them. But a short moment later, Hanli's expression grew unsightly. The barrier was exceptionally durable, and the gold-devouring beetles were slow in breaking it down. Since the 3 azure light barriers were all made of pure wood attribute spirit chi, it could trap the gold-devouring beetles for quite a while. With the combined abilities of the azure doppelganger's restriction abilities and the heavenly tiger's instantaneous movement, Hanli sensed this battle would be difficult to deal with. Could it be that the 4th divine sage was prepared to deal with him? As Hanli pondered about this, he felt a sense of dread. His guesses weren't far from the truth. When the Milan's higher echelon had discussed the matter, they had given the task of killing Hanli over to Tianzhong. As a result, Divine Sage Zhu and the others had given him the Heavenly Tiger along with several other treasures capable of restraining Hanli. When the battle started, the Milan hadn't anticipated that Hanli would join the wagered battles. As such, Divine Sage Tianzhong had tossed the matter to the back of his mind. But when Hanli reappeared, exterminating a group of spell warriors and the body of a sage, Tianzhong immediately noticed Hanli regardless of whether he was being blocked from rescuing the other trapped cultivators or being killed to fulfill the yin-sifting sex exchange. Hanli had no choice but to fight. But he also didn't expect that Long Han would risk sending his wife Feng Bing to assist Hanli once he noticed that Hanli broke free. If Hanli truly managed to save the trapped cultivators, the war would shift in the Heavenly South's favor. Seeing that the gold-devouring beetles had yet to make any progress in escaping, Hanli was filled with gloom. Before he could do anything else, the 2 heavenly tigers regained their courage upon seeing the gold-devouring beetles be restrained. In a series of azure flashes, the 2 spirit beasts disappeared from sight. Hanli coldly smiled in response and flung his sleeve, summoning a blue shield in front of him. At that same moment, he pointed to the swarm of swords in front of him. They surged with sword chi and began to revolve around Hanli, forming an impenetrable barrier. Soon, azure light flashed next to Hanli, revealing the 2 heavenly tigers. They opened their mouths and each spat out a blinding orb of light. Hanli wore a stern expression upon seeing the attack and had his sword lights part into 2 to meet the incoming orbs of light. 2 muffled explosions sounded out as the sword lights easily shattered the orbs of light. Afterwards, they swept their way to the 2 spirit beasts. When the heavenly tigers saw this, cunning shined from their eyes before they teleported a distance away. In his fury, Hanli was about to command the sword light to pursue them, but the azure doppelganger suddenly attacked. Just as Hanli's battle with the doppelganger continued, both Long Han and the shriveled old spell warrior gave the command for their armies to unleash their killing maneuvers. 7 white-haired nascent soul cultivators flew out from behind Long Han with a calm expression, each of them wielding an ancient treasure. As for the spell warriors, a troop of nascent soul spell warriors flew out, the woman surnamed Lo amongst their ranks. Under the shriveled old spell warrior's signal, she carefully took out a bronze lantern from her storage pouch and held it in her hand. Then after a series of clear rings, the ancient mirror transformed into a rainbow, raising a rainbow barrier that not only withstood the azure flames but also trapped the huge bird. When the azure bird saw this, its eyes were filled with fury. It pecked downward, its beak surrounded by a dense layer of azure radiance. An instant later, a tall old man suddenly felt his medallion treasure tremble. With a huge bang, it was struck back and flew straight towards him. In his alarm, he hurriedly struck his medallion with several spell seals in an attempt to stop its momentum, but the medallion only paused for just a moment before ruthlessly continuing onward towards the old man. But just as it was about to strike him, a silhouette suddenly blurred behind him and placed his hands on his shoulders, pouring in a huge amount of spiritual chi into his body. Quickly cast the technique. I'll lend you my strength. The leading old man spoke with a cold voice, rousing the tall old man's spirits. In a single breath, the tall old man cast 5 spell seals and stopped the medallion from coming any closer. The two couldn't help but sigh with relief, having regained control of it. As this occurred, dread filled the hearts of the other old men. They became more vigilant and hurriedly exerted the utmost power of their ancient treasures. Various colored light intertwined and combined together to block the strikes from the huge bird's light-clad beak. Not far away, Spell Warrior Lu glanced at the scene and turned her head around to look at the ancient lantern. After a moment of hesitation, she remained still. Until the lantern oil fully burned, she needed to guard it and couldn't eliminate the cultivators attacking the sacred bird. Leaving the lantern alone would prove disastrous. The shriveled old spell warrior revealed surprise when he saw the old cultivators tying down the sacred bird, but he didn't seem to pay it any mind. He wasn't worried about the bird deity that they had worshipped with tens of thousands of years. It clearly had the advantage. Regardless of how powerful those 7 magic treasures may be, they aren't any match for the sacred bird. It would definitely be able to strike down the 7 cultivators before the lantern oil was finished burning. These 7 should be the ultimate killers of the heavenly south. With that thought, the shriveled old spell warrior turned his eyes to glance at Long Han, who was standing in front of an army of over 1,000 cultivators with a sullen expression. I didn't expect for the Milan of being capable of summoning such a powerful demon bird. This will be troublesome. Long Han muttered to himself with a sullen expression. Then with a loud voice, he coldly said, "Quickly, release the spirit phantoms. Take advantage of moments the 7 great truths cultivators are giving us and use them to great effect." Soon after he gave the order, several tens of birds shining with pitch-black light flew out from the cultivator army. Additionally, there were several cultivators who took out a spirit talisman from their storage pouch and slapped it on a statue. In a flash of green light, the spirit talisman merged into the status and the cultivators immediately sat on the ground, motionless. A short moment later, the eyes of the pitch-black phantom birds shined with a chilling blue light, and they extended their claws as much as they could before flying down to the spell warriors below. As for the cultivators who slapped the talismans on the statue, their heads began to roll as if they fell asleep. When the shriveled old man saw this, a trace of mockery appeared on his face. He turned around to the black-robed woman and politely said, "The time has come for your esteemed self to give them the lethal blow. Lady Lu, release your copper-armored corpses. We can seize victory now." Satisfaction appeared on the shriveled old man's face. The black-robed woman's eyes twinkled for a moment before she calmly said, "Brother Zhu, don't be hasty. Let's wait a moment more. A majority of my sect's copper-armored corpses possess foundation establishment cultivation. So long as we wait until the heavenly south cultivators exhausted their strength, the corpses will be able to rout them." After frowning a moment, he hesitated before nodding. "This. Fine. So long as you don't change your mind, we can wait a little bit more." He felt her words felt a bit of reason. Han Li slapped the crimson talisman on his body without the slightest hesitation and it disappeared in a flash of crimson light. Azure light glowed from Han Li's face as he took a deep breath, summoning a huge flood dragon phantom in front of him. It was over 30 meters large and had a body of crimson, appearing exactly the same as the Grade 8 venomous flood dragon. The flood dragon coiled above Han Li before releasing a sky-shaking roar, shaking the hearts of all the cultivators nearby, momentarily putting a stop to the fighting from the shock. When Tianzhong saw this, he frowned and a solemn expression appeared on his face. As for Feng Bing, her eyes twinkled as if looking forward to its performance. With the roar finished, the flood dragon charged towards the sky in a spiral and its figure quickly shrank before burrowing itself into Han Li's body without a trace. At that moment, Han Li felt a wave of scorching heat in his body as the small image of a flood dragon was burned into his back, glowing with crimson light. At that moment, crimson light pulsed from Han Li's body as fingernail-sized crimson scales began to emerge one by one, glistening with light. Then with a sharp pain from his head, an exquisite, bright flood dragon horn emerged with 10 sharp points. When Han Li felt the astonishing spiritual qi emitting from his body, he found himself in awe. Although the spirit subjugation talisman had mentioned its effects slightly, that was capable of refining a demon soul's cultivation and taking it into one's body to vastly increase their cultivation, it had never mentioned that the user would have their body become semi-demonic. Of course, this kind of demon transformation was quite weaker than a spirit-fused technique. At the very least, he didn't grow a fang and a flood dragon tail. Rather, it strongly resembled Manhuzi, 1's heaven-bearing devil arts. Han Li sighed and gently stroked his horn without speaking a word. Of course, Han Li couldn't have known that the founder of this talisman had created the talisman to make up for the flaws of the spirit-fused technique. Not only was the user now able to retain his original consciousness, but they wouldn't overdraft their vitality and caused harm to their lifespan. The sole flaw was that it was incredibly difficult to refine. In this world, most cultivators wouldn't even have the opportunity to spot a Grade 8 demon beast, let alone acquire Grade 8 demon souls. Additionally, the manifested demon soul would have to be refined, else it would bring about harm. Although low-grade demon souls could also be refined into a spirit-subjugating talisman, the demonic qi of their souls would be too impure. Once it was turned into a talisman, it would display the same effects as the spirit-fused technique, so it was particularly stressed that only demon souls at Grade 8 and higher could be used to refine a spirit subjugation talisman. Although Han Li was somewhat surprised, he felt his cultivation suddenly rise to the peak of early nascent soul stage. Chapter 777, Yin Yang Corpse Devil. The light faded away to reveal a beautiful white-clothed woman. She was the woman surnamed Bai who seemed to have a past with Master Sun Reach. As she expressionlessly glanced around in the air, she saw Han Li and Feng Bing, causing her expression to stir. The sudden appearance of this woman caused Tianzhong to unconsciously pause in the air and his expression to waver. When Feng Bing saw Cultivator Bai break out from the blood barrier, she shouted with roused spirits, "Fellow Daoist Bai! You've come at a great time. This is the 4th Milan Divine Sage. Quickly help me tie him down so fellow Daoist Han can free the others." The woman surnamed Bai icily glanced at Tianzhong and she maliciously said, "The 4th Divine Sage. So you had a hand in this trick as well. I didn't think that apart from that youngster, that there would be someone else able to break through the blood barrier as well. It seems those from the Yin sifting sect are unreliable." Tianzhong didn't respond to Cultivator Bai's question and instead muttered to himself instead, "You're courting death." Seeing that she was ignored, Cultivator Bai's complexion grew ashen with fury. She formed an incantation seal with her hands and gathered together a vast, shining white mist, launching it towards the divine sage with astonishing momentum. When Feng Bing saw this, she pointed to the fire spirit bottle and launched an attack from the other side. Han Li no longer hesitated and spread his wings once more, reappearing near another blood barrier. Although he felt certain that he could kill the Azure doppelganger given the power of the spirit subjugation talisman, it was more important to free the cultivators for the sake of the war. With the blood barrier before him, Hanli summoned a lightning bead into his hand with a wave of his hand. "Be careful, master." Just as Hanli was about to throw out the lightning bead, he suddenly heard Silvermoon from the back of his mind. Hanli's heart trembled, and he instantly tossed out the lightning bead, striking down at the blood barrier in a fierce streak of azure light. But in that same moment, a head-sized ball of azure flames had moved to intercept him. With an expression of shock, he saw the ball of flames swiftly strike at the lightning bead. With a pop, the lightning bead was silently engulfed by the flames, and with a series of shifting flames, it turned into a foot-long azure firebird that floated in the air. Hanli wore a stern expression at the sight. He formed a hand incantation, detonating the lightning bead within the firebird's body. However, the bird's body merely swayed from the explosion and suffered no true damage. It merely stared at Hanli with a slightly swollen body. When Hanli saw this, he was greatly alarmed and looked up to see a series of azure fireballs approaching him from the direction of the Milan sacred bird. When they drew near the crimson barriers, they transformed into azure firebirds in the blink of an eye, and they each began to surround the blood barriers. At that moment, Hanli realized the firebirds were most likely related to the sacred bird. It is no wonder why the lightning beads had strengthened them, as they were formed from the lantern flames to begin with. Not far from the sacred bird, spell warrior Lo was coldly staring at Hanli. The two's gazes met. Now realizing that the sacred bird had to do with her, he grew furious. However, when Hanli saw the 9 ancient lanterns floating at her side, Hanli couldn't help but narrow his eyes, pondering as he calmly gazed at the blazing flames. As for the azure firebirds, they didn't have any intention of attacking him. They merely circled around the blood barriers. At that moment, Silvermoon appeared at Hanli's side in a flash of white light. With an apologetic tone, Silvermoon said, "Master, please forgive me for being of no use during your previous battle." Chapter 778. A huge ape. The yin-yang devils turned their gaze and suddenly stood side by side before turning into a gust of green wind, a rotting stench left in their wake. It appeared they were heading in the direction of the Milan sacred bird. The cultivators immediately sighed in relief. They felt more confident with these blood-sucking monsters at their front. The corpse devil's green winds appeared to travel slowly, but in reality, they were amazingly quick. In the blink of an eye, they had already traveled halfway and gradually disappeared from sight. The others glanced at this with astonishment, and they couldn't help but turn their gaze to draped-haired old man controlling the 2 corpses. He appeared entirely calm, much to the relief of the many cultivators watching him. On the spell warrior's side of the battlefield, the huge azure bird was calmly releasing its demon fire to rigidly suppress the 7 great truths cultivators. Able to take advantage of the world's spiritual chi, the bird was able to easily gather all the fire's spirit power within a 5-kilometer radius into its body, easily transforming it into azure demon flame without the need to consume spiritual power from its body. Additionally, as time went by, it was able to draw in even more fire spirit power. This was the difference between deity transformation stage and what is lower. It was for reasons like this that whenever a deity transformation stage cultivator appeared in the heavenly south, they were able to sweep across the continent without fear of anything else. From the very beginning, the 7 great truths cultivators were only able to tangle down the beast with the might of their magic treasures. But as time passed by, not only was the devil isolating formation broken, but the surging flames that were trapped had escaped as well. As of current, it took them all their might to preserve their own lives. It was then that the demon bird ceased its flame and bewilderedly glanced around as if it had felt something strange. With a sudden cry, the bird spread out its wings and an azure ring of light surged around it, covering an area of over 300 meters. With a crackle, a nearly indiscernible cloud of green smoke appeared amidst the light. Afterwards, the yin-yang devils appeared from within. With their concealment broken, the two devils harshly shrieked and shuffled about before undergoing to transformation. With red hair and green skin, their bodies grew to 6 meters in height. Their fingers trembled, launching several tens of threads of gray light towards the huge bird. The azure bird paused before screeching in fury. When it saw the devil's attacks, it opened its mouth and shot out a pillar of azure flame from its mouth. At that same moment, it spread out its wings and engulfed its body in a storm of azure flames, sweeping up a 40-meter-tall wave of azure flame to the two devils. Through some unknown technique, the yin-yang devils were able to overcome this attack by emitting threads of undead qi, allowing them to withstand the attack of demon flames and continue their assault. With the focus from the sacred bird being taken off of the 7 great truths cultivators, they were able to join their treasures together in renewed spirits and display their strength once more. Just as the 2 corpse devils and the 7 great truths cultivators were dealing with the Milan's sacred bird, the 2 corpse devils suddenly flashed with gray light and darted behind the huge bird, making its way past the sea of flames and directly towards the ancient lanterns not far away. When spell warrior Lut saw this, she calmly struck one of the lanterns with a spell seal, suddenly stirring the lanterns to release an ember of flame. In the blink of an eye, 9 embers began to twirl around one another before suddenly transforming into 9 azure firebirds. They spread their wings and met the 2 devils' charge. The 2 devils met them in a fierce display. But now that we've exhausted ourselves with the spell warriors, the copper-armored corpses will certainly defeat us. All we can do is head out and deal with them. When the others heard this, they glanced at each other and bitterly smiled. Even if they were to leave their posts and attack, the spell warrior would release their reserves as well. The battle would be already lost. As for the 3 great heavenly south cultivators and the Milan sages, the battle was yet to be concluded. The sounds of their battle could still be heard from up above. In this fierce battle, it was unknown which side had the upper hand. They couldn't be relied upon. Just as Long Han and these other cultivators found themselves in a moment of helplessness and were preparing themselves to fight, they suddenly heard explosive howls from a distance. Silver light shined upon the entire battlefield when a huge beast appeared amidst the light, a 70-meter-tall ape with hair as black as ink, fur as sharp as arrows, eyes as lit like crimson flames, and a horrendously shaped nose. When the huge ape appeared, it turned its head to look at the copper-armored corpses down below. It hammered its chest before excitedly roaring and smashing its limbs on the ground, chasing towards a nearby group of copper-armored corpses. When the copper-armored corpses saw the huge ape growing closer, they each rose into the air without warning and spouted threads of black qi, enveloping the ape in a huge black cloud. While the refined corpses didn't possess very high cultivation, when such a great number simultaneously spouted out undead qi, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't dare to receive the attack. However, the huge ape didn't have any intention of dodging out of the way. Instead, it snorted at the black qi, and spouted a dense beam of yellow light from each nostril, transforming into a yellow cloud that swept away at the black mist with lightning speed. It was quickly absorbed before being absorbed back into the huge ape's mouth. As the refined corpses possessed little intelligence, they remained still as this happened. Taking advantage of this situation, the huge ape continuously snorted and yellow mist surged on, absorbing the black threads of qi into its folds. The undead qi from the refined corpses disappeared and each of them fell to the ground, reverting back into ordinary corpses. As for the clouds of gray qi in the air, they had slowly scattered. A short moment later, several hundreds of the refined corpses had been swept clean by the huge ape. It then licked its lips and gazed at the other refined corpses with a trace of desire. The ordinary refined corpses knew no fear and remained motionless at the side. However, the three-corps formation stage corps lords became restless at the sight, and their eyes revealed a trace of fear and hesitation. Both armies were in complete awe of the abilities that the huge ape had displayed. The black-robed woman was particularly aghast. She gave the shriveled old man a quick word before personally shooting towards the huge ape in a streak of yellow light. When she saw the huge ape opened its mouth and was on the verge of releasing yellow light, she flusteredly waved her arm, forming a 10-meter-long blade of purple light that chopped down toward the huge ape. But before the blade could strike at the huge ape, thunder rang, and silver light appeared. An azure-robed youth abruptly appeared on the huge ape's shoulder, and he also waved his arm, summoning forth a blue light shield in front of it. With a loud clank, blue and purple light intertwined. An instant later, the blue shield and purple blade recoiled from one another. The azure-robed stumbled, his face in shock. The youth glanced at the black-robed woman and indifferently asked, "A devil cultivator?" He then twisted his hands, summoned forth various-sized arcs of golden lightning all around him. They jumped all over his body, emitting a blinding golden light. Chapter 779, A Ruthless Attack, Divine Devilbane Lightning. The black-robed woman shouted in alarm. Just as she thought to retaliate in fury from having her attack countered, she suddenly saw the lightning emitting from Han Li's body, a net of crackling thunder rushing to envelop her. Horror on her face, her body transformed into smoke as she shot back, attempting to avoid the lightning at all costs. With an emotionless face, Han Li unfolded his wings and disappeared from sight. When she saw this, the black-robed woman immediately recalled what she had heard about Han Li and hastily formed an incantation gesture with her hands, her body of smoke blurring and shifting into 8 identical copies, each one standing side by side. Each of them appeared real, and took actions of their own, splitting up and scattering in different directions in streaks of yellow light. It was unknown which copy was the true. In a flash of silver light, Han Li appeared where the woman original stood, thunder ringing behind him. He glanced at the scattered streaks of yellow light in a calm manner. There was even a trace of a sneer on his face. Spiritual power entering his eyes, blue light shined from deep within his pupils, activating the bright sight spirit eyes. Han Li raised his head and peered into the distance. The silhouettes within the yellow light were all dim and possessed sparse spiritual chi. They were all fakes. Han Li's heart trembled and he hastily looked around him to suddenly discover that a nearly invisible thread of smile was silently approaching him from behind. The woman had used an illusion technique to capture his attention, and decided to use this gap in attention to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on him rather than escape. The woman was both capable and bold. Were it not for his bright sight spirit eyes, he wouldn't have been able to detect her. The woman's evasion techniques are no less skillful than Silvermoon's. Spiritual sense wasn't enough to find any trace of her. Shocked to the core, Han Li silently turned around and flew straight towards the huge ape as if he had no further intention to chase after the black-robed woman. The faint thread of smoke had already arrived about 10 meters away from Han Li. It paused and the woman's body suddenly manifested in the air. An inch-long blade of yellow light shined from her hand in an attempt to strike Han Li from behind. From how it appeared, it seemed she was about to incisively strike at Han Li's heart. If her attack struck true, his body was certain to be destroyed. But in the moment the woman was about to strike, Han Li turned around in a blur, his eyes immediately locking onto her. He opened his mouth, shooting golden light from his mouth. Ah! The black-robed woman's face turned deathly pale and she hastily attempted to dodge, but she was too late. She couldn't avoid the attack from such a close distance. Bang! A bolt of golden lightning shot out of Han Li's mouth and directly struck the woman's shoulder, filling the air with a burning scent. The woman screamed before falling down from the sky. Han Li flapped his wings, disappearing with thunder ringing behind him. Suddenly, Hanli reappeared behind the woman with a single hand enveloped in faint blue flames. He gently pressed it against her neck. Whoosh! A dense layer of blue ice covered her entire body, isolating her from any other sensation but the cold. She then continued to fall from the sky, clad in ice. Hanli motionlessly floated in the air, already prepared with a handful of lightning arcing from his hand. He released the lightning and caught the iced woman inside of it. Then with a malicious glint from his eyes, golden light brilliantly shined around her iced figure, and in a series of explosions, the black-robed woman turned into specks of icy light before disappearing without a trace. The sole thing that remained in the lightning net was the woman's nascent soul. The nascent soul's complexion was deathly white, as if it held the divine devil-bane lightning in complete fear. Hanli glanced at her, and just as he was about to exterminate the nascent soul shrieked, "You cannot kill me. I am the Tao companion of the Jin Empire's sifting insect master. If you kill me, my sect will not rest until you are dead." The Yin sifting sect master's Tao companion. Hanli coldly watched the nascent soul for a moment before suddenly relaxing his grip on the lightning and turning away. The woman's nascent soul was stunned for a moment before joyously flying through the gap, her mind filled with malicious thoughts of revenge. But just when she was 30 meters away from Hanli, the net suddenly tightened once more, tightly binding the nascent soul into the net. Soon after, thunder roared and the black-robed woman's nascent soul turned to ash. "Now that I've already destroyed your body, how could I possibly allow you to the chance for revenge?" Hanli muttered to himself helplessly and deeply sighed before turning his attention back to the huge ape. Although the series of events in which Hanli had exterminated the woman was complex, the matter had only occurred in the blink of an eye. The shriveled old spell warrior was already flying towards her in a streak of golden light during her time of danger. But in that moment, a strange pink light appeared nearby and turned into a large pink cloud, directly enveloping the shriveled spell warrior. In a series of rumbles, the shriveled old spell warrior managed to scatter the pink mist, and the light around him scattered to reveal an ashen complexion. He rigidly stared at the pink mist with eyes of rage. He truly didn't know what the Yin sifting sect master would do when he found out his Tao companion was killed. He could only grit his teeth in rage at Hanli and whoever it was that blocked him. A series of soft chuckles came from the pink cloud, and soon it disappeared to reveal a handsome youth with a soft face. He was the Harmonious Bond Sect's Devil Cloudpart. Devil Cloudpart chuckled and glanced at Hanli. "Fellow Daoist Han, now that I've helped you, the debt is repaid." Having just flown back from killing the black-robed woman, Hanli replied, "It was only a chance matter that I freed you. I wasn't looking to be repaid. More importantly, Divine Sage Zhu isn't something the two of us can deal with, and he isn't alone." Once that was said, Hanli swept his gaze past the shriveled old man. In addition to the black-robed spell warriors that were doing their utmost to stop the huge ape's massacre, there was an army of spell warriors flying across the horizon. As bold as Devil Cloudpart may be, his expression immediately revealed surprise when he saw their great numbers. Earlier, Hanli had managed to rescue Devil Cloudpart from the barrier in a fluke by using 2 of the lightning beads. But just as Hanli was making plans to fight together with him, he suddenly saw the Yin sifting sect release a vast quantity of copper-armored corpses. It was then that Hanli decided to release the Weeping Soul Beast, curious about its abilities now that he had refined the Weeping Soul Pearl in its entirety. As soon as it had appeared, it caused an uproar with great enthusiasm and began to vigorously absorb the refined corpses around it. But what came as a surprise was how effective the Weeping Soul Beast was against corpses that cultivators have refined. Hanli knew that the Weeping Soul Beast was adept at devouring the souls of demons and ghosts, but it seemed its strange abilities had undergone an evolution along with its body. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Now that they found themselves facing so many spell warriors, Hanli and Devil Cloudpart glanced at each other, both intending to flee. However, the weeping soul beast was still rampaging amongst the army's refined corpses. Hanli was unwilling to abandon it there. Just as Hanli thought to use the weeping soul pearl to order it to retreat, he suddenly heard roaring laughter from behind him. "Have no fear, fellow Daoist Han. Since you've released this great beast to deal with the refined corpses, we will help you deal these spell warriors." When Hanli heard Long Han's voice, he felt his heart stir. He quickly turned and saw Long Han 100 meters away, leading a squad of cultivators. Hanli was delighted. It was no wonder the spell warriors didn't immediately launch an attack. It seemed they were treating the situation carefully, having seen cultivator reinforcements were approaching them as well. When Long Han saw Hanli's demon-formed self, a trace of astonishment momentarily appeared on his face, but he soon turned a blind eye to it. Now was not the time to ask about it. The cultivators were all watching the spell warriors across from them. The entire battlefield had already gone through a bitter struggle, and the time has come for the decisive battle. Both sides had their own victories and defeats as well as a vast number of losses. However, these battles weren't merely spars. Those that lost the battle, lost their lives, and those that won would have to continue the fight, exhausted. Long Han had sent other cultivators to keep Tianzhong occupied, freeing his Dao companion Feng Bing for a different battle. It was only when they were together that he would mobilize their true strength. Now that matters have reached this stage, Long Han had nothing else to say to the shriveled old spell warrior. Long Han softly waved his arm. The troops that he had preserved until now were elites. They promptly summoned their magic treasures and began their momentous attack, their bodies glowing with bright light. The spell warriors they were facing were unordinary as well, and they summoned their spiritual qi to confront them. Suddenly, the final confrontation between each army was about to begin. Although the spell warriors had an additional late nascent soul spell warrior, with Devil Cloudpart present along with 4 other mid-nascent soul cultivators, they would be able to forcefully restrain him. Hanli thought to join the attack against the shriveled old man's spell warriors, but when he swept his gaze over to the sacred bird, his expression vastly changed. Chapter 780, The Blood Ghost vs. the Stone Giant. That 7 Great Truths cultivators and the Yin-Yang devils were able to withstand the Milan sacred bird, but after a short amount of time, they soon found themselves on the disadvantage. The 2 devils were handling themselves relatively well and were able to release Yin winds and undead qi to ward off the azure flames. However, the 7 Great Truths cultivators were now running out of magic power and they could no longer endure. There were 2 old men that were particularly strained, a red-faced old man with dimming spiritual light and a pale-faced old man with white qi visibly wavering around his nose and mouth. The 2 were clearly pushing past their limits using secret techniques. Hanli frowned and glanced at some dead cultivators nearby before looking at the spell warrior, who was standing guard nearby the ancient lanterns. "Look after the weeping soul beast and don't let anything happen to it. Withdraw it if it is ever in danger. I'm going to head off to exterminate the ancient lanterns." Hanli spoke in an inaudible voice and tossed the weeping soul pearl behind him. In a flash of weak white light, the pearl disappeared from sight. "Yes. Master, please be careful. That peacock's abilities are truly powerful." Silvermoon's worried voice came from behind him. Hanli calmly nodded, and when he saw that nobody nearby paid him any notice, he blurred from sight and disappeared. Hanli used the nameless qi retraining technique to conceal himself. Although Hanli's concealment techniques were vastly inferior to Silvermoon's techniques, this qi retraining technique was able to rival her own. Hanli had reached the peak of this technique. Not only could he completely erase the spiritual qi from his own body, he was also able to forcefully conceal the aura from his own body. As of current, not only was he concealing himself from spell warrior Lu, but also the unfathomably profound Milan sacred bird. In the distant, Spell Warrior Lo faintly revealed a trace of worry when she saw the cultivators tangle with the shriveled old man. Although she still guarded the ancient lanterns, she turned to the huge bird and beseeched the bird in an ancient language. When the azure flame bird heard this, it couldn't help but pause and turn around to glance at the shriveled old man's battle. With a trace of disdain from its eyes, it immediately turned its head back and shot several balls of azure flames into the sky, repulsing the 7 great truths cultivators and leaving them in confusion. Then with a clear cry, it spread its wings and took to the skies. It circled once in the air before facing the direction of the shriveled old man's battle. Then with a tremble of its wings, a large expanse of azure feathers began to drop down from its body, and in a flash of light, each of the feathers turned into foot-long azure firebirds. Without any need for a command, these several hundreds of firebirds cawed and spread their wings, shooting towards the battle. Spell Warrior Lo felt relieved at the scene. With these phantom birds, it was only a matter of time before victory was theirs. At that moment, she suddenly heard a series of explosions from the center of the battlefield. Spell Warrior Lo bewilderedly glanced over at the source of the noise. Hanli, who was carefully sneaking closer to Spell Warrior Lo, was also astonished by the noise. At the very heart of the battlefield, a most important contest was taking place. The Myriad Soul Formation, the mist that formed under the combined effort of several tens of Ghost Spirit sect disciples, had finally come to a stop and motionlessly floated in the air. Blocking it was an army of hollow spirit beasts formed by several Milan sages as well as the stone giant. Under the command of the Milan sages, the stone giant moved to block the Myriad Soul Formation once it defeated the Heavenly South cultivators attacking it. The recent noise was actually the stone giant slapping its hand down against the ghost mist. Before its palm even landed, countless boulders fell from its hand. No matter how confident were the Ghost Spirit sect disciples in the Myriad Soul spell formation, they didn't dare to receive the attack. With a prompt hiss, the ghost mist dodged out of the way, traveling a distance of 100 meters before stopping. When the Heavenly South and Milan combatants saw this, they all realized that the battle had reached its most critical point. As a result, the Ghost Spirit sect elder in charge of the formation came to a decision to use the spell formation's killing maneuver, regardless of the cost. Before the stone giant could further pursue the ghost mist, a gloomy incantation was uttered by the cultivators within the ghost mist. As ghostly wails screamed from the mist, a pillar of crimson light soared into the sky and the eerie black ghost mist followed suit as if tainted by the light, turning crimson as the incantations continued. When the 2 Milan sages who were standing on top of the stone giant's shoulders saw this, they appeared bewildered. A short moment, the incantations came to a stop and the crimson mist roiled to reveal several tens of various colored lights fleeing from the mist at utmost speed. They were the cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect. The 2 Milan sages were at a loss at the sight. At that moment, crimson mist came to life after being abandoned by the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators. Several various-sized tentacles intermittently emerged from the mist and wildly danced around as the center of the mist began to rapidly shrink. The Ghost Spirit sect elder in charge of the formation turned to face it after flying 20 meters away. He glanced at the crimson mist and thought, having absorbed so much blood essence from the spell warriors and the voluntary blood sacrifice, surely it will succeed. As the Ghost Spirit sect elder watched with restlessness, the crimson mist shrunk to over half its size before beginning to squirm. When the 2 Milan sages controlling the stone giant saw this, they immediately ordered the giant to fiercely stomp down upon it. Suddenly, the level ground was obscured from sight by sinister yellow-green winds, chilling to the core. Even the stone giant couldn't help but pause for the moment. By the time the Milan spell warriors could see what was happening, they astonishingly discovered that yellow gusts of wind were surrounding the crimson mist, obscuring it from view. But then the yellow winds were forcefully blown open by a crimson silhouette as it emerged from within. When the 2 Milan sages saw the appearance of the silhouette, they felt their breaths turn cold. It was a 30-meter-tall blood-vial ghost. Its devilish head had 2 horns and 2 glistening fangs, both incisively sharp, and a ponytail seemed to form behind it. Its arms appeared to be sculpted out of wood with dagger-like fingers, and a layer of translucent scales seemed to wrap around them. Although vile ghosts were ordinarily said to be huge, it was several times smaller when compared to the stone giant. However, the ghost showed no fear and instead screamed at the giant as it stared at it with a cold glint in its eye. It lowered its head and its body darted like an arrow, launching itself at the lower leg of the stone giant. It extended its claws and swiped, immediately cleaving off a large portion of stone. The 2 Milan sages couldn't allow this to continue and immediately had the stone giant to form fists and strike down at lightning speed, knocking the blood-vial ghost over 30 meters away. The strike had blown off half of its head, but it stood up as if nothing had happened. Then in a flash of crimson light, its head was restored as it charged to the stone giant once more. In the 2 sages' furious alarm, they ordered the hollow spirit beasts to attack and released their own magic treasures to assist the giant. As for the ghost spirit sect cultivators that had fled from the ghost mist, they immediately turned around and joined the battle. Explosions continuously ruptured as crimson light continuously flashed from the battlefield. Spell Warrior Lu frowned at the sight of this and continued to watch the battle in silence. As a Milan sage, she knew of the might of the stone giant and was surprised to see that the Heavenly South cultivators were able to match it. But she wasn't overly concerned over the matter. So long as the stone giant could persist for a moment more, she could call for the Milan sacred bird to exterminate them and decide the battle. With that thought, she glanced at the huge bird a short distance away. As if knowing that it was a decisive moment on the battlefield, the Milan sacred bird exerted the entirety of its fire spirit chi to envelope 300 meters of area into an azure sea of flame. In a spread of its wings, it separated the 7 old men and the yin-yang devils. The sea of flames down below split into 2, separating the 2 devils from one another. With 2 devils neutered, it then focused a majority of its attacks on the 7 Great Truths cultivators. Unable to endure, these 7 old men soon found their lives to be in danger. Spell Warrior Lo was satisfied by the scene. When she turned around and saw that the lanterns were still half full with oil, her heart appeared particularly steadfast. Suddenly, the woman raised her brow and her eyes narrowed. In a swift motion, she summoned an ember of fire from one of the lanterns and in a wave of her hand, it disappeared. Azure light flashed in an area 100 meters away, followed by a shout of alarm. A silhouette appeared with his body sparkling in azure light, a layer of flame enveloped him. Soon after, Spell Warrior Lu formed an incantation gesture with her hand, combusting the flame around the azure light barrier. Then with a miserable scream, the flame turned the figure into ash. Chapter 781, Fight for the Lantern. To think of concealing yourself near the bright origin lanterns. You truly are seeking death. The woman muttered without the mind to carefully examine the results. It was enough knowing that the victim was a Heavenly South cultivator. Ever since she ignited the ancient lanterns, she had 6 cultivators come after them one after another. After all, the huge bird only came into existence once the ancient lanterns were summoned, and they remained burning ever since. It took only a glance to know that there was something strange about them, so those that were skilled at concealment techniques thought to exterminate the lantern's flames. However, not a single one of them were successful. They were all exterminated by the woman's flames. At that moment, Hanli was several hundred meters away from her. When he saw that the nameless cultivator had been effortlessly killed by the woman, he felt his heart shiver. He ceased his gradual approach towards the woman. Although the woman simply muttered to herself, Hanli was able to hear her words using his astonishing spiritual sense. Hanli then turned his gaze to the ancient lanterns not far away. He rubbed his chin as he pondered to himself. They seemed to be an extraordinary existence. Not only were they able to summon that demon bird, but they also had the ability to see through concealment. It would prove truly troublesome. Han Li's expression wavered for a long while and his brow shifted, having finally come to a decision. He slapped his storage pouch and fished out a few items. He then glanced at a few spirit beast pouches at his waist with a smile. A short moment later, Spell Warrior Lu appeared vastly more on guard as she sat cross-legged in front of the ancient lanterns, a lotus mirage faintly visible around her. She was staring at them, fusing her spiritual sense with them and allowing her to sense any movements with 100 meters of them. A flash of light suddenly appeared 100 meters away to reveal a dozen tall apes. Their bold appearance caused the woman to look at them with surprise. There was another entire row of apes standing behind the first. They all raised their arms, shooting several tens of beams of light from their hands. Puppets. Spell Warrior Lu was shocked, and soon frowned when she discovered that they were well crafted. She cautiously looked around, failing to spot who was controlling the puppets. Spell Warrior Lu paid little mind to the light beam attacks. With a single incantation gesture, the lotus mirage flickered and easily blocked them. Afterwards, the woman's body blurred and she picked off an ember of flame from one of the lanterns. This time, the woman didn't immediately release the ember. Rather, she kept it floating in her hand as she stared at the ancient lanterns in preparation for any strange changes. In a mere short moment, the woman's expression stirred and she opened her mouth, spitting out a breath of spiritual chi onto her hand. The flame then blazed with azure light before disappearing without a trace. She turned her head and glanced at an area 100 meters away. With a light pop, a silhouette appeared, covered in azure light. Then with an incantation gesture, the woman willed the flames to combust, a cold grin of satisfaction appearing on her lips. Why are they still alive? The woman's smile froze and discovered that this silhouette wasn't instantly incinerated as with the previous cultivators, nor did it show any sign of struggle. In her alarm, she hastily examined the figure. This person is, no, not a person. It's a puppet. The silhouette appeared the same shape as Han Li, but its expression and body was completely stiff. Additionally, it appeared as if it weren't being burned by the azure flames in the slightest. Not good. In that instant, something immediately came to mind and she hastily turned her head to look at the ancient lanterns, re-examining her surroundings with her spiritual sense. Meanwhile, a silhouette appeared 60 meters away in a flash of azure light. Then with a ring of thunder, he disappeared in a flash of light. When Spell Warrior Lu saw this, she formed an incantation gesture with both her hands in furious alarm, striking the lanterns with successive spell seals. However, she was too late. Lightning flashed beside the ancient lanterns, followed by the appearance of a youth. Soon after, a giant black-red hand was summoned in the air, growing to the size of 3 meters before fiercely swiping at the ancient lanterns. This person recognizes the main lantern. Only the caster could possibly know which one is the original. Even a late nascent soul cultivator shouldn't be able to see through them. When the woman saw this, she was shocked to the core. In this short distance, the large hand and Spell Warrior Li's spell seal struck the ancient lantern at the same time. The lantern flashed with life as it underwent a transformation, but in the process, the huge hand grabbed onto it, burning with blackine flames in an attempt to exterminate it. At nearly the same moment, the other 8 lanterns began to tremble, disappearing one by one in a flicker of light, dissipating into wisps of smoke. No! Spell Warrior Lu blanched at the sight of this. With gritted teeth, she raised her hands, enveloping the black hand with a large lotus mirage in an attempt to seize back the ancient lantern. However, her attack was predicted. With the ancient lantern in its grasp, it immediately shot back without the slightest delay. Then with a cold snort, lightning rang once more, and both the black-red hand and the silhouette disappeared. In the following moment, the silhouette reappeared beside the puppet trapped in azure light, ancient lantern in hand. Han Li had used surprise to his greatest advantage. "You will not leave." Spell warrior Lu flusteredly glanced at the azure bird and discovered that the sacred bird had yet to disappear. Her heart determined, she loudly screamed, enveloping her body in azure light as she chased after him in a clear wind. Han Li's expression grew sullen and white light flashed from his hands. With the ancient lantern placed inside his storage pouch, he unfolded his wings and disappeared to another location 100 meters away. At the same time, the woman appeared where he originally stood, pursuing him as a transformed wind. Han Li's gaze stirred and he suddenly formed a hand incantation with one of his hands, uttering, "Explode." At that moment, the lightning bead in the puppet's mouth ruptured. With golden lightning and azure flames intertwined, not only did over half of the puppet disintegrate, but it also caught spell warrior Lu that was nearby. The woman's lotus mirage moved to protect her. Although its master acted without regard for her safety, each of the lotus petals glowed and rigidly blocked the attack. However, the lightning bead was beyond powerful. Although she hadn't suffered any damage, she knocked back 10 meters, dissolving her wind movement technique for a time. Han Li sighed. Although he felt the lightning bead hadn't reached its full potential, he blinked away once more and fled into the distance. By the time spell warrior Lu regained her bearings, Han Li was already over 300 meters away. Spell warrior Lu gritted her teeth and was just about to give pursuit when the remaining half of the blown puppet began to release a monstrous sound. Having just suffered from it before, she hastily looked towards it in alarm to see it in azure light. Soon after, the remaining half of it began to scatter into swarms of tricolored beetles. Spell warrior Lu was forced to confront them and she hastily protected herself, shrouding her body in a white lotus. However, the tricolored beetles instantly condensed to form several large shields that blocked her path. Each time the woman attempted to use her wind movement technique, her casting was interrupted with wave after wave of attacks. In her immense fury, she launched series of spirit techniques to strike the beetles, only to find that they were ineffective. At that moment, she shockingly discovered that the tricolored beetles appeared nearly identical to the gold-devouring beetles apart from the specks of black on their shell. Startled, she immediately reached the wood spirit treasure in her storage pouch to trap these flying insects, but before she could, the beetles scattered with a buzz. The woman changed expression several times from shock and she hastily glanced into the distance. At an unknown time, Han Li had activated a concealment technique and already disappeared without a trace. Spell warrior Li's complexion changed between red and white as she remained still in the air, at a complete loss of what to do. At that same moment, the Milan sacred bird just breathed out an azure fireball, destroying the protective treasure of one of the great truth's cultivators. Just as it rejoiced and was about to shred the cultivator with its talons, it suddenly felt spiritual power wildly drain from its body. In its shock, the bird was unable to injure the cultivator and it hastily turned its head around to discover that the ancient lantern had disappeared. The huge bird could only shriek in panic as its body quickly shrank, having instantly lost its ability to control fire spirit chi. As for the sea of azure flames, it intensely burned for a moment more before disappearing without a trace, much to the astonishment of the 7 great truths cultivators. The yin-yang devils transformed into a green wind as soon as they were freed and fiercely struck at the weakened azure bird. By then, the bird had already shrunk to a meter long. Its eyes were filled with resentment as it stared at the 2 approaching devils without the slightest intention of dodging. Before the twin devils could strike it, the bird had exploded, transforming into countless specks of azure light that soon faded away. Once this happened, the yin-yang devils paused and simply stood in the sky. How did this happen? One of the old men asked with joy, having escaped death. At that moment, his magic power was already drained and he was nearly defenseless. Look over there. It seems they've had some problem with the treasure they used to summon the demon bird. The ancient lantern is no longer there. The leading old man let out a long sigh and he swept his gaze over to where the ancient lanterns once floated. He appeared completely relieved, as if he had escaped calamity. He felt as if he had been only a mere moment from death. Chapter 782. A distant message. The Milan sacred bird's disappearance was soon known to both sides of the battlefield, causing a massive turnaround in morale. The spell warriors found themselves vastly in shock, and the cultivators with their spirits roused. When the shriveled old man and Tianzhong saw this while they were in battle, they wore an expression of disbelief. The sacred bird can't have disappeared because it ran out of lantern oil. The only possibility was that a cultivator has extinguished the bright origin lantern. The two divine sages couldn't have known that the Milan lineage treasure had fallen into Han Li's grasp once again. From how they saw it, with their late nascent soul stage cultivators occupied and their other cultivators suppressed by the sacred bird, there was no possibility of a breach of spell warrior Li's defenses. This terrible reality has come as a vast surprise. Han Li had stealthily arrived by the side of the weeping soul beast before making a reappearance. By that point, the weeping soul beast had already exterminated a majority of the refined corpses. The remaining fraction of them had been hastily withdrawn by the Yin-sifting sex cultivators, as it was only a matter of time before all of the copper-armored corpses were eliminated. Having absorbed so much undead qi, the weeping soul beast grew even larger and its fur shined with even stronger black light. It appeared completely strengthened. Of course, there were many black-robed cultivators and spell warriors who wished to exterminate the huge ape. However, Long Han fully understood that this strange huge ape was the key to dealing with the copper-armored corpses and immediately dispatched men to protect it. There would occasionally be those that made it past, but Silvermoon would lead them astray with her illusion techniques, sending them off to their doom. By the time Han Li made it back, the weeping soul beast was finishing off the final copper-armored corpses that have yet to be withdrawn. He waved his arm at the beast, and in a flicker of black light, the beast shrunk and flew into a spirit pouch at his waist in a streak of black light. When Silvermoon saw this, she approached him from behind. Having withdrawn the weeping soul beast, Han Li thought to say something further to Silvermoon when a kilometer of the sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, countless bolts of green lightning flashing from within. Han Li glanced at the sky in awe. Who is it? Who is it that killed my wife? I will take your soul and wipe it away. The thunderous roar of the Yin-sifting sect master echoed through the skies. When Han Li heard this, he felt his heart thump and he gloomily watched him. Why are you so quick to leave before victory has been decided? I wish to experience your demonic techniques. Quickly following after the black-robed man's shout was Devil Concord's faint voice. Soon after, a gray mist shot out from the sky and blocked the black clouds from moving. I have no intention of sparring with you. Leave me be or I won't hold back. The piercing voice of the Yin-sifting sect master echoed through the sky. Devil Concord chuckled. You won't hold back. Surely you haven't been holding back during our last fight. Go ahead and show me what you have. The black-robed man was silent for a spell before gloomily responding, Fine. Since you have no sense of propriety, I won't be wasting any more time on you. I'll have you witness the might of my sex treasure, the ghost-sifting banner. By the end of the sentence, it seemed almost as if the sifting insect master was smiling. The ghost-sifting banner. Devil Concord voice appeared to carry curiosity. This short exchange of words was cause for astonishment for the cultivators fighting down below. It also came as a great surprise to many that the Yin-sifting sex Tao companion had already fallen into the hands of the Heavenly South cultivators. Han Li's expression remained calm, but once he saw that Devil Concord blocked off the Yin-sifting sect master, he felt greatly relieved. He didn't want to be chased down again by a late nascent soul cultivator. At that moment, everyone believed that Devil Concord and the Yin-sifting sect master were about to descend from the skies and carry out their battle down below when something else occurred. A fierce whistle traveled from the direction of the Milan, followed by the arrival of tensome streaks of various colored lights. Before the streaks of light approached the spell warriors, someone had already shouted towards them, "Divine sages, quickly stop the fight." Something had occurred at the Milan plains. The voice spread throughout the battlefield, amplified by some sort of secret technique. Soon after, the streaks of light quickened and entered the battlefield. When those words were uttered, a majority of the battle had paused as both cultivators and spell warriors glanced over in astonishment. The shriveled old man felt his heart sink at these words, and his enemies had ceased attacking from the surprise as well. The shriveled old spell warrior took advantage of this moment to disengage from the battle and fly towards the tensome spell warriors that had just arrived. Long Han hesitated for a moment, but he didn't pursue them. The shriveled old man had the advantage in the previous battle. There wasn't anything to be gained by pursuing him. It was rather strange that these spell warriors had the cultivators hear the message too, but that was a matter to be left alone for another time. Since they've mentioned the Milan Plains, the matter might have something to do with the soaring tribes. Han Li also watched the shriveled old spell warrior with an awed expression and stared at the tensome streaks of light. The lights all disappeared to reveal variously dressed spell warriors. They were being led by a yellow-robed spell warrior possessing mid-nascent soul cultivation, much to Han Li's surprise. It was odd for such a powerful spell warrior to not be assigned to the battlefield. Could it be that he was guarding something important? Regardless, it only added credibility to his words. As for Devil Concord and the Yin-sifting sect master, they had silently disappeared into the clouds. When the shriveled old spell warrior saw the yellow-robed spell warrior, he wore an incredulous expression. Before he could even speak, the yellow-robed spell warrior flew to his side and spoke to him through voice transmission, causing the old man's expression to grow sullen. Afterwards, the yellow-robed spell warrior handed over a jade slip to him. The old man received the jade slip and read through it. A short moment, his complexion grew pale. After a quick word with the yellow-robed spell warrior, the old man turned around and gloomily flew towards Long Han. When he arrived in front of Long Han, he calmly said, "We will not be continuing the war. The battle is over. Otherwise, a third party will reign over us both." Long Han's expression flickered and he neutrally said, "What do you mean by that? If you want to stop this battle, you must give me a reason." Because of Han Li's unexpected displays of might, both the copper-armored corpses and their sacred bird have been dealt with, evening out the battle. Long Han unconsciously felt that the spell warriors were retreating out of fear. The spell warrior sullenly asked, "Did you send a group of cultivators to infiltrate Soaring Heaven City storehouse?" Long Han hid his alarm and maintained a calm exterior. With a flicker of his eyes, he calmly replied, "It seems you've discovered this matter." "Discovered?" The old man snorted with a furious expression and calmly said, "Were it not for the interference from the third party, it was likely you would have succeeded." The third party. Long Han frowned upon hearing this. Saying nothing further, the shriveled old man continued the conversation through voice transmission. When Long Han heard what he said, he cried out in alarm, unable to maintain his calm. "What? So it was like that? With matters having reached this far, what do I have to gain by lying to you?" The old man bluntly said. Long Han frowned and grew silent for a moment before suddenly raising his hand and releasing a talisman towards the air. It suddenly transformed into several golden spheres of light and erupted with blinding magnificence. Suddenly, the cultivators ceased attacking and hastily withdrew back to the defensive spell formation. The withdrawing cultivators appeared like swarming bees returning to the nest. Without the need for any commands, the spell warriors also withdrew. The blood vial ghost and the stone giant were forced to cease fighting in particular. In an instant, the battlefield became entirely empty. With both sides separated, it was clear to see that there were many casualties. However, there weren't many losses amongst high-grade cultivators on both sides. The spell warrior camp was somewhat better off. Although they were somewhat bewildered, they ultimately kept calm. But on the cultivators' side, there was a huge uproar. A few high-grade cultivators were speaking with Long Han to understand the situation. However, Long Han would only bitterly smile in response to the dissatisfaction of the cultivators around him. At that moment, the dark clouds and grue mist separated in the sky to reveal the silhouettes of Devil Concord and Yin Sifting Sect Master, coldly staring at each other. At that moment, the sounds of battle in the sky had instantly ceased, and soon after, Wei Wuya and Master Sunreach both flew down from the sky. Their appearances came as a great relief to the cultivator camp. A short moment later, the scholarly man surnamed Shu and the dwarf flew down from the sky as well, arousing a series of cheers from the Milan. Once the three great cultivators have returned, Long Han began to speak to them. But out of fear of panic, they could only limit the information to a select few. Only cultivators at mid-nascent soul stage and a few others were allowed to listen. With a few simple restrictions protecting them, they began to speak of the terrible news that the Milan had told them. Due to Han Li's amazing display of might during this battle, it was only natural for him to participate as well. Chapter 783. Aftermath of the battle. Long Han erected a soundproofing barrier and took out several small flags, forming a barrier of mist around them. Han Li couldn't help but ponder in silence at the sight of this. There weren't many cultivators present. Leaving out the several eccentrics still stuck inside the blood barriers, there were a little over 20 people. These people represented many of the factions fighting in the battle. Master Sunreach asked, "Fellow Daoist Long, what has happened? Why do the Milan no longer wish to fight?" Wei Wuya said in a doubtful tone, "It is strange. Matters have already reached past that point. Do they have some vain illusion of making peace?" Long Han bitterly smiled and said, "It isn't some vain illusion. I fear we may not have the option to choose." Devil Concord frowned and asked with an astonished tone, "How can that be? Has another party interfered with the war?" Long Han sullenly said, "That's right. The soaring tribes have attacked. It is also said that they've joined forces with several sects from the Jin Empire, jointly attacking the Milan. The greatest of the Milan tribes was stationed behind as a rear guard, watching over their homeland, but they were completely annihilated in only a month. News of this had been obstructed so well that the other tribes had no idea of this. It seems the soaring tribes wishes to sweep us both away and take our heavenly south continent for themselves." When the other cultivators heard this, their hearts grew sullen and silence filled the air. Han Li frowned as well, feeling that matters have taken a turn for the worse. A tiger may have approached them from the front, but there were wolves lying in wait the entire time. Daoist Shattered Soul snorted. "Is this information true? It is quite far between the soaring tribes and our heavenly south continent. Are they not simply bluffing? It can't be." Eccentric Heavenvenge and the other cultivators to infiltrate Soaring Heaven City were defeated. It is said that the Soaring Tribe spies had the same intentions as our own. They sent a group of cultivators to infiltrate Soaring Heaven City and pillage the Milan storehouse. As a result, Eccentric Heavenvenge came across them, leading to an unexpected discovery. Then with a helpless tone, Long Han continued, "With regards to the battle, I'm sure everyone understood that the fully deployed forces of the Milan were slightly inferior to our own, but they carried a dying resolve. Were it not for fellow Daoist Han's vast display of might in dealing with the copper-armored corpses and the Milan's sacred bird, I fear we would have suffered a huge loss." Although the powers of the heavenly south had done their utmost, the various sects have all left behind nearly half of their disciples to guard their bases. Had they joined the war, we would have been able to completely wipe away the Mulan spell warriors, but that would have resulted in a huge loss in strength. With the soaring tribes soon to come, we would have been completely powerless to resist them. Many of the cultivators who hadn't known Hanli had both dealt with the refined corpses, and the azure sacred bird couldn't help but glance at him in astonishment. Hanli calmly turned a blind eye to their gazes. Wei Wuya gloomily snorted and coldly said, "The Mulan wanted to seize our domain. How can there be talks for peace? Don't tell me we're truly giving them half of our land." Long Han said, "That is absolutely out of the question. However, we can hand over 2 countries that border the Mulan plains over to them. As such, the Mulan will bear the brunt of the assault from the soaring tribes. Since they are mortal enemies, there is no chance of betrayal from the Mulan. Of course, given how powerful the soaring tribes are, we will have to cooperate with the Mulan in fighting with them." In the blink of an eye, these 2 irreconcilable enemies turned into allies. However, there were no objections raised amongst these ancient, well-experienced eccentrics. "That territory belongs to our 9 nations union. Are we to hand it over?" Wei Wuya's expression grew unsightly. Long Han explained, "There is nothing that can be done about it. Those areas are the closest to the Mulan plains. Of course, we won't allow you to accept this loss alone. After some talks, we'll be sure to compensate your union. Then let's leave that matter for later. We'll have to see what the Mulan think first." Wu Wuya was clearly satisfied with the matter, but he pushed the matter behind regardless. Hanli then turned his gaze to Master Sunreach and Devil Concord. They appeared to be pondering about the matter, but it seemed they've already decided. It was only on behalf of Wei Wuya's face that they didn't immediately agree. Hanli sighed. It seemed each power has returned to plotting against each other for their own advantage. When Long Han heard Wei Wuya, he didn't reveal the slightest surprise. Rather, he smiled and said, "This was something I had said without consideration. Of course, we will have a proper discussion on how we specifically deal with them, but before we start negotiations, we must immediately send men to the Mulan plains and investigate whether the soaring tribe's invasion is true. If it is, the Mulan will not be able to continue fighting us and we will both have to make concessions. Otherwise, the soaring tribes will sweep us both away." The cultivators felt much more at ease with this explanation. Even Wei Wuya's expression relaxed as the discussion was carried out. During this time, Hanli kept silent. Since he had nothing to contribute, he saved his breath. If matters didn't involve the Drifting Clouds sect or himself, he was felt disinclined to put in any effort. And with Long Han there, he reckoned the Heavenly Tao Union won't suffer a great loss. Not long after, the eccentrics had finished discussing their plans and contingencies. Afterwards, they dispelled the restrictions surrounding them and the 3 great cultivators began to have a quick word about something else. Eventually, the Mulan and the Heavenly South cultivators both sent a few men to discuss the terms of the temporary ceasefire. As for the other matters, that would only be discussed in the coming days. The Mulan sages all wore a gloomy expression. With their way back blocked off and their home gone, the spell warriors felt at a complete loss. Their morale had dropped to complete low. Hanli and the other cultivators watched the Mulan armies withdraw and slowly evacuate towards Skyfirst City. The battle at the border between hundreds of thousands of immortal cultivators have come to an end. Several months later, in a seemingly endless barren mountain range, a streak of azure light quickly flashed through it at the speed of lightning. A silhouette could be faintly seen from within the light. He wore scholarly robes and had a common appearance. As it wasn't something that should fall into the hands of outsiders, they immediately called for its return. Of course, Hanli wasn't about to refuse them or let this opportunity pass. He immediately demanded several chunks of auric essence in exchange, but it was a pity that the Milan didn't possess much of it. They were only able to come up with what amounted to a small piece. As a result, Hanli reluctantly accepted other rare materials to compensate and returned the ancient lantern. Hanli didn't truly wish to hold on to the lantern. While its abilities were truly profound, it would one day come to haunt him. If decided to keep it, there would come a day where the Milan would conspire to acquire it back. As such, it was better to be rid of it. On his way back to the Drifting Cloud sect, Hanli glanced at the storage pouch at his waist. When Hanli returned the ancient lantern in exchange for the rare materials, the Milan had returned the flower basket ancient treasure and the purple cloud lace without any prior discussion. It seemed the Milan clearly understood that if they were to stay in the heavenly south for long, they couldn't afford to offend their high-grade cultivators. As such, the ancient treasures were returned to him so that there would be no grudges between them. Since Hanli had shown immense power at his young age, even the Milan divine sages viewed him with dread. With the ancient treasures returned, Hanli promptly gave the purple cloud lace back to Silvermoon. Although she only made use of the treasure while she was in her demon fox body, she had used it to great effect. Since Hanli wasn't the ungrateful sort, he gave the purple cloud lace over to her as a reward. When news spread out that the heavenly south cultivators and the Milan had joined hands, the soaring tribes grew hesitant for a time. Although they stationed a large number of cultivators at the border of the Milan plains, they didn't immediately launch an attack. They merely observed the actions of the heavenly south and the Milan, deciding to only observe in the near future. However, the soaring tribe's actions only caused for greater concern to Master Sunreach and the other leading figures of the heavenly south. The deliberation of their enemies only displayed a greater intent to invade the heavenly south continent. Seeing that there would be quite some time before further confrontation, the various powers of the heavenly south took turns guarding the border as they did before. Each sect would send a few of their elite disciples and garrison them near the two countries given to the Milan. If the soaring tribes did attack, the Milan would be hard-pressed and the stationed disciples would be able to provide immediate assistance. As for the other cultivators, they were allowed to return to their sections. As a Drifting Cloud sect elder, Hanli had much to do with Senior Marshal Brother Lu. After confirming that most of the sect disciples had survived, he was free to return to the sect. Lu Luo had a few other matters to deal with and had to stay behind for a few days. As such, Hanli returned first. On the way, Hanli used the wind-riding chariot to hasten his journey, allowing him to cut down on the time it took to travel back. But when he entered the state of Shi, Hanli put the chariot away to avoid any unnecessary attention. The remaining 100 kilometers were traveled in nearly the blink of an eye. When he saw the Dream Cloud Mountains in the distance, he couldn't help but smile as he thought of Nangong Wan's beautiful appearance. Soon, Hanli found himself inside a secret room, glaring at a silver-haired old man, his senior marshal brother Qing. With a face filled with fury and malevolence, Hanli uttered, "What's going on?" When he had returned to the Drifting Cloud sect, he didn't immediately return to his cave residence. Rather, he was stopped halfway and was brought to a secret room brimming with glacial energy. It was there that Hanli saw an astonishing sight. Nangong Wan had transformed into a 7-year-old child, sealed inside a slab of ice. Her eyes were shut as if completely oblivious to her surroundings, much to the fury and alarm of Hanli. Senior Marshal Brother Qing bitterly smiled and sighed. If Junior Marshal Brother Han had returned 2 weeks earlier, he might have been able to prevent this from happening. There is no danger to her life for now, but she is forced to use this method to delay the activation of the Soul Seal Curse. The Soul Seal Curse. How did this curse take effect? Wasn't this curse lost long ago in the heavenly south? Could it be? Hanli paused to a moment when something soon came to mind. Seeing that Hanli recalled something, Senior Marshal Brother Ching gave Han Li a detailed explanation of what happened to her. Half a month ago, Nangong Wan emerged from her cave residence in the morning to absorb the frost of a nearby mountain for the use of her incarnation arts, but she didn't expect to encounter a black-robed man on her outing. As soon as this man saw Nangong Wan, he immediately attacked her with a ferocious Devil Dao technique, breaking through several of her protective treasures. When Nangong Wan saw this, she hastily called for help and attempted to escape in the direction of her cave residence. By the time Senior Marshal Brother Ching and other Drifting Cloud sect disciples went to assist her, she had already fallen into the black-robed man's grasp. He simply pressed his finger against her forehead and soon released her. In his alarm, Senior Marshal Brother Ching immediately ordered his disciples to jointly attack the black-robed man, but when the black-robed man saw so many Drifting Cloud sect disciples present, he didn't make an attempt to fight them. With a cold smile, he left a jade slip behind and flew away at the speed of lightning. Unable to do anything to him, Senior Marshal Brother Ching brought Nangong Wan back to the sect in an attempt to heal her, only to discover that she had suffered from the Soul Seal Curse, a secret restriction that was long lost to the Heavenly South Devil Dao. When the restriction is forcefully placed on a person, their intellect and spirit are slowly sealed. Then, depending on the target's cultivation, their soul is slowly destroyed after an unknown amount of time, turning the target into a living corpse. It was once an extremely malicious method to deal with an enemy. The old man was extremely frightened by the sight of this curse and was at a complete loss of what to do. But at that moment, Nangong Wan had managed to awaken on her own. After learning that she suffered from the Soul Seal Curse, she paled and immediately thought of a method to save her own life. She decided to use an ability of her greater incarnation arts and temporarily seal herself using glacial qi. As a result, not only would this completely seal Nangong Wan's body, but it would also slow down the effects of the curse to a vast degree. The result is how you see her currently. Once that was said, he handed over an azure and a red jade slip over to Han Li. Senior Marshal Brother Ching sighed and said, one of the jade slips was left behind for Junior Marshal Sister Nangong by the black-robed man. As for the other piece, it was something he had left behind for Junior Marshal Brother Han in particular. Please take a look at them. Han Li sullenly received the 2 jade slips and examined them before deciding to first read through the jade slip meant for Nangong Wan. After immersing his spiritual sense into the jade slip, he wore a strange expression. Although he appeared somewhat worried, he appeared to be grateful as well. Since the ice wall is formed here, I cannot stray too far. Otherwise, something could happen to it. However, I can place several more spell formations to surround it and better protect Wanner. I will have to trouble Senior Marshal Brother to attend to it. Please don't worry, Junior Marshal Brother. Fellow Daoist Nangong was attacked while within the domain of our Drifting Cloud sect, and as such, I bear the responsibility. I've already had this place classified as a forbidden area. There will be no disciples wandering over here. There will be no problem with your wife's safety. The silver-haired old man replied instantly as if having already considered the problem. A bright glint flashed through Han Li's eyes. Since that's the case, I am relieved. With no time to lose, I'll first place down the spell formations before entering seclusion. Leaving the old man behind, he returned to his cave residence, surprised to see that Mu Peeling was waiting for him there. A trace of astonishment flickered from his eyes, but he still welcomed her inside. Once Mu Peeling entered the hall, she worriedly asked, "Is Big Sister Nanlong all right? I heard that she was wounded, but I didn't receive any precise information. I've been worried." Han Li took a seat and calmly asked, "Huh? You have a good relationship with Wanner?" Mu Peeling promptly replied, "We get along well. Big Sister Nanlong's temperament is quite good. While my lord was away, she gave me much guidance with my cultivation. I am indebted to her." After a moment of silence, he wore a bitter smile. I should be happy from what you said. However, Warner has suffered from the soul seal curse and has sealed herself, so I can take joy in what you said. But in the several months I haven't seen you, your cultivation has clearly risen. I am pleased that you haven't been slacking in your cultivation. As for me, I will have to spend the next month in seclusion, making preparations to dissolve Warner's curse. Mu Peeling couldn't help but ask, soul seal curse. That devil Dao curse will be troublesome. My lord, do you have a way to solve it? A harsh expression suddenly appearing on his face, Hanli gloomily said, solve it? I can only defeat the person who placed down the curse and acquire the method to dissolve it from his felled body. When Mu Peeling heard this, she could only frown. At that moment, the disciple who Hanli had picked up out of convenient, Lu Yu, came to visit him. In addition to sending her regards to her master, she also came to ask about Nangong Wan. As a clever person, she had befriended Nangong Wan, her master's wife. When she arrived, Hanli gave her a short summary of what had happened, including to mention the soul seal curse. This had worried Lu Yu, but given her lacking experience in cultivation, there was nothing she could do. With no intention of continuing to chat with the two women, Hanli escorted them out. Naturally, the two didn't raise any objections and obediently left. But just as the two left the cave residence, Lu Yu's eyes flickered and she smiled at Mu Peeling. Fellow Daoist Mu, while you are the master's concubine, it seems that you are still a maiden and are treated only as a guest. Could it be that your beauty doesn't move him? Or is there some other reason? With Lady Nangong's beauty being above yours, you had better shape up. You mean? Mu Peeling blushed as soon as she realized what Lu Yu meant. Then with a smile, Lu Yu shot into the sky in a streak of light. After blankly standing in place for a moment, she immediately flew off on her magic tool. When Hanli saw the two women depart, he checked the medicine garden and the insect room to see they were all doing fine. Then after bringing a few tool refinement materials into a sealed room, he began to use nascent flame to temper the auric essence into his 36 flying swords. In addition to the pieces of auric essence he had acquired from Master Sunreach and the Milan, he was given another piece of auric essence from Long Han on behalf of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As a result, he had more than enough auric essence to fully temper his 36 flying swords. Tempering additional materials into completed magic treasures wasn't a complicated task. However, it was rather pressing to do this as only in a month. Hanli could only sit down and do his utmost to temper his swords until they could form a minor version of the Grand Aureate sword formation, allowing him to battle against a late nascent soul stage cultivator. As for the person who placed the soul seal curse on Nangong Wan, he should most likely be the Yin sifting sect master. He needed to acquire the method of dissolving the curse, and the minor form of the Aureate sword formation would be his way of getting it. With those thoughts in mind, Hanli placed his hand against his storage pouch and summoned several various-sized pieces of auric essence on the ground. He then summoned the supplementary materials from his storage pouch by their side. Hanli sat down cross-legged and pointed to the smallest piece of auric essence. The faintly golden stone floated in the air and slowly flew towards Hanli. Hanli stared at it unwaveringly and waited until it was a meter in front of him before it stopped. Then with his hands held in an incantation gesture, he spat out a dazzling azure nascent flame. With a light bang, it struck the auric essence and instantly enveloped it. Hanli slowly began his incantation and the azure nascent flame suddenly flared, glowing ever brighter, slowly melting the stone inside. He stared at it with a stern expression. After an hour had passed, a majority of the impurities dripped onto the floor as quite liquid. The rest of the auric essence remained in the fire as a translucent liquid. Once Hanli saw this, he flung his sleeve and swept up a jade box from the ground. It instantly opened itself to reveal a fine silver powder. The powder was then swept into the liquid auric essence in a streak of silver light, roiling the azure flames. The transparent liquid then began to shine with silver light, and after striking it with several spell seals, it was entirely absorbed. Chapter 786, Sword Formation, Minor Completion. Suddenly, a strange scene occurred as the transparent liquid began to split into 6 thumb-sized silver beads that slowly swiveled in the air. Hanli let out a deep breath before suddenly biting the tip of his tongue and spitting a cloud of blood essence onto the beads. They cleanly absorbed the entirety of the blood essence, turned them into pure gold. His spirits were roused at the sight and he spat out a streak of azure light. The light circled once around him before stopping, revealing itself to be a sparkling inch-long sword surrounded by azure mist. Hanli pointed to one of the purified beads of auric essence and had it cover the surface of the sword in a perfectly even layer. The small sword immediately began to flicker with a dazzling golden light. Hanli raised his brow at this and pointed at the ground several times, summoning several of the supplementary materials to fuse with the flying sword. He then beckoned to the flying sword and it instantly flew into his palm where it became embroiled in azure nascent flames. Hanli slowly shut his eyes and used his spiritual sense to control the nascent flames and begin the tempering. This process would only be completed when the blood essence-infused auric essence merged completely with the flying sword. Day after day passed, and Hanli refined each of the bamboo cloud's warm swords without a single moment of rest. Were it not for the myriad year spirit milk, Hanli's magic power wouldn't have been able to persist. As time drew closer to the black-robed man's appointed date, those who knew of the matter grew anxious, but the most worried of them all was Senior Marshal Brother Qing. On the day before the deadline, someone delivered a jade slip to the Drifting Clouds sect using a flying sword. The jade slip detailed the precise location for the coming appointment. Not only was the terrain dangerous, but it was even somewhat far from the Dreamcloud Mountains. If Hanli did not leave seclusion soon, he may not have enough time to make it there. As the silver-haired old man restlessly walked in circles inside the official hall, Hanli silently appeared at the entrance. The old man saw that Hanli arrived and shouted with delight, "Junior Marshal Brother, you've finally arrived. Have you finished tempering your magic treasures?" Appearing more confident than he was a month ago, Hanli sullenly responded, "I've managed to somehow finish refining the treasures." "Senior Marshal Brother, I heard that another jade slip has been sent explaining the meeting place. Is that true?" "That's right. He wishes to meet you at the peak of Heaven Pillar Mountain. Here's the jade slip that he sent." Senior Marshal Brother Qing nodded and handed over a green jade slip. Hanli took it and quickly read through it with his spiritual sense. With a snort, a stern expression appeared on his face as he said, "He wants me to come alone and bring the golden lightning bamboo magic treasure. It seems he's investigated me quite well. He even knew of my relationship with Warner, or else he wouldn't have been able to use it against me. With his vast abilities, it should prove to be an easy task to stealthily look into the matters between Junior Marshal Brother Han and Little Sister Nangong. After all, low-grade cultivators are completely helpless against powerful Devil Dao cultivators. Junior Marshal Brother, I can't have you face this danger alone, so I've already contacted the Child Fire Dragon and 6 other fellow Taoists. When you take off, we'll follow closely behind you. As soon as that person appears, we'll surround him and we'll be certain to keep him trapped. We'll make sure he knows that he can't do as he wishes in our state of Shi." Senior Marshal Brother Qing declared with a resentful tone. Senior Marshal Brother's methods are quite good, but this man will most likely be on guard. However, it's fine if Senior Marshal Brother and his companions follow me. However, there were some misgivings that accompanied his delight. He eventually recalled the main material of the flying swords, the golden lightning bamboo, and the refined crystal that he had used to first temper them. Could it be that when these incredibly rare materials merged with the auric essence, they underwent some sort of unfathomable evolution? After some long thought, he found this to be the only explanation. Since this change was for the better, he wasn't willing to spend too much effort investigating the matter. Instead, he placed his mind on the aureate sword formation. Hanli didn't need to specifically cultivate it in order to use it. In fact, he had easily activated it while in seclusion to test its power. The sword formation's amazing power served to verify the words of the golden page. Although he was only able to form a simple version of the aureate formation, it already displayed a marvelous power that bolstered Han Li's confidence in facing the black-robed man. He needed to dispel Nangong Wan's soul seal curse, but if he didn't possess the aureate formation, Han Li definitely wouldn't have obediently sent himself off to death. Of course, Han Li hadn't ever fought against a late nascent soul stage cultivator and he couldn't truly know how well he would do. But he had fought against mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, and reckoned he would have at least an 80% chance of trapping and killing one. With such power, he should have more than enough ability to contend against a late nascent soul cultivator. However, it would prove rather troublesome to acquire the method of dissolving the soul seal curse from his opponent. Han Li will need to use his own discretion once he met the black-robed man and carefully navigate the situation. Han Li sighed and the small sword in his hand disappeared from his sight. He then swept his surroundings with his spiritual sense, discovering no trace of his senior martial brother or his allies, but wasn't surprised. They were sure to be hiding in the distance from fear that the black-robed man would discover them since their opponent was possibly a late nascent soul cultivator. Heaven Pillar Mountain was an isolated, steep mountain tens of kilometers tall located to the west of the Dream Cloud Mountains. From a distance, it appeared extremely steep with a third of the mountain reaching beyond the clouds. There were only a few short hills surrounding the mountain, allowing the surroundings to be clearly seen from the center of the mountain. This was also probably why the black-robed man had selected it. But when Han Li arrived 50 kilometers away from the mountain, he suddenly felt his spiritual sense roil. While his spiritual sense was at the level of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, he didn't dare to let down his guard. Who didn't know whether or not the black-robed man was deliberately hiding something in order to lull him into a false sense of security. As a result, Han Li simply had his spiritual sense probe his surroundings while feigning ignorance about being watched as he flew towards the peak of the mountain. At nearly the same time, a black-robed man sitting on the peak opened his eyes and stared in the direction of Han Li. He muttered, "You've come. It seems the information I acquired was correct, and your relationship with that woman is quite deep." Chapter 787, A Black-Robed Youth, Putting Yourself in Danger Over a Woman. "It seems I've overestimated you." The black-robed man muttered to himself and turned to look at the simple transportation formation next to him. When he sensed that Han Li was only a few tens of kilometers away, he stood up and walked towards the transportation formation in large strides. A moment later, he disappeared in a flash of white light. At that moment, Han Li felt the black-robed man suddenly disappear. Alarm ringing through his head, he thought, what use is there in using a concealment technique? Is he plotting against me? He then continued onward with complete vigilance. This is... When Han Li arrived at the top of Heaven Pillar Mountain and saw the eye-catching transportation formation placed there, his expression changed. His gaze then turned to the boulder at its side, which had the words, "Do not be late," carved into it. When Han Li read these words, his expression grew unsightly and he cursed his enemy's cunning. Although he was able to see that it was a simple transportation formation that couldn't travel far away, if he took it he would fall right into the enemy's trap. Even worse was that he couldn't know whether or not Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's party would follow him. From what was carved in the stone, it was clear to see that the black-robed man wasn't willing to meet with him and give him the opportunity to negotiate. If Han Li delayed for too long, the black-robed man may decide to leave and he couldn't afford to take that risk. If Han Li wanted to find the method to dissolve the soul seal curse, he could only take the risk of using the formation. Han Li's expression wavered for a time, before he eventually came to a decision. He first swept the nearby area to see whether or not there were any devil cultivators hiding nearby. Then, he took out a sound transmission talisman and whispered into it before tossing it into the air, launching it through the sky in a streak of red light. Afterwards, Hanli took the spirit beast pouch from his waist and summoned its contents into the air. Black-tainted gold-devouring beetles that just appeared then swarmed around him and transformed into a tricolored suit of armor covering his body. With a fling of his sleeve, he summoned a small blue shield in front of him, and in a flash of white light, an embroidered scarf appeared in his hand. Hanli lowered his head to look at the embroidered scarf, and a strange expression appeared in his eyes. The embroidered scarf was a protective treasure that Nan Gongwan had given him, and he stroked its smooth cloth as he silently stood there. A moment later, Hanli raised his hand and placed several protective barriers on his body before finally stepping into the transportation formation. He then took a deep breath and raised his hands, striking at the corner of the formation with a spell seal. White light flashed and Hanli disappeared without a trace. At the center of a nameless island in a small lake several thousand kilometers away from Heaven Pillar Mountain, Hanli appeared in a flash of white light. In the moment he arrived, he disregarded the discomfort from the teleportation and ordered his blue shield to enlarge and cover him, protecting a majority of his body. However, Hanli didn't detect any attack and had the time to glance around him instead. There is no need to worry. I wouldn't go so far as to launch a sneak attack against an early nascent soul cultivator like you, although I do hear that you are a rather extraordinary cultivator. A strange voice spoke from close to him. When Hanli heard this voice, his heart trembled. This wasn't the voice of the Yin-sifting sect master. Could it be that this was another devil cultivator? Astonishment on his face, he turned to look in the direction of the voice. The youth's smile disappeared and he revealed a jet-black jade slip in his hand, then deeply stared at Hanli. With raised brows, Hanli firmly said, "Of course. Although the golden lightning bamboo treasure is valuable, it isn't nearly as important as my own Tao companion." He placed his hands on his chest and then slowly drew them away. In a clap of thunder, golden lightning jumped out as a small azure arrow appeared in his hand. Holding it with 2 fingers, Hanli expressionlessly glanced at the youth. When the youth saw this, greed momentarily appeared on his face. Then after a moment of thought, he flicked his wrist and sent the black jade slip flying towards Hanli at an incredibly slow speed, as if it were being dragged through the air by a rope. Hanli immediately understood what he intended. Without speaking another word, he flung the small arrow over, making it travel through the air at a similar speed. Although the two were controlling each of the items, their gazes were fixed on each other's faces. By the time the 2 objects arrived in front of each other, Hanli and the youth both let out sighs of relief. The 2 took the exchanged items into their hands and quickly looked them over, only to find themselves wearing a bitter smile. "This is your golden lightning bamboo magic treasure." The black-robed youth coldly smiled and pinched the small azure arrow in his hand. In a silver-white fire, it turned into ash. I've also never heard that the simplest of the 5 elements techniques was capable of dissolving the soul seal curse. Hanli grasped the jade slip in his hand and burned it with blue flame, causing it to freeze and shatter into glistening light. The black-robed youth wore a stern expression and he snorted as traces of fiendish qi began to emerge from his body. "It seems neither of us trusts the other. However, that doesn't matter. I will ask you one last time whether or not you are willing to exchange the golden lightning bamboo treasure. So long as you hand it over to me, I will give you the method to save your Tao companion and leave. Otherwise, I will just seize the treasure after killing you. Since it isn't an ancient treasure, you must be carrying it within your body." With a light sigh, Hanli icily said, "As it just so happens, my plans are similar to your own. Since you're the caster of the soul seal curse, the method to eliminate the curse must be within your mind. Once I kill you, I will perform a soul search on your primal soul and acquire what I want to know. You will perform a soul search on me. You are the first person to dare say that to me for several hundreds of years. I will honor your audacity by leave your corpse intact. The black-robed youth smiled in fury before he raised his hands and shot several spell seals all around him. Then with a series of hums, 7 pillars of blinding white light shot into the air. At the same time, silver-white flood dragons emerged from each of the pillars of light, roaring towards the skies. Not good. The 7-pillar dragons. Master must quickly leave. Before Hanli could clearly recognize the pillars, he heard Silvermoon's terrified voice in his ear. Chapter 788, Sword Formation revealed. Although Hanli didn't know how powerful the 7-pillar dragons were, when he heard the terror in Silvermoon's voice, he steeled his heart and summoned 36 of his bamboo clouds warm swords with a wave of his sleeve, having them flow around him like a school of fish. Knowing that his opponent was a powerful devil cultivator, Hanli had no intention of slowly probing his abilities. With the full force of his newly tempered flying swords, he planned to subdue his opponent in a single blow. As the 36 streaks of golden light revolved above Hanli's head, he struck the swarm of swords with several spell seals. This caused the golden lights to faintly tremble and immediately form over 100 identical copies of themselves. Just as Hanli thought to execute another spell seal and form the swords into the Orate formation, the 7 pillars of light surrounding him rushed to attack him. The silver flood dragons inside the pillars looked at Hanli and opened their mouths, condensing sparkling silver balls of light. Without further thought, Hanli pointed to the blue shield in front of him, and in a flash of light it transformed into a barrier of blue ice that surrounded him. He then released the embroidered scarf with his other hand, and it transformed into a white mist of frost surrounding the ice barrier. At that same moment, a wild silhouette flew out of his sleeve and landed on the ground, revealing itself to be a beautiful woman. In Hanli's surprise, Silvermoon immediately raised her hand and released a streak of purple light, the purple cloud lace. With a tense expression, she made the cloud lace transform into a purple net of fire, forming the final layer of protection around them. Hanli's heart trembled as he had already placed down 2 layers of protection, and Silvermoon still didn't believe it to be enough. Just how powerful were the 7-pillar dragons? Just as these thoughts appeared in Hanli's mind, the 7 silver flood dragons silently released beams of nearly solid silver light. The beams of light immediately struck the net of purple flames. The net managed to endure for a short moment before 7 holes were melted through, and the 7 silver lights continued to strike the mist of frost formed from the embroidered scarf. The mist roiled as soon as it was struck, as if it wouldn't be able to endure for long. When Hanli saw this, his felt breath turned cold. As things were going, the 3 layers of protection were about to be destroyed in an instant. These beams of light were incredibly powerful. But just as these thoughts appeared in Hanli's mind, Silvermoon felt relieved and said, "So these turned out to be a counterfeit. I was worried over nothing." Silvermoon muttered to herself before forming an incantation gesture and spitting out a pearl the size of a thumb surrounded by a pink mist that carried a strong fragrance. Silvermoon then began to utter an incantation with a sweet voice and extended her finger towards the pearl. Bang! The pearl exploded and transformed into countless gleaming specks of dust that soon merged with the blue ice barrier. Hanli was somewhat surprised, but didn't intend to block her in the slightest. Once the ice barrier absorbed the fragments of the pearl, it flourished with light and its exterior shined as if it were suddenly covered with countless identical mirrors. At that moment, the silver light pierced through the white mist and made its way towards the last layer of defense. Hanli grew nervous at the sight, but he continued to cast spell seals without interruption. At an unknown time, the golden lights revolving around his head had begun to disappear. The ice barrier released a blinding light as the 7 silver beams faintly trembled before being reflected, striking back at the 7 pillars of light at an even greater speed than before. Not only did this come as a surprise to Hanli, but the black-robed youth was caught completely unprepared as well. His attention was now focused on the beautiful woman at Hanli's side. When she had uttered the word counterfeit, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Then in a series of explosions, the silver dragons within the pillars of light were submerged in silver light and disappeared without a trace. Hanli stared blankly and found it difficult to believe that such vicious treasures were so easily taken care of. Silvermoon pursed her lips, her face revealing a slight trace of satisfaction. She then pressed her hand against her chest and sighed with relief as spoke to Hanli. Not only were they counterfeit, but they were only half finished. They had truly given me a fright. The black-robed youth's expression grew stern upon seeing the 7 pillar dragons being destroyed. When he heard Silvermoon utter the words half-finished, he said with a harsh tone, "Half-finished? How could you know the method to destroy the 7 pillar dragons?" Although he knew that the treasure he had acquired wasn't the genuine article described in legends, he had still felt that its abilities were somewhat lacking. This lingering doubt caused him to feel as if there was a ring of truth to Silvermoon's words. Silvermoon's gaze flickered upon hearing him, but she had no intention of replying. Instead, she formed an incantation gesture with her hands and struck the ice barrier with a spell seal. Suddenly, light flashed from the barrier and a pink mist shot out from it, instantly condensing back into the pearl. Silvermoon then spat out a mist of light and swept the pearl back into her mouth. The black-robed youth's initial fury soon disappeared and was replaced with delight, as he exclaimed, "Demon core. Hee hee. So you were a demon fox. However, your cultivation is only in the 7th grade. This is truly baffling. As it just so happens, there are many cultivators in the Gene Empire that wish for a demon fox concubine of their own. The price for a demon fox capable of transformation is incredibly high. It seems this trip wasn't a wasted effort after all." Silvermoon's expression changed, but soon her luminous eyes flickered. She then chuckled with her hand covering her mouth. "Although this servant does wish to leave with this immortal master, I already have a master. I'm afraid I cannot comply." Staring at Silvermoon with fierce greed, he casually said, "Your master? Soon that master will have his soul scattered. If you obediently follow me, I will spare your life, otherwise, you are simply ignoring my good intentions. Following this senior will be much better than staying in this remote and desolate land." Still standing in place, Hanli derisively said, "Is your mind muddled? Her current master is doing quite well. If you wish to change my servant's mind, you should first pay attention to your surroundings." The black-robed youth glanced at the sword light surrounding him and disdainfully said, "My surroundings? Are you talking about this rubbish sword light? Although it is surprising that you managed to refine so many flying swords, don't you know that a magic treasure's might depends on how much one has tempered it? Refining so many flying swords was an incredibly foolish decision. As for those transformed sword lights, that is merely a flashy but worthless trick. What use is this ability in a fight against cultivators of similar rank? I can stand in place and you sword lights still won't be able to injure me." When he heard this, Hanli wore a weird expression and killing intent burst from his eyes. "Your words are reasonable. However, I must first ask you if you are a late nascent soul stage cultivator. If you aren't, then you will die." At that moment, he completed a spell seal and activated the stealthily placed aureate sword formation. When the black-robed youth heard Hanli, he felt a wave of unease and hastily flipped his hand, summoning a pitch-black hatchet. Talisman characters could be faintly seen on its surface and a vivid ghost face was carved on its handle. At that moment, streaks of golden sword light suddenly burst with radiance and released loud, clear rings as they streaked across the air, yet to attack. The black-robed youth hastily spread out his spiritual sense to find the sword lights, but he wasn't able to locate a single one of them. This caused his heart to drop. Without any further hesitation, he snorted and released the black hatchet. In a flash of black light, it grew to 20 meters in the blink of an eye, and its edge gleamed from its sharpness. In a blur, the huge hatchet fiercely chopped at the air, only for a golden light to suddenly blossom. An unremarkable golden thread suddenly appeared from underneath the huge hatchet and flashed before instantly fading away. With a bang, the huge hatchet was split down the middle and fell to the floor. This is... The black-robed youth's disdain suddenly disappeared and his expression turned grave. He quickly raised his hand and summoned an emerald saber, which shot through the air before a similar scene occurred. The green streak flew about 30 meters before being shredded by several streaks of golden threads. Then in a burst of green light, it fell to the ground in 7 pieces. A sword formation. The black-robed youth recognized what this was due to his vast experience as his blood ran cold. This kind of sword formation required several hundreds of cultivators in order to employ it. However, Hanli alone was able to lay down such a fearsome sword formation, much to the black-robed youth's shock. Hanli saw he had recognized that this was a sword formation, but had no intention of giving the black-robed youth the opportunity to consider how to break it. Hanli promptly put his hands in an incantation gesture and contacted all of his sword lights with his spiritual sense, activating the entire Aureate sword formation. A strange scene suddenly developed near the black-robed youth as countless golden threads suddenly flickered around the youth, intermittently coming in and out of existence. These flickers appeared without a pattern and slowly closed in on him. When he saw this, the youth's expression turned pale and he suddenly patted his storage pouch and took out 10 white pearls filled with veins of crimson. He then began to spin and toss the pearls all around him. Chapter 789, Ghost-Sifting Banner. Hanli's heart stirred at the sight of these pearls. They appeared to be the same as his own lightning beads. As the thought appeared in his head, he willed the Aureate sword formation to continue onward. The sword threads were one of the abilities of the Aureate formation, similar to the sword threads used by sword cultivators, but the formation was capable of summoning over 100 astonishing threads of sword chi. With the sword formation's might coupled with the auric essence-infused swords, these sword threads were far more formidable than those from common sword cultivators. Ordinary treasures were similarly incapable of blocking the sword's incisive strikes. As for items like the lightning bead, Hanli had no fear of them. So long as the true 36 swords were unharmed, the sword formation would easily reform itself even if the sword threads were scattered. The Aureate sword formation couldn't be set back by any attacks. Just as Hanli thought this, golden light flashed as the pearls contacted the sword formation, splitting the pearls into several pieces. Surprisingly, the pearls weren't explosives. Instead, they released a dense black-red mist of blood. The blood mist immediately dispersed and leaked through the air, spreading a pungent, sickly sweet scent. The bead was known as a blood mine, and it was said that they were refined from the most putrid materials found in the world. So long as one didn't have particular Devil Dao treasures, the treasure's spiritual nature and power would greatly decrease upon entering the blood mist. Even if a powerful magic treasure with a highly spiritual nature were to enter it, they would take days of purification with nascent flames in order to recover from the damage. Of course, these blood mines were incredibly rare. Not only were the materials used to refine them seldom seen, but the odds of a successful refinement were minuscule. These tensome beads were something the black-robed youth had spent over 100 years accumulating. This youth was an elder from one of the 10 great devil sects of the Jin Empire. With his vast experience, he immediately thought to use the blood mines to corrupt the swords comprising Hanli's sword formation. A sword formation needed great coordination in order to display its might. If a few of the swords fell out of balance, the sword formation would collapse. Using blood mines was one of the most common methods used by Jin Empire devil cultivators to combat sword formations. And since the blood mines were incredibly rare items, the youth normally wouldn't use them in solo battles. He would only deploy them in large-scale conflicts, as sword formations usually couldn't be activated by lone cultivators. Although Hanli didn't know what this blood mist was, he immediately sensed something strange about it. Just as he pondered about it, faint rolls of thunder could be heard coming from within it as flashes of golden light appeared from the blood mist, followed by arcs of golden lightning. When the golden lightning struck the blood mist, the mist scattered in an explosion. In the blink of an eye, the divine devil-bane lightning and the tensome pockets of blood mist had erupted in mutual destruction. Hanli was astonished by the sight, as this was the first time he had ever seen the divine devil-bane lightning take action on its own. It had shot out of his flying swords without any orders. It appeared that the wicked nature of the blood mist had counteracted the divine devil-bane lightning, a truly astonishing discovery indeed. Hanli didn't know that the blood mines were specialized in dealing with the treasures of the righteous Tao. When met by the divine devil-bane lightning, which specialized in subduing devil Tao techniques, the two just so happened to counteract one another. However, the quantity of the lightning contained in the 36 swords was vastly greater than the amount of blood mist. As a result, the blood mist was cleanly eliminated in the blink of an eye. The black-robed man's complexion paled and he shouted with fright, "Divine devil-bane lightning." The flying swords were treasures crafted from golden lightning bamboo. Impossible. How did you acquire so much of it? I'll answer that after I send you to the underworld. Hanli took a deep breath and ordered the sword formation to continue since the blood mist had temporarily stopped the golden threads. The sword's threads then continued to close in on the black-robed youth without a sound. Although the Orit sword formation was immensely powerful, it was difficult for Hanli to sustain with his current cultivation. It was a massive drain on his magic power and he wasn't able to increase the speed at which the sword formation moved after activation. Otherwise, he would have had the sword threads close in on the black-robed youth in the blink of an eye and put an immediate end to him, preventing him from figuring out a way to resist. Hanli reckoned that the optimal time to cultivate the Orit sword formation would be during mid-nascent soul stage. If he wasn't only using half of his flying swords, he simply wouldn't be able to activate the sword formation due to his level of cultivation, despite how his magic power exceeded that of ordinary early nascent soul cultivators. The black-robed youth surrounded himself in a layer of black chi and snorted. With an imposing tone, he said, "You truly believe a trifling sword formation can truly trap me? Your sword formation may be incisive, but can it cut my sex protective treasure?" He glanced at the golden threads that were less than 30 meters away and silently raised his hand before striking at his chest. Black blood sprayed out of his mouth, as a green, inch-long banner appeared from within the blood. As soon as the banner appeared, it flickered with green light and completely absorbed the black blood that surrounded it, turning it dark green. The black-robed youth gloomily waved at the banner and it shot into his hands as a streak of black light. The green banner brightly glowed and immediately grew until it was a meter tall. The banner now glistened with green light as if it was densely covered in clouds, causing its surface to be concealed. However, one of the corners of the banner seemed to be missing as if it were damaged. Hanli's pupils shrank at the sight of the banner. The ghost-sifting banner. Originally, the Yin-sifting sect master had wanted to use their sect-protecting treasure to fight Devil Concord. While it hadn't actually been used in battle, its name had stuck in Hanli's mind. Now that the black-robed youth took out the small banner, Hanli managed to guess what it was. The black-robed youth coldly smiled after hearing that Hanli recognized it. He said with absolute confidence, "Aren't you clever? This is one of the main banners of the 20 ghost-sifting banners. I'll have you experience its might." Chapter 790. Devouring Devils and Ghosts. These eerie white skulls screamed before launching green flame wisps from their mouths towards Hanli. Of course, when the flame wisps traveled too far, golden threads suddenly appeared and flashed towards them. But something different happened this time. The golden threads sliced the skulls apart, but in a flash of green light, they restored themselves as if they hadn't suffered any damage. Additionally, they weren't impeded by the sword threads at all and continued their approach. Hanli was stunned when he saw this, but he soon realized that the ghost skulls had no physical body, they were refined ghosts. Although his sword threads may be fierce, they couldn't cut through something intangible. However, Hanli was hardly flustered. As the ghost skulls approached him, he willed a net of golden lightning to appear in the air and intercept them. Since they were ghosts, he decided to activate the divine Devilbane lightning. To Hanli's surprise, the ghost skulls revealed fear upon seeing the golden net and came to a stop, but after the horned ghost skull shrieked, all of the skulls opened their mouths and shot green flame wisps towards the golden net. In a roar of thunder, the lightning net flashed and exterminated the flame wisps, but the net's advance was stopped, restrained by their unending barrage. Hanli frowned and revealed an expression of surprise. If they were common flame wisps, they would have immediately turned to smoke after touching the divine Devilbane lightning, but these flame wisps were able to forcefully restrain the lightning, much to his alarm. The Ghost Sifting banner's title as the Yin Sifting Sect's protective treasure was well deserved. When the black-robed youth saw that the ghost skulls were able to block the divine Devilbane lightning, he couldn't help but smile in relief. While he appeared confident, he was actually filled with dread. If the flag wasn't damaged, he wouldn't be worried about the devil skulls being able to resist the divine Devilbane lightning. But without the opportunity to repair it after it was damaged, he had been worried about it being able to resist the divine Devilbane lightning. Since his worries had been addressed, the youth wickedly grinned and continuously sent spell seals into the banner. The meter-wide gap in the banner quickly swelled to the size of 3 meters, resulting in even more ghost skulls emerging. With ghost mist spreading through the air, loud ghost shrieks and wails accompanied the skulls. With the previous skulls resisting the golden net, the latter wave of skulls flew past the sword formation and charged straight towards Hanli. When Hanli saw this, he calmly slapped his storage pouch and summoned a streak of black light that circled once in the air before falling to the ground. The light disappeared to reveal a small jet-black ape, the Weeping Soul Beast. The ape appeared as if it had just woken up and its eyes were half closed. When it sniffed at the air, it suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the ghost skulls not far away, howling with excitement. When the approaching ghost skulls saw the Weeping Soul Beast, they were shaken and immediately began to spiral in place, unwilling to continue their charge forward. At that moment, the howls they had been releasing were abruptly cut off as if in a display of fear. When the black-robed youth saw this, his heart thumped as the sword formation was drawing ever closer to him. In his desperation, he shot gray light from his mouth towards his palm and lightly spun around his hand before severing his fingers in a bloody display. As the fingers fell from his hand, they exploded into clouds of blood mist and quickly drifted towards the horned ghost skull. A sinister light twinkled from the ghost skull's eyes and it opened its mouth to inhale the blood mist. The flames surrounding the skull suddenly rampaged around it, coercing the other skulls to launch a wave of green flame wisps towards the Weeping Soul Beast. When the Weeping Soul Beast saw this, it hammered its chest as black light wrapped around its body. In the blink of an eye, it grew 10 meters tall. It then snorted, releasing a yellow mist of light from its nose that swept away the ghostly flame wisps and directly approached the group of ghost skulls. As the yellow mist of light swept past them, the group of ghost skulls were sucked in without any resistance. When the remaining ghost skulls saw this, they scattered in terror and even the horned ghost skull's rage wasn't able to stop them. At that moment, the yellow mist of light spread around the fleeing ghost skulls and trapped them. When the horned ghost skull saw this, it condensed a brilliant mass of green light around its skull and grew a body the size of 2 meters, turning into a full-fledged devil ghost with hair draped around its face and curved horns. As soon as the ghost appeared, it immediately spread out its hands and launched a barrage of black fireballs towards the yellow light mist in a wave of explosive booms. As soon as the fireballs entered the yellow mist, they completely disappeared and not a sound was produced from the impact. When the devil ghost saw this, it wore an expression of terror and turned around to flee, but it was already too late. The yellow mist closed in on it and instantly absorbed it inside, leaving nothing behind. The yellow mist then quickly returned into the weeping soul beast's mouth before it spouted out another mist from its nose, sweeping the air clean of any remaining skulls. When the black-robed youth saw this, he wore an expression of fright and rage. Although he had heard that Han Li's ape beast had absorbed the undead chi from the copper-armored corpses and destroyed a majority of them, he hadn't taken it to heart. He absolutely didn't think that the spirit beast would be able to devour the Een essence devil skulls created from the Een sifting banner. Even the leading devil skull had been absorbed without being able to put up any resistance, leaving him feeling terror and helplessness. If he knew that Han Li's spirit beast had the ability to devour devils and ghosts, he definitely wouldn't have accepted the task of meeting him alone. The other elders of the sect knew of the spirit beast's abilities and had grown fearful. Its abilities were as much of a threat to them as the golden lightning bamboo. As these thoughts surged through the youth's mind, he felt a wave of regret. By then the golden threads were less than 10 meters away from him. With his death slowly drawing closer, he couldn't remain calm and hastily slapped his storage pouch. 8 treasures instantly shot out all around him in balls of various colored light. When they reached the edge of the sword formation, countless golden threads flashed by and shredded the treasures into scrap. That will be easy. Once we help Junior Marshal Brother Han resolve this matter, I will introduce you all. However, I am worried about Junior Marshal Brother Han's safety. That devil cultivator is truly cunning, using that transportation formation to rid him of us. Perhaps something has happened to him during this time while he fought against him alone. Don't worry. Since he schemed to have Han Li alone, his cultivation can't be too high or else he wouldn't resort to such tricks in the first place. With fellow Daoist Han's cultivation, there shouldn't be too great a difference. I hope fellow Daoist Ji is correct. Senior Marshal Brother Qing bitterly smiled. From what he saw on the day that Nangong Wan was attacked, he clearly understood that if the devil cultivator wasn't at late nascent soul stage, he was at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage at the very least. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. Senior Marshal Brother Qing didn't wish for such a powerful, newly joined elder of the Drifting Clouds sect to immediately suffer from something like this. Fortunately, he was able to sense a trace of Han Li's existence and was able to calm himself down, knowing that Han Li was still alive. As the 6 nascent soul cultivators chatted, they slowly drew closer to the small island where Han Li had battled the black-clothed youth and their expressions grew more solemn. Senior Marshal Brother Qing yelped and the party came to a sudden stop. Brother Qing, what's the matter? Junior Marshal Brother Han seems to be flying towards us. I'm not sure whether the matter was already resolved, or... Senior Marshal Brother Qing didn't speak any further, but the others naturally knew what he meant. It was possible that he had been captured alive or was running away. The gray-robed old man calmly said, "Let's make our preparations. If something truly happened to fellow Daoist Han, we'll be able to rescue him." Soon after, he slapped the storage pouch, taking a small yellow bell in his hand while silently watching his front as he held it. When the others saw this, they all took out their own treasures in preparation for a battle. Senior Marshal Brother Chang's expression grew sullen, slight fear betrayed from his face. A short moment later, they saw an azure light flying towards them. It's Junior Marshal Brother Han. Nothing happened to him. When Senior Marshal Brother Ching saw the azure light, he sighed with relief and smiled. The other cultivators were astonished to see this. Since Hanli was safe, could it be that the matter with the devil cultivator had been handled? As the other cultivators pondered over this, the azure light quickly arrived before them to reveal Hanli. Hanli frowned when he first appeared as if he were worried. But when he saw these cultivators, he forced a smile and saluted them. Senior Marshal Brother Ching, fellow Taoist fire dragon, you're here. These fellow Taoists must have also come to help me. I will not hesitate to enter the valley in several years' time. But it was said that this method can only dissolve the curse halfway. And even if it isn't successful, it will greatly weaken it and give me enough time to pay a visit to the state of Jin. When that happens, I will return with the method to rid you of this curse, regardless of what must be done. As Hanli spoke those last words, his voice grew frigid. After speaking to Nangong Wan, gloom filled his heart. After staying inside the hidden room for a moment more, he walked out and flew back towards his cave residence. In the main hall of his cave residence, Hanli sat down with his head lowered in thought. Silvermoon obediently stood by his side, her eyes continuously shifting toward Hanli's with a trace of playfulness. Without turning his head, Hanli indifferently asked, "What is there to look at? Did something break out on my face? Master must be joking. I simply wish to know what Master will decide. It is neither a long nor short time before entering Devil Fall Valley. Also, both Violet Spirit and Marquis Nanlong invited you to head in. Who are you planning to head into the valley with?" Silvermoon's smile faded away and then she hesitantly continued, "Devil Fall Valley is known to be the most dangerous area in the Heavenly South. Even if Master's abilities are great, it will be exceptionally dangerous to head inside. Are there no other methods to save Miss Nangong Wan? Entering there is simply too great a risk to take." Hanli shook his head and calmly said, "The other items. You mean the eggshell of the myriad dark gold bird? Or the fruit of the enlightened flower? These items have long been extinct in this world. Even if they still remained, they would be concealed in a desolate corner of the world and be impossible to find. The demon core of the ancient flame toad is the easiest option. So long as I follow Master Tsang Kuan's route inside and don't act with greed, I shouldn't meet my end there. As for which party I will join, I'll have to decide that later." Silvermoon lowered her head and offered no contest. "If Master has already decided, then there is nothing for me to say." Hanli smiled and rubbed his chin. "Before we enter Devil Fall Valley, I must prepare to go to the far west and acquire the final 2 layers for the Great Development Technique. I'll also have to go and see whether or not the Thousand Bamboo School has any designs for high-grade puppets. As for the puppet refinement methods that I acquired from Soaring Heaven City, they can't be used for some time. The materials used to refine them are far too rare. Additionally, their main ingredient, the myriad-year ironwood, requires a large amount of green liquid to mature. They aren't something that I'll be able to refine in a short amount of time. The Thousand Bamboo School should have some puppet designs that possess the strength of a core formation stage cultivator. With those puppets, it will be safer to enter Devil Fall Valley." Chapter 793, Conquer, What Is It? Hanli turned his head to look at Silvermoon, his curiosity written all over his face. With a deliberate tone, Silvermoon asked, "Ever since Master has taken me in as an artifact spirit, he hasn't used me as an artifact spirit in battle or to boost the power of his flying swords. Could you tell me why?" Hanli frowned in surprise and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Silvermoon lowered her head and whispered, "It's nothing but a casual question. After all, my true identity is that of an artifact spirit. After a moment of silence, Hanli said, "Artifact spirit. You believe yourself to be a common artifact spirit. Common artifact spirits don't possess any intelligence. Why even ask such a question? Even if I summoned you as an artifact spirit, it would consume too much of your spirit essence. If one relies on using their artifact spirit too often, it may even lead to the spirit's dispersal. And from my point of view, your demon fox body is very useful to me. Unless it is a last resort, I will not be using you as an artifact spirit. Also, if your cultivation suffers as a result, it wouldn't benefit me either." Afterwards, Hanli turned around and left the hall. Silvermoon remained in the hall, her head lowered as she grew lost in thought. A short moment later, she glanced at the jade box in her hand and walked away with a smile. Once Hanli entered the cave residence, he began to prepare to cultivate the ability for a second nascent soul. Since a divine ability this powerful went beyond the realm of normality, Hanli's preparations to refine this technique lasted for quite a while. At the moment, Hanli was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His hands held a faint azure jade slip and he was reading through it with his spiritual sense as if trying to comprehend something. The profound nascent formation arts were recorded on the jade slip. A short time later, he withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and closed his eyes. He then formed a hand gesture and began to whisper an incantation. His body froze and azure light flickered from the top of the head, suddenly summoning a nascent soul intertwined with azure light, the nascent soul that Hanli bitterly cultivated for 200 years to create. The nascent soul appeared slightly more powerful than when it first appeared several years ago. Its eyes were a shiny jet black and appeared intelligent. Having only cultivated his nascent soul for several years, he only dared to manifest it in an extremely safe area, else it could be weakened if something unexpected happened. It sat on Hanli's head for a moment more and glanced around the room before suddenly enveloping itself in a ball of azure light and floating around the hidden room. At first it was unaccustomed to fly, but as it became more practiced, it was able to do it increasingly faster. In the end, the nascent soul was able to fly erratically around the hidden room in a display of vast skill. After another moment, the nascent soul stopped and floated at the corner of the hidden room as if thinking of something. It grasped its small hands in an incantation gesture and in a flash of light, the nascent soul suddenly disappeared and then reappeared above Hanli's head, its complexion slightly pale from having exhausted so much of its vitality. This was the divine ability that only nascent souls were capable of, true instantaneous movement. The nascent soul stretched its back and turned into a streak of white light before entering Hanli's head. Hanli then slowly opened his eyes, his expression appearing grave. It appears the nascent soul has consolidated after several years of nurturing. Although it cannot compare to the nascent souls of those old eccentrics, there shouldn't be a problem if I refine the second nascent soul. Hanli muttered to himself. Soon after, he slapped his storage pouch and summoned a jade box covered in talismans. Hanli swept his sleeve with a stern expression and dispersed all the talismans from the box. He then pointed to the corner of the box and had it open by itself. As it slowly opened, it revealed a sparkling golden sphere that sealed the wood spirit nascent within it. The soul fade technique that I placed on it is almost complete. Hanli muttered to himself. Then after a moment of thought, he raised his hand and reached out towards the golden sphere. In a clap of thunder, golden light flickered and countless arcs of lightning shot out from the lightning sphere. The lightning quickly flew into Hanli's hand and disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the sphere disappeared to reveal a small green figure several inches tall with a delicate appearance. It was the wood spirit nascent. But at the moment, the wood spirit nascent was densely covered in jet black needles and its eyes were shut as if it were sleeping. The fine black needles would occasionally flicker with green light in a rather strange display. Hanli didn't dare to be careless as he carefully examined the wood spirit nascent and jet black needles once through. When it appeared that everything was as expected, he slowly extended his index finger towards the forehead of the wood spirit nascent. Before he fully extended the finger, a bean-sized ball of green light burst from his fingertip and transformed into a green thread of light. Han Li's hand remained still as the thread pierced into the nascent soul's forehead, reading the internal circumstances of the nascent soul. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li sighed and withdrew his finger, recalling the green thread as well. Han Li stroked his chin as he pondered over his next actions. Suddenly, he waved his hand and the needle surrounding the wood spirit nascent flew into his sleeve. As a result, the wood spirit nascent remained inside the wooden box, still entirely unconscious. Having already decided what to do, he formed a strange incantation gesture with his hands and struck the wood spirit nascent with a spell seal. The wood spirit nascent floated from the jade box and reached the height of Han Li's head. It then sat cross-legged across from Han Li, who shut his eyes and gave a command. An azure light shined from the top of his head, manifesting his nascent soul once more. This time, the nascent soul did not appear as happy as it was before. Instead, its expression was taut and solemn. It raised its head to glance at the wood spirit nascent floating across from it. Its figure then blurred as it approached the wood spirit nascent that sat cross-legged. The wood spirit nascent was only 2 inches tall, an inch shorter than Han Li's nascent soul. When the two stood side by side, they appeared at odds. But at that moment, Han Li's nascent soul began to utter a cryptic incantation before shooting a ball of azure spirit essence directly onto the face of the wood spirit nascent. The spirit nascent's expression stirred and it slowly opened its eyes. However, its expression was dull and its eyes were lifeless as if it were a puppet. Han Li's nascent soul appeared as if it were facing a great enemy. It quickly formed incantation gestures and glared at the wood spirit nascent with wide eyes. In that moment, 2 beams of azure light shot out of the nascent soul's eyes and directly entered the eyes of the wood spirit nascent across from it. Suddenly, the 2 figures shook and the wood spirit nascent screamed in pain before dropping from the sky and rolling on the floor as if suffering from immense pain. At that same moment, Han Li's nascent soul floated in the air and also wore a pained expression on its face, but it was still able to forcefully retain control. The painful screams from within the room intermittently appeared throughout the entire day before eventually disappearing. 2 days later, Han Li walked out from the room with a tired face, but a trace of excitement was betrayed from his eyes. In the past, he was scared of the potential backlash from invading the wood spirit nascent's consciousness. As a result, he didn't immediately cast the techniques to establish a second nascent soul and instead used the soul fade technique from the profoundine arts and the fading needles to weaken the wood spirit nascent. After being weakened for such a long period of time, the wood spirit nascent's consciousness was now completely weakened. Under such circumstances, Han Li was able to easily erase the last trace of its consciousness with his immensely powerful spiritual sense. With the wood spirit nascent's consciousness erased, he poured a fragment of his spiritual sense into it and used the secret technique to assimilate the nascent soul as his own. Although it was said that there was a danger of backlash during assimilation, Han Li had a powerful grasp over his spiritual sense and wasn't likely to suffer a problem in this regard. And if something did happen, he would only have to abandon the fragment of his spiritual sense at most. Given how powerful his spiritual sense was, the loss wouldn't cause him much harm. As for the duration of the assimilation process, it would take anywhere from 3 to 8 years, or 10 if he were unlucky. Han Li didn't believe that the second nascent soul would be usable during his time in Devil Fall Valley in the first place, so he wasn't worried about the delay. After leaving the sealed room, Han Li rested for a day and went to purchase some tool refinement materials from the market city. Afterwards, he stayed in the tool refinement room for half a month, crafting a dozen variously sized silver stakes. He then brought them to the mountain next to the swamp where the snow-cloud foxes dwelled. When Hanli arrived at the stone room at the center of the mountain, he stared at the cadaver demon laying on the stone platform. Although he had expected this, he still felt some relief. He took out a jade box from his storage pouch that was sealed with a golden talisman and then took out the silver stakes one by one as he watched the reclining cadaver demon. Chapter 794, Sovereign Devil Corpse. The cadaver demon didn't appear any different from when he last saw it. There was green fur on its body and it was completely bound in silver chains, not to mention that it still only had a single arm. Hanli took the time to carefully examine the entire stone room once through. After recognizing that it was exactly the same as he had left it, he felt at ease and tossed a jade box onto the floor. He then slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist and summoned a streak of black light before him. The weeping soul beast had just appeared in its miniature foot-tall form. As soon as the beast appeared, it immediately saw the cadaver demon lying down on the stone platform and began to howl. Before Hanli even gave a command, its entire body glowed in black light and it expanded. Fortunately, the beast knew the area was narrow and only grew to a height of 3 meters, but it still stared at the cadaver demon with excitement nevertheless. Hanli frowned at this, but while he sank into thought, the weeping soul beast soon calmed down and crouched on the ground in an obedient manner. When Hanli saw the back of the weeping soul beast, a baffled expression appeared on his face. The image of the blood ghost on the back of the weeping soul beast was far clearer than before. The ghostly image even began to protrude from its back as if it were alive, much to Hanli's excitement. It seemed that the last 2 feasts for the weeping soul beast were almost enough for it to undergo another strange transformation. A trace of anticipation accompanied Hanli's surprise, but now was not the time to closely examine the weeping soul beast. The only reason he had released it right now was to protect against any surprises from the cadaver demon. Hanli slapped his storage pouch and summoned an antique jade stick into his hand with a flash of yellow light. Hanli glanced at the jade stick with a raised brow. The item was a hair ornament that he had acquired from the black-robed youth's corpse after searching through his consciousness. The ornament contained over 10 different methods for refining corpses. These methods were something the Yin sifting sect had acquired after stealthily fighting for them with other sections. As for this specific Yin sifting sect elder, he turned out to be particularly knowledgeable about the methods for refining corpses. These dozen corpse refinement methods were all things that came from his own understanding. There were even some alterations that he had made that increased the might of a refined corpse. However, it was a pity that he had never shared these methods with his fellow sect members. He had always wished to refine a few top-grade corpses to run amok with, but he had never found any suitable corpses to refine. One of the methods he recorded mentioned the Sovereign Devil Corpse, a top-grade corpse the black-robed youth had always wanted to refine. This method required a ferocious corpse that possessed an intelligence of its own as an ingredient. After erasing the consciousness of the corpse, one would use many kinds of secret techniques to refine it, hopefully turning it into a sovereign devil corpse. Naturally, the resulting power would be even greater than that of other intelligent corpses. According to what was recorded, it was one of the most optimal methods for refining the cadaver demon. Once refined, the ferocity of this naturally formed corpse would become even stronger. As a result, Hanli immediately thought of the cadaver demon once he read through this technique. This was a prime opportunity that he couldn't let slip by. But before Hanli could refine it, he needed to erase the cadaver demon's consciousness just like with the wood spirit nascent. As a result, he had taken out the jade box that contained the cadaver demon's primal soul. Hanli looked at the silver stakes in front of him and waved at them, causing the stakes to float into the air. Then with an incantation, they began to glow with a faintly silver light. Next, he rolled his hands together, summoning several arcs of golden lightning from between his palms. Thunder roared with the appearance of the astonishing golden light. Hanli then expressionlessly raised his hands, shooting out over 10 fine arcs of lightning, striking each of the dozen stakes. As golden and silver light intertwined, the stakes trembled. When Hanli saw this, his expression sank before uttering the word, "Go," and striking the stakes with a spell seal. All of the stakes immediately shot out as streaks of silver, quickly surrounding the cadaver demon on the platform. They were all aimed at the vital points and limbs of its body, in preparation to strike. With all of this done, Hanli took a deep breath and looked at the jade box in front of him that was still sealed with a golden talisman. He then opened his mouth and azure light shot, engulfing the jade box. The golden talisman trembled several times and eventually floated off the surface of the box. Whoosh! The jade box immediately flew 10 meters forward as if it was struck. Hanli's pupils contracted as he watched, his lips tightly closed. A dense green fog suddenly roiled out from the box and a wild laughter sounded from it. "I am finally freed. Who was the fool that released me? Since you've freed me, I'll be consuming your flesh." A nascent soul cultivator. The green mist condensed to form a woman's face, exactly the same as Silvermoon's human form apart from the fearsome green light glowing from her eyes. She appeared stunned upon seeing Hanli. Hanli was also surprised to see such a familiar face, but soon all emotion disappeared from his face. The transformation of Silvermoon's demon fox body had been something that the cadaver demon originally created, so this appearance was to be expected from the primal soul of the cadaver demon. The green ghost face was stunned for a moment before coldly laughing. She opened her mouth and blew out strong winds. The ghost face soon grew 3 meters tall and it charged towards Hanli in an attempt to enter his body. However, Hanli had already prepared for this. No matter how powerful the cadaver demon had been when it was alive, Hanli had no fear of it since it was now just a primal soul that had been trapped for many years. As he watched all of this happen, a cold glint flickered in his eye. Without receiving an order, the weeping soul beast snorted and shot out a mist of yellow light. The light swept past half of the ghost face and immediately prevented it from moving. "What's this?" In a display of quick wits, the ghost face felt that something was amiss and struggled to break free. But unfortunately for it, the weeping soul beast's ability was specialized in restraining souls. Not only was the ghost face unable to escape, it was also slowly being absorbed by the mist of yellow light. Chapter 795. Before the journey, such tiny talisman characters weren't something that could be created in the current cultivation world in the heavenly south. That meant this chain was an extremely rare ancient treasure. With that thought, silver light flashed from his hands and the cut pieces of silver chain were withdrawn into his storage pouch. When he had the time later, he planned on seeing whether or not he could restore the chain and test their might. With the silver chain gone, he lowered his head to look down at the cadaver demon's sinister body. His expression grew sullen and he flicked his fingers, piercing several parts of the cadaver demon's body with azure threads. Hanli then began to examine it, revealing an expression of satisfaction afterwards. Apart from the missing arm, the cadaver demon was ideal for a refined corpse. Not only was its body incredibly formidable to the point where common magic treasure couldn't harm it in the slightest, but just a small amount of the corpse fire and poison that it produced could immediately kill a cultivator. But when he looked at the cadaver demon's destroyed arm, a thought appeared in Hanli's mind. He slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist and released a swarm of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles. They loudly buzzed as they circled around his head before he raised his hand and struck them with a spell seal. Then with a mental command, the beetles condensed around the corpse demon's missing arm. A moment later, a new black, silver, and gold arm appeared in the gap. Apart from the color contrasting with the green fur on the rest of its body, it appeared exactly the same as its other arm. Hanli smiled, revealing a trace of satisfaction. In the following moments, he took out several formation flags and formation discs and arranged them in a profound spell formation. After spending 2 months at the center of the mountain, Hanli returned to his cave residence. His face was extremely pale, as if he had exhausted much of his vitality. After Silvermoon greeted him, he wordlessly secluded himself in a hidden room and didn't mention anything about the cadaver demon. After a month, the large door opened once more and Hanli calmly walked out from the room. Standing guard outside his room, Silvermoon respectfully said, "Master, the 6-winged frost centipedes have already begun to hatch in the insect room." Hanli smiled upon hearing her and said, "Let's go and have a look then." Soon after, he quickly made his way to the insect room with Silvermoon following him in an elegant motion. Hanli opened the restrictions guarding the way to the insect room and clearly saw what laid within. The newly hatched 6-winged frost centipedes were larger than the first generation, and the glacial chi they breathed was far stronger than before. Although it wasn't comparable to the celestial ice flames, it would still be fatal to cultivators at the core formation stage. Of course, when fused into the purple apex flames, they became far more deadly. The eggs of the 6-winged frost centipedes shined with black light at the center of the insect room. They were fist-sized and surrounded by 3-meter-wide chunks of ice. The ice chi pervading the room clearly originated from these eggs. Hanli swept his gaze across the room. The huge centipedes seemed to have sensed something and raised their heads, snarling in the direction of the stone door as if they felt threatened. With a changed expression, Hanli glanced down at the insect eggs and closely examined them. After counting the number of eggs, Hanli nodded and said, "There are 24 eggs, enough to use." "Silvermoon, call for my in-named disciple to come over and tell her she can take her centipedes." "Yes, I will send the voice transmission talisman." Silvermoon agreed and took out a talisman. After whispering a few words into it, she tossed it into the air and it flew off in a streak of red light. Silvermoon nodded after he finished speaking. Soon, the two left the medicine garden. As Hanli left to see his senior martial brother Ching, Silvermoon was left behind in the cave residence to put it in order for their departure the next day. The next morning, Hanli brought Silvermoon out of the cave residence to discover there was a beautiful woman of graceful stature waiting outside for Hanli. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes as he asked, "What is it? Didn't I give you enough medicine pills to last you for several years of peaceful cultivation?" Mu Peeling lowered her head and whispered, "My lord, after some thought, I've decided it may be better for me to go on this journey with you since my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. As your concubine, serving my lord is only natural. Will you bring me?" Her beautiful appearance was capable of arousing a feeling of great adoration. When Hanli heard her, he gave her an appraising look and pondered to himself for a moment. As Silvermoon stood behind him, her eyes wandered and she mysteriously smiled. Not long after, Hanli nodded and said, "Since you wish to go, then so be it. On the way, I can give you some guidance on cultivation. The sooner you can reach core formation stage, the better it will be for me." "Many thanks, my lord." Mu Peeling was overjoyed upon hearing this and wore an expression of excitement. When Hanli saw this, he smiled and flung his sleeve, releasing the wind-riding chariot in a streak of white light. When Silvermoon saw the carriage, she giggled and entered Hanli's sleeve in a blur. When Mu Peeling saw this, her jaw dropped in shock. Hanli paid this no mind and calmly said, "I'll talk to you about Silvermoon on the way. Let's head out first." "Yes, my lord." Mu Peeling quickly restored her calm and made her way toward the carriage with lithe steps. Just as she stepped inside, Hanli entered the carriage in an azure blur. He formed a hand incantation and a layer of white light suddenly covered the flying carriage. Then with a clear ring, the wind-riding chariot streaked across the sky and disappeared from sight. Not long after, some information began to spread in the Drifting Clouds sect that their elder Han had suffered a slight loss in vitality as a result of a confrontation with a devil cultivator, and would be secluding himself for several years to restore his cultivation. When the two other sects in the Dream Cloud Mountains heard this, they sent several people to inquire about the state of Han Li's injuries, but Elder Qing didn't give them a concrete answer. The cultivators that were friends of the Drifting Clouds sect were also denied an answer over the matter. Thus, news that the newly famous Elder Han of the Drifting Clouds sect had sustained heavy injuries quickly spread throughout the state of Xi and through the sects of neighboring countries. The cultivators of these sects didn't suspect this news in the slightest. After all, the last devil cultivator that injured him was an elder of the Jin Empire's Yin-sifting sect that W rumored to be at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. It was no surprise that killing him would result in a large loss in vitality. But even so, Han Li quickly became viewed as a vastly powerful cultivator who stood on par with eccentric Heavenvenge. Likewise, the fame of the Drifting Clouds sect rose rapidly alongside him, and there were few sects that didn't begin trying to befriend the sect. There were even a few vagrant cultivators with profound cultivation that came to the Dream Cloud Mountains to enter the Drifting Clouds sect. In a short amount of time, the Drifting Clouds sect gained a faint standing of the top sect in the state of Xi. Many Drifting Clouds sect disciples grew excited about their mysterious Elder Han, and he rose to be their most well-regarded idol for a time. They would create several temporary market cities in the area, prospering from the medicines and spirit beasts acquired within the mountains. Recently, the miasma around the Devil Fall domain had already begun to grow thin and would soon disappear. It would be at least several more months before the miasma disappears, but there were several times more cultivators there than during the previous opening. Furthermore, a large number of high-grade cultivators had appeared amongst them, startling the local cultivator sects and clans. The local powers hastily restricted their disciples from rashly going out and sent men to investigate the cause of it. As a result, they were stunned by what they found. On the top of some nameless hill on the border of the Chang province, there was a core formation male-female pair that were standing side by side. The man was wearing dark blue robes and appeared to be 30 years of age with a scholarly appearance. The woman wore palace robes and her body was ample, but her face appeared unremarkable. The couple appeared to be calm, but a trace of anxiousness was betrayed by their flickering eyes, exposing their true emotions. After a moment, a silver light flickered from a distance, followed by the appearance of a silver streak shooting towards them. When the pair saw the streak of light, they appeared overjoyed. The silver streak arrived above the small mountain and flew a circle around them before revealing an embroidered-robed scholarly man around the age of 40. When the woman saw the scholarly man, she smiled and said, "Big brother, you've finally arrived. How did it go? Did you manage to receive the command medallion to enter the valley?" "Hee hee. I've managed to acquire it right on time." The scholarly man smiled and raised his hand as two streaks of azure light shot towards them. The man and the woman quickly reached out their hands to receive the two bronze command medallions. They were both carved with the word Devil Fall in red on one side, and with the same word written in gold on the other. There were traces of spiritual qi emitted from the talisman. The woman immediately revealed a face of excitement, but the man frowned and appeared pensive. The woman excitedly said, "This is great. With the Devil Fall medallion, we'll be able to enter the valley in search of treasure. If we are able to find even a few spiritual medicines from the age of antiquity, we may find the opportunity to condense a nascent soul." Standing at the woman's side, the blue-clothed man sighed and said, "Such a small pendant is actually worth over 30,000 spirit stones. They actually dare to sell it at that price." The 3 command medallions had cost them over 100,000 spirit stones. It took the entirety of the wealth they had gathered over several hundred years to obtain them. It was only natural for him to feel a bit of heartache over the matter. Chapter 797, Han Lee's return. The city nearest to the Chang province was named Birchleaf City. It was thousands of kilometers from the myriad Link Mountains, but there were cultivators unwilling to sleep outside and they decided to sleep in the city instead. This had scared off the small sect originally occupying the city and made them flee back to the sect's mountain. Although there were many cultivators gathering there were many inns in the city as well. There were no problems for them finding accommodations. Among these inns was a somewhat mediocre one by the name of the Good Fortune Tavern. There were 2 groups of cultivators checked in there, with each one staying in a different wing of the courtyard. In one of the rooms, there were 3 people sitting around a wooden table and discussing something. These 3 were all young and beautiful female cultivators. They were Violet Spirit and Mei Ning, who Han Lee had last seen at Sky First City, and the 3rd woman was the white-robed woman surnamed Song. At the moment, Violet Spirit was concealing her true appearance under the guise of a common female cultivator with only a slight beauty. The 3 were softly discussing something with a serious expression. The walls around them glowed with white light as if under a restriction that prevented them from being eavesdropped on. Violet Spirit frowned and asked with a worried tone, "Big Sister Song, you still haven't received word from Brother Han. It won't be long before the miasma clears entirely. If Brother Han doesn't appear, we will miss the best time to enter Devil Fall Valley." Cultivator Song smiled and said, "Little Sister Violet Spirit, you might not know this, but despite Marshal Senior Chang's proclamation that Marshal Uncle Han had suffered injuries, I had learned in truth that he actually journeyed to the far west. Although I don't know what business he has there, the journey there and back should take a year at the very least. He won't be returning here in a hurry. Besides, there are still several months left. I've left behind the location for where to contact us back at the sect. Once he returns, he will immediately seek us out. We just have to hope that he arrives on time. It's not as if there are cultivators in the far west that can hold down Marshal Uncle Han Lee." Reminded of the matter of the Umber Realm, Violet Spirit couldn't help but say, "That is hard to say. Even if fellow Daoist Han's cultivation is profound, there are matters that can't be resolved with a powerful cultivation." Then with a flicker of her eyes, she continued, "Big Sister Song, now that you've mentioned Marshal Uncle Han, it seems you now speak of Brother Han with great respect. When you spoke of him before, you didn't hold him in such high esteem." With that said, Violet Spirit wore a mysterious smile. Cultivator Song faintly blushed, but she soon regained her calm. "If little Violet Spirit is also capable of slaying a cultivator at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage, I would also hold you in high regard. Senior Marshal Uncle Han is now on par with the 3 great cultivators of the Heavenly South. As his junior, is it strange for me to speak of him with respect?" Violet Spirit giggled and said, "This is only natural. It came as shock to me when I heard of his accomplishments. 10 years ago, he was still only a core formation cultivator like us, but now, he possesses astonishing abilities worthy of our admiration. It is hard to believe. Had we known this earlier, it would have been better to force him to take little Sister Mei as a concubine. That would have guaranteed little Sister Mei Ning a stable path of cultivation." When Mei Ning heard this, she blushed, but she only snorted and said nothing else. A trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. Han Lee had given her the choice, but it was a pity she had hesitated. With Han Lee being the giant figure he was now, she could no longer easily mention the matter. Mei Ning nearly became Marshal Uncle Han's concubine. This is the first time I've heard of this. After a moment's pause, Cultivator Song smiled and turned to Violet Spirit. "I've always believed there was some kind of relationship between little Sister Violet Spirit and Marshal Uncle Han. After all, your beauty is otherworldly. It is hard to believe that there is a man able to resist your charms." Violet Spirit snorted and said, "Had I known at the time that fellow Daoist Han would later possess such powerful abilities, I might have devoted myself to him. Had I become his Tao companion, my cultivation would be making far greater progress than now. She curled her lips to form a mysterious smile, hiding whether or not she was joking. This led to Cultivator Song feeling at a loss as to whether or not she should cry. After a moment's hesitation, Violet Spirit deliberately said, "If Brother Han truly agrees to help us, we'll be able to smoothly acquire the Spirit Kindle fruit, given his vast abilities." Big Sister Song, are you certain that you will not be entering Devil Fall Valley? Mei Ning also doesn't wish to go because of the sudden rise of cultivators entering the valley. With her cultivation, it will too difficult for her. With a moment of thought, Cultivator Song earnestly replied, "I've put much thought into it, but I'm different from the two of you. Although I am only at the early core formation stage, I am only a step away from the next level. It isn't worth it for me to brave such great dangers. As for the treasures of the valley, I am not willing to exchange my life for them. I know my limits. Since Big Sister Song has already decided, I won't persuade you. In truth, if fellow Daoist Han doesn't arrive on time, I will not be heading into the valley alone. With so many high-grade cultivators coming along, the danger will be greatly increased and killing for treasures won't be an uncommon affair. If an early core formation cultivator like me were to enter, that's just asking for trouble. My mind isn't that muddled." Violet Spirit bitterly smiled and spoke with a dejected tone, leaving Mei Ning and Cultivator Song stunned. With a strange expression on her face, Cultivator Song muttered, "I didn't expect for the Ghost Spirit sect's plans to be leaked out. At the start, I believed that little sister Violet Spirit had leaked the information and planned to take advantage of the chaos." In a display of feigned anger, Violet Spirit bluntly said, "Take advantage of the chaos? How could I do that? Naturally, the fewer cultivators that enter the valley, the better. It is only under those circumstances that we are able to forcibly catch the Ghost Spirit sect off guard and pick the Spirit Kindle fruit." Suddenly, a familiar man's voice appeared outside the room. "Oh. So it wasn't fellow Daoist Violet Spirit that spread the information. It seems to be the doing of someone else. Martial Uncle Han. Brother Han." Chapter 798. The Monarch of Soul Divergence. Having heard Cultivator Song's careful words, Hanli nodded and didn't ask any further questions about the matter. It is good that Marshal Ni Song and Lady Mei don't go. There are undoubtedly villains lurking in the myriad Link Mountains. Even if I enter Devil Fall Valley, I may not return alive. Lady Violet Spirit, are you still set on entering the valley? Hanli asked with a casual tone. With a smile, Violet Spirit calmly said, "So long as Brother Han is willing to enter the valley, I am willing to brave the risk. I hold fellow Daoist Han in complete confidence." Hanli stared at Violet Spirit and said, "Since fellow Daoist Violet Spirit has said this, I won't try to persuade you otherwise. But before we enter the valley, there are several matters I must first make clear." Violet Spirit replied without surprise, "This is as it should be. If Brother Han has any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. First of all, I need to confirm whether or not the matter of the Spirit Kindle fruit is true." Han Li's expression grew solemn. "I don't want to enter Devil Fall Valley in high hopes only to discover that it didn't exist. I hope Lady Violet Spirit can confirm this for me." Violet Spirit was already prepared for Han Li's question and she immediately fished out a green jade slip and handed it over to Han Li. "The Spirit Kindle fruit is real. The Ghost Spirit sect's nascent soul that managed to escape from Devil Fall Valley by a fluke had spoken of its existence. Why else would a Ghost Spirit sect nascent soul elder strive their hardest to brave the danger of Devil Fall Valley?" Han Li took the jade slip and submerged his spiritual sense into it and silently looked through it. A moment later, he withdrew his spiritual sense and expressionlessly returned the jade slip. Han Li frowned and hesitantly said, "According to what is said, the Spirit Kindle fruit does exist. However, it is located deep in the depths of Devil Fall Valley and its precise location is somewhat unclear. It will be difficult to find the spirit kindle fruit with this information alone. Violet's spirit explained as if in fear that Han Li would back down, because the ghost spirit elder had accidentally stumbled across the spirit kindle fruit after manifesting his nascent soul. He couldn't remember its precise location. However, he also noted several notable facts about its location. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to find it. When Han Li recalled the details inside the jade slip, he pondered, weighing the potential risks and gains. A moment later, Han Li raised his head and calmly asked, "Even if we find the spirit kindle fruit, won't we need to refine it inside the valley because it would quickly lose its medicinal power?" Has Lady Violet's spirit finished preparing the supplementary pill ingredients? Violet's spirit was overjoyed at his response, but she promptly suppressed her excitement. With a bright expression, she said, "The supplementary ingredients for the Nature Origin pill aren't easy to find, but I've managed to piece them together over the past few years. So long as we have the spirit kindle fruit and our luck doesn't take a turn for the worse, there shouldn't be a problem with refining the Nature Origin pills." Han Li's face turned grim and he emotionlessly said, "Since it shouldn't be difficult to find, I will make an attempt. But Lady Violet's spirit, you should know of the dangers of Devil Fall Valley. I will make an effort to protect you inside, but be warned that if I encounter a danger that even I cannot withstand, you must be prepared to defend yourself. This is natural. If something truly happens to me, I will not hold it against Brother Han. Besides, I am quite confident in my ability to survive." Violet's spirit replied without any hesitation, the soft lines of her face replaced with staunch resolution. Han Li's expression relaxed as these words were much to his satisfaction. Were it not for his agreement to teach Han Li the final 3 layers of the Great Development Technique and his willingness to impart several powerful puppet designs onto him that had never been published, Han Li would have dealt with him with several methods and exterminated him. But most annoying of all was the old eccentric's unfathomably powerful spiritual sense. Even as he was currently, his soul-searching techniques still had no effect on the defenseless eccentric. Rather, the old eccentric was nearly given the opportunity to control Han Li's soul, scaring Han Li away from using such a method again. When faced against the monarch of soul divergence, an eccentric that had lived over 10,000 years, Han Li found himself feeling completely powerless. Chapter 799. The Soul Attachment Technique. Han Li paused for a moment and asked, "Old eccentric, when you possessed the puppet body, you didn't think about moving your primal soul out of it? It shouldn't be difficult with your abilities. You think the soul attachment technique is so simple to use. In the past, during my lifetime of great genius, I had divided my attention to too many things. Not only did I create the secret technique to strengthen one's spiritual sense, but I also founded the Thousand Bamboo School and researched the long-extinct puppet methods of the Heavenly South. These matters consumed a majority of my lifespan, not to mention that I had also cultivated during this time. Eventually, I reached late nascent soul stage and I ran amok in the region without match." "You ran amok in the region and were without match?" Han Li wore an odd expression on his face. "What, you think I'm just running my mouth? When my cultivation reached great heights, I had challenged renowned cultivators, but I had always kept a low profile about my successes. As a result, my name didn't spread and only a few peak cultivators knew of my reputation. Not to mention other lands, the #1 cultivators of the Heavenly South Righteous and Devil Dao at the time had both been beaten into submission by my hand. They were even willing to hand the Far West over to me and relinquish their forces over it. Do you truly believe that the Heavenly South cultivators would stay away otherwise? Even if the Far West was lacking even more resources than it was now and only had enough land for 2 countries, it is still enough to support many sections. The monarch of soul divergence spoke with a prideful tone. The Far West was something you fought for? Hanley asked. The old man continued with an even greater air of pride. Not only that, but I forced the 2 leading figures of the righteous and devil Tao to swear a venomous oath. Within 10,000 years, their disciples and ancestors are not to tread into the Far West. For someone of their stature to be driven as such. The corner of Hanley's mouth curled from disbelief. If they were unwilling, I would have clearly exterminated their disciples and descendants. Do you believe me to be the soft-hearted sort? If they wished to surround me with numbers, my 1,000 puppets would prove to be a fair fight. However, it is surprising that neither the devil or the righteous Tao haven't invaded the Far West until now. Could it be that they are still obeying their ancestors' orders until now? The monarch of soul divergence seemed somewhat baffled. Hanley grew silent. The old eccentric wasn't simply talking big. Even if he were exaggerating about the past, the 1,000 puppets that the 1,000 Bamboo sect possessed weren't something to take lightly, even if they were only at foundation establishment stage. As for the righteous and devil Tao's oaths to prevent them from conquering the Far West, there was also the matter that the distance to the Far West was too great, the resources too sparse, and the disinterest as well. Hanley didn't bother to think too much about it as if it had little relation to him. As he thought about this, he heard the old man sigh. Just as I finished this and believed I stood at the peak of the cultivation world, I discovered I'd made a fatal error. My lifespan had fallen short and my cultivation had halted at late nascent soul stage. Although my aptitude and abilities were amazing, I only had a mere 200 years of time left, not nearly enough for me to break through to the deity transformation stage. If I hadn't been distracted with puppet arts from the very start and created my own designs, I believe I would have had a very real chance of entering the deity transformation stage and ascended to the spirit realm. Instead, I was trapped inside of a puppet body for over 10,000 years, leaving me terror-stricken the entire time. The monarch of great divergence spoke with a sullen voice as if he were dejected. When Hanley heard that, he pursed his lips and rolled his eyes. He even felt a tinge of envy. Ordinary cultivators would find it extremely difficult to form a core or condense a nascent soul. As for this old man, he spoke of entering the deity transformation stage as if it weren't a difficult matter in the least. If his words were true, then he was a heaven-defying existence, a cultivation genius that was seen only once in 10,000 years. After seeing that I no longer had any hope to enter deity transformation stage, I was unwilling to helplessly wait for my death to approach. It is said that the soul is immortal and that it reincarnates into another life. But is that still me if I don't have any memories from that lifetime? I would be an entirely different person. In the next world, I may simply be an ordinary commoner lacking spirit roots. The chances of becoming a cultivator are extremely small. With this fear in my heart, I spent my remaining 200 years of life toiling to create a way to extend my life or to retain my memories after reincarnation. As a result, I failed many times only to discover the soul attachment technique by using the Great Development Technique as its base. It was a secret technique that hadn't been discovered before. With that said, the old man coldly laughed. Hanley mysteriously smiled and said, "You abandoned a majority of your cultivation only to put your consciousness into a puppet. As a result, you became a living corpse for about 10,000 years. Don't you understand? I didn't have any time and could only complete the soul attachment technique halfway through. Regardless, I used it due to a lack of a better choice and I ended up as I am today. After attaching myself to this puppet, I didn't think that my cultivation would disappear and I was only barely able to use my spiritual sense. Manifesting my nascent soul was out of the question. As for the secret room I was located in, it was guarded with fearsome spell formations and over 100 puppet guards. Without a body or magic power, I wouldn't be able to control the puppets even if I managed to break the restrictions. Because I feared retaliation from my enemies, I hadn't told anyone about the secret room, and my disciples were only at core formation stage and were without the ability to find me, leaving me stuck there for 10,000 years. Were if not for my puppet body and the many spirit stones I stored in that secret room, I would have long since perished. Near the end, the old man's voice turned ice-cold. Hanli frowned and became pensive. But soon, his expression grew lax and he asked, "Old eccentric, why are you so talkative today? When I asked you about the past before, you were always indifferent and lazy, but now you are speaking in such great detail." The old man snorted and angrily said, "Who said that I wasn't going to tell you?" The old man clicked his tongue and said, "My disciples? In the past hundreds of years, not a single one of them were able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and take on my legacy. If I gave them the true final 3 layers of the great development technique, it would only be inviting disaster upon them. As a matter of fact, while you aren't a disciple of the Thousand Bamboo School, you were able to acquire the first layers of the great development technique. It seems my reasoning actually held true.